hits over his last 4 games. Skipper Stephen Vogt on the job Roku's been doing at the plate.
Yeah, Roku's having a great year. Done a nice job, moving up to the top of the order with some of the guys out. So I like the way Roku is swinging the bat this year.
Guardians in Chicago tonight going to start a battle against the White Sox for first place in the American League Central. Both Cleveland and Chicago would lose on Sunday, so the Guardians maintain their 1-game lead. Gavin Williams will try for a 3rd time to win his 10th game of the year. Over his last 2 starts, Williams has given up 11 runs, 10 earned in just 10 innings. Deadline to apply for the NFL supplemental draft. It's today. Former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has already submitted his application. Sorsby plans to hold a pro day the week after the 4th of July. For now, it's unknown when the draft will be held. It would be the first since 2023, and someone's not been selected in the draft since 2019. Well, it seems just a matter of time when the Milwaukee Bucks will be trading Giannis Antetokounmpo. And ESPN's reporting this morning the Boston Celtics offering Jaylen Brown as part of the deal. Boston and Miami believed to be the teams most aggressive, trying to work out a trade for Giannis. Men's College World Series coming down to a deciding Game 3 tonight at Omaha. The best-of-3 series between Oklahoma and North Carolina tied at 1 game apiece. The Sooners trying for the first national championship since 1994. The Tar Heels trying for their first title in the program's history. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel with the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
I think the Cavs right now, this isn't some woe is me, but I think the Cavs right now are caught in a weird spot where you said some people in the media here were critical of the Cavs over the weekend for not doing more to celebrate the 10-year championship. You kind of got your hands tied. There's not really much you can do. The player who led you there is still in the NBA and he plays for a different team. And by the way, he is still a free agent coming up.
Yeah.
So if I have this 10-year thing, am I just doing this 10-year thing to possibly bring him back, which is fine.
There's no real celebration without LeBron and without Kyrie. And neither of them are here right now. Both of them still play in the NBA.
I think those things would happen if LeBron were retired, but he's not.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hi, everybody. Sorry about the rain this morning. I did not mean to bring that after a perfect weekend. What a great Saturday. What a great Sunday it was yesterday. We had a lot of fun around the house, Father's Day, all kinds of stuff like that. Jeff is off today. I'm Andy Baskin, in case you forgot who I was. He's Daryl Ryder. Hi, Daryl. How are you?
Hello, Andy.
Meredith Kane is here. Good morning to you, Meredith. Thank you for being here today. The three of us are going to get you through this next 4 hours, and we are going to have some fun with some rumors going on out there. You got to wonder what the Cavaliers are going to look like. I don't know who wants to win the American League Central, because as I watch this thing, I'm like, wait a minute. How are the Guardians still in first place? A little bit of golf over the weekend, and just the big rumor. And you had some big guests yesterday, too, so we're going to start off with that in the beginning. But first, let me ask you, how are you, Daryl? It's good to see you.
I'm doing well. It's I could do without the rain and the mayflies. It's really gross. Like, the sidewalks are gross. They're just, like, covered. They're paved in dead mayflies. It's really disgusting.
Yeah, I don't think it's just here, though. I think it's just like it's
the entire lake region.
It's the region. No,
yeah.
so this is all right. I'm going to tell you the story right out of the gate before we get into this LeBron stuff and all this other stuff. So yesterday, Father's Day, we were sitting around eating breakfast, and daughter got her passport finally. Right?
Yeah.
So
by the way, that's a pretty big deal. That's right up there with getting the driver's license and graduating high school.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, Tropical Storm got to take a trip. That's the son. Got to take a trip down to where they go? Not Punta Cana. They went to Costa Rica on a school trip. So it was kind of a cool deal for him.
Nice.
I know. Congratulations on him and all of his success. So he already had one.
Beat me to it.
She didn't have one. So we're sitting around yesterday, and I feel bad because my wife wanted to do something for Father's Day for dinner. We'll do something tonight. But we're sitting around eating breakfast, and she's like, yeah, I got this passport. I can't do anything with it. I'm like, well, let's just go to Niagara Falls as a joke.
Right.
Next thing you know, boom, we're in Niagara Falls last night for dinner.
And you know what? That serves you right.
For what? For Saints just joking around about it?
You do not open Pandora's box.
It was crazy, but what was nuts are the mayflies you're talking about. So we're driving back last night, and all of a sudden, and my son's driving, and I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, is it raining outside? No. Dude, those things were like all by the highway coming back, and I was like, what's going on? It's like, and he's like, Dad, these are bugs. I'm like, you're kidding. So like the windshield, the whole thing was just covered in them. So we ended up having to, we had to get gas anyway. So I sent him to clean up the windshield. And then all of a sudden we came back around like, I don't know, we hit part of New York, and then that stuff was all over. It was gross though.
We just got over the midges in April and early May. We just got through that nastiness, and now we've got these things are like 3 times the size of them too.
They return, much like maybe LeBron James. Is there a chance that LeBron is really coming back for a third time? I don't see it. I cannot see this financially. I can't see it. I can't. I to be honest with you, I don't know. And I'm not trying to be mean because he's done all kinds of things for the organization, but I kind of feel like the front office and ownership has moved on. Like I think they would like to win, not because they don't want him here, but I think they would like to prove that they could win without him. How's that sound? Is that a nice way to put it?
And how's that going for them right now?
Well, they made the Eastern Conference Finals.
They also got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals. Do you think they get swept in the Eastern Conference Finals with LeBron? No. They at least win 2 games.
Maybe. All right,
Yeah.
I'll give you a win.
Like,
they wouldn't have blown that 22-point lead.
100%.
They would not have blown the lead. So I'll give you that.
Which totally changes
Okay,
the
so what's
momentum
the difference?
of that
You're
series.
knocked out in 4 games or you're knocked out in 5 games?
Or 6.
Okay,
or 7.
or 6. Or so what? The misery is still the same.
Listen, I still think they could have beaten the Knicks. I realize they got swept, okay? And I realize that the Knicks absolutely put the boots to everybody in the playoffs and went 16-2 on the way to the NBA championship.
Hey, can we just give the Knicks credit for being a great team during the playoffs? Right.
I was getting to that.
I know.
But I'm just saying, I don't feel like, despite their awesome record, like, I don't think that they were invincible. What they did was incredible, not taking anything away from them. But I still don't believe that they were, like, invincible. I felt like the Cavs did more to beat themselves than the Knicks did to beat the Cavs.
Are you saying more invincible than the Spurs when they beat the Cavs in the finals, or more invincible than those great teams that we saw from Golden State that took a couple finals from the Cavaliers there?
Yeah.
I mean, for your money, for my money, that I thought the Golden State teams that beat the Cavs there were better than what we watched with the Knicks.
Oh, 100%.
But by the same token, you have to give the Cavs a little bit of credit. Okay,
Yeah.
They made the Eastern Conference Finals. When I was, here we go again. When I was a kid, we would have gone crazy just to make the Eastern Conference Finals because we knew we were going to see Jordan at some point, and then everything was going to end.
Right.
And it was just misery on misery. So, like, I don't understand. Are we so we can't appreciate the fact that they made the Eastern Conference Finals, or we expect more because they won a championship in 2016?
No, I can appreciate and give them the respect of making the conference finals. But the way they bowed out left a sour taste, I think, in everybody's mouths.
I got news. I'm going to go back and look at this year and go, they were out of gas. They were out of gas.
But,
who else? I mean, is it? Yes, it's their fault that they went 7 games in a series they probably shouldn't have prior to.
Yeah, they're the.
So I mean, but
maybe handle your business, and you don't run out of gas. And this has been a regular problem for the Cavs.
So we're going to be mad about the 4 and the 5 seed going 7 games. I don't. That to me is
annually run out of gas in the playoffs. They do, and I never like the championship or bust mentality because I think
what you sound like though.
When you trade one of your core 4 for James Harden.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think they would have gone this far with Garland?
No, because Garland wasn't available to play. He would have been in street clothes. So yes, you're right. We at least got to watch James Harden dribble basketballs off his knees and ankles for 4 games. That was great. But, yeah, at least we got to watch that instead of having Darius on the bench in street clothes being the cheerleader, because that's what would have happened. But, no, I think that you can appreciate what they did and what they accomplished, while also at the same time having a standard. And I don't feel like the Cavaliers met their own standard. Like I'm just not throwing shade at them or ripping them or anything. I don't feel like they met their own standard, and I don't think I'm wrong for pointing that out. They didn't meet their standard in the Eastern Conference Finals. No chance they did.
No, they should have. I mean,
look at how many games.
What was their standard, though?
Well,
to win 3?
No, I think that their standard was to at least get to the NBA Finals. And I got to tell you, had the Cavaliers gotten to the NBA Finals, they probably would have done the same thing to the Spurs. And I guess maybe this is why I can't look at this with rose-colored glasses right now, or wine and gold-colored glasses right now, because I view it as an opportunity missed out on. I'm giving the Knicks their credit and their love and their flowers and their congratulations for what they did. They deserve it. They earned it.
Right.
But at the same time, I feel like the Cavaliers missed out on a golden opportunity. The East was wide open this year, Andy. Now we got the rumors of Giannis maybe going to Boston all of a sudden, right? That certainly, I think, changes the landscape in the Eastern Conference. I think with Halliburton coming back, the Pacers are going to be better. You got teams like Orlando and Charlotte that are kind of on the come up. We'll see what they do in Washington. Toronto, Detroit probably isn't going anywhere, and those are two teams that the Cavaliers barely got by. Okay, they barely got by both of those series. Like, let's acknowledge that as well.
Okay.
So that to me, next year or next season, I should say, the road to the NBA Finals is going to be harder than it was this year.
You never know when someone's going to get injured. You never know when. I understand what you're saying. Some of it though is, I guess maybe it's expectation based on what you believe is the reality. I'm trying to figure out, because I'm not as harsh on this. Like, as I've had a little bit of time to digest. Yes, I wish Harden would have played better in the playoffs. Yes, I wish there were things that would have gone differently. Yes, I wish Kenny would have called a timeout and stopped the bleeding. Yeah. Like, the coaching to me was as much about a problem as the guys running out of gas. Like, it just didn't seem like anything. And the other part, I think the part that irks me a little bit more, what you talk about the Knicks, and like the Knicks, I just don't think Mike Brown is that good of a coach. I still don't. And so to watch the Knicks do whatever they were able to do,
just
they
won
did it because
he's
he had
an
great
NBA championship head coach.
I know he is.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a second.
I don't think he's that good of a head coach.
You can't sit there and he was a better after me about
by
not giving the Knicks
doing
their
anything.
love.
But by not doing anything against the Cavaliers, it was better than what Kenny was able to do by not doing anything in that scenario.
Wait a minute. Time out.
But when I go back and look at this season, I'm going to be like, okay, they picked up Harden. When he first got here, I loved it. I thought it was great. He was able to get the ball down low. They were moving the basketball. They were doing things that we had hoped for in the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
And now they started to get healthy. The team was not healthy for most of the season.
Right.
They barely had a run going into the playoffs where they had all 5 guys that were able to play at the same time. Okay, so I'm going to give them a little bit on that. I'm also going to look at the NBA playoffs and say, what are you looking at me?
How can you give me grief about not giving the Knicks credit while you're going to sit there? Yeah, I don't think Mike Brown's that good of a coach.
No, I'll give the team credit. I'm giving that team. They played like a great team. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, look, sometimes coaches get lucky. They get great. Their rosters get really good.
You mean like Steve Kerr in Golden State?
But I still think Steve had a philosophy that they were executing while they were great on the floor. I've seen this before. I've watched it where I've seen great teams.
Are you going to say Phil Jackson got lucky? Did Pop get lucky?
I don't think Phil got lucky because he had to fill in the spaces around the outside of Michael. Did Michael need Phil to win championships? What do you think? Would Michael Jordan have won championships?
Shaq and Kobe needed Phil to win championships.
Okay, well maybe Phil by that time.
They needed somebody to keep the peace between them.
I'm just saying there are times when the team is good enough.
Can you believe Baskin just did this to me?
What did I do to you?
Can you believe this?
I didn't do anything to you.
Just totally flip it around. Yeah. You're not giving the Knicks their credit. How can you not give the Knicks their credit? Oh, yeah, by the way, Mike Brown sucks as a coach.
I'm giving the players credit. I don't know.
He went like half Anthony Lima.
Yeah, the little slippery wizard there. He is sitting.
He didn't go full Lima, just half Lima.
He is sitting in Lima's chair.
This is Lima's chair.
I kind of feel like some
my chair.
some a little osmosis
Peter
happening
Lynn's
over
chair.
there. Yeah, explains a lot.
Yeah,
Starting
it
to
shows
explain a
that
lot.
when you're on a team that you respect the other people that sit in the seat. This isn't Lima's chair. Anthony will tell you this isn't his chair.
It's where he sits every day.
Yeah, this is where I sit every day too. For 15 years, my big behind has been sitting in this longer than anybody else.
I just like
Maybe
the record
till
to
the end of
reflect
today,
that
at
he's the
least.
one that said he has a big behind and not me.
I would have said something else if we were.
Not on the air?
I don't know. I probably could have got away with it anyway. Okay, can we get back to this? What
Mike Brown not being a good head coach?
No, that's fine. Do you think Mike Brown's a good head coach? Yes or no?
Won an NBA championship. He did something right.
Yeah, he did something right. And
Ty
sometimes
Lue's a pretty good head coach, too.
I thought Ty was a good head coach.
At least for 6 months with the Cavs.
Ty had to manage it. Same way I look at Mike Hargrove. Like, I think Mike Hargrove might have been the best ever in this town because he had more ego and more people to worry about and try to get to, to play together to have any kind of success. Like, to me, Grover is the gold standard on that. But let's come back. You had a great interview yesterday. We're going to talk about that. LeBron, is there any seriousness to this LeBron thing?
I think there's a chance.
216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel.
TheFan.com or favorite 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092.
Baskin's trying to slippery wizard his way out of this thing.
I'm not, but I need to make it. I need to send a couple texts here because I heard this morning Zach talking about LeBron allegedly joining Firestone, and then I got a couple texts this morning too about that too. Sometimes,
and we know Zach's sense of humor.
Yeah, so
he's
I didn't know, was Zach telling the truth this morning?
So yesterday on the Sunday show had Dave McMenamin on
they
from
do
ESPN.
have new ownership there, by the way.
Firestone.
They were Club Corps for.
And they also lost their tournament too, which stinks.
Yeah, but they're kind of like the whole thing about that is it does stink. It stinks for the Akron charity. Jeff and I had a big blow up about this last week. It's just like. I think about all those years. I can't tell you how many years. Jeff was out there, too, that, when there was the old Channel 23 in Akron, which was awesome, we used to do, all of the shows, all of our newscasts from out there when it was going on. And I just, and before that, I was a grip for CBS, and I got to pull cables during that. And it's such a great course. It's so much fun. And I think they do such a good job. It's just so historic, that course and stuff. Yeah. But this time, they were talking about they wanted to move the date of the senior PGA, and it was running into the college championships. So college championships is coming up here pretty soon. So that'll be the field is amazing for it this year. When you look back at all those great players that have ever, with the exception of maybe Tiger, it's all these past champions that have won before.
Well, when the Browns held their Browns Foundation charity golf outing during the Myles Garrett storm,
yeah.
We were set up in the champions room, and I actually posted a short clip on social media of all the Tiger Woods championship photos. I'm like, yeah, Tiger Woods owned this course.
No, Tiger
it should be
Woods
named in his honor.
He owned Ohio. I mean, not only here but Muirfield.
They should call the South Course like the Tiger Woods Invitational or something. He just absolutely dominated that course.
Yeah, I don't know if that. I'm trying to remember when Jose Maria Olazabal destroyed the course one year too.
Yeah.
But that was just 1 year. Tiger was so consistent in doing it.
Well, now we're waiting to find out if maybe an Akron native will get his opportunity to enjoy the course on a regular basis.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. All right, so walk me down this road. So, so work with me on this right out of the gate, right? Cap-wise, I can't see the cap. First of all, they need to get out of the second tier, right?
Yeah, they got to get out of the second apron, right?
So it's got to start there. You got the NBA draft coming tomorrow. That's why we're going to start hearing more NBA rumors and stuff about what's going on.
Yeah, hopefully today Giannis will have a new team.
The question is where. But I want to talk about LeBron right now.
Yeah.
All right, so you had McMenamin on yesterday. So walk me through this.
Yeah, so I had him on because obviously he had a front row seat to the 2016 championship run and the parade and all that, so we did some reminiscing. But then as we were wrapping up the interview, we couldn't get out of it without asking him about LeBron James and his future and whether or not the Cavaliers could be on LeBron's radar. Because remember in January how teary-eyed LeBron got. They did the tribute video for him.
Yeah.
And you saw how emotional LeBron got. So this was McMenamin's response to the question, are the Cavaliers in on the LeBron James Summer of LeBron 3.0 sweepstakes?
Yeah, I wouldn't put a no chance. I haven't got any sort of sense that it would be a more likely scenario than others. It seems like returning to the Lakers is the most likely scenario, and if that did not occur for the Golden State Warriors, that would be the second most likely scenario. Now, the Lakers can pay him more than any other team, but Golden State could offer him like $15 million, and obviously he could go pair with one of his best, a guy who's become one of his best friends in the league, in Draymond Green, and the guy that last time they paired up together in Steph Curry that did amazing things in the 2024 Olympics in Paris. We just don't know yet. I hope for all of our sakes that this is not a protracted decision-making process. I know he said on a recent podcast with Steve Nash it could take all the way into August. God help us. But whether he comes back to play for the Cavs again or not, I think his emotions when the Cavs played the Lakers in January said it all. The Cavs fan base, that's like the only place that he feels the true love of the fan base.
I mean, that says a lot. That last part that Dave mentioned, that Cleveland is really the one place that LeBron really feels the true love of the fans. And what is this next season going to be about for LeBron? It's to feel the love from the fans, thanking him for all he has contributed to the NBA throughout his career, which began way back in 2003, right?
Right.
So it would make sense that he would want to come home to the Cavaliers. Now, Golden State is thought to be in the running for him. Obviously, the Lakers are still in the running for him, okay? And you heard Dave there. Odds are he returns to the Lakers and he finishes his career with the Lakers. But the thing of it is that Laker fan has never really embraced him and really seen him as a true Laker great. And I'm not taking...
He's in the land of Kobe. Let's be honest. I mean, that's...
I'm talking about pure Los Angeles Laker mythology and all that kind of stuff.
And that's why I'm saying he's in the land. I don't know how
his one championship was in the bubble, and I'm not trying to take anything away from that because those circumstances were very challenging back then. But like, this is just my view of my view here in Cleveland, Ohio, looking out west to La La Land.
Sure.
I don't feel like Laker fan views LeBron on the same pedestal as Kobe and Shaq and Magic and all the other Laker greats.
Oh, for sure.
They don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Here in Cleveland, he is the greatest player in franchise history, and he is. I think even now
he is the most recognizable person from Northeast Ohio. Probably Rockefeller, maybe, and Rockefeller gets the credit for New York, not for Tell me anybody else that's a big
his building here downtown's abandoned. But I think it just got bought. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I mean, but
look, how much are the Rockefellers revered here in Cleveland, Ohio today?
Well, I mean, if you look at the whole University Circle area and you can think of
okay, that's great.
But, I mean, I don't
think any of us are talking about the Rockefellers these days.
No, I agree with you. I'm not arguing with you.
I can't remember the last time I was sitting at a bar with my friends and the Rockefellers came up.
No, I agree with you.
Came up.
Well, maybe during his era it did. I mean, you're at the Speakeasy and you're kind of chilling out with the Rock.
Okay, that's a century ago, Andy.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Welcome to 2026.
I hate when you prove my point for me. Exactly what I'm saying. The most recognizable name in Cleveland history.
Right.
Yes. Northeast Ohio history.
Right.
That's my point on the whole thing.
Okay.
So why wouldn't he feel in L.A., I mean, every other corner, you're like, oh, look, hey, there's LeBron. Oh, wait a minute. Look who's over there. It's look who's over there. Look who's over there. It's like,
right.
And so it's kind of not a big deal. Here he's a gigantic, larger-than-life deal. That's all.
So I don't think that you could rule the Cavs completely out. Obviously, there's some maneuvering that they need to do organizationally to be able to make room for him. And right now, so I go back to LeBron's return in 2014, right?
Yeah.
There was a lot of buzz leading up to that. We were hearing
that he was coming back.
We were getting whispers that he's considering coming back. And then remember the Woj tweet when he put out the Cavaliers are exploring a trade of Andrew Wiggins to the Minnesota Timberwolves for Kevin Love, pending LeBron James signing with the Cavaliers, right?
Right.
And then everything just kind of accelerated. And I just feel like right now, and I know what Zach said this morning about him joining Firestone and you're getting text messages and things like that, but I don't feel like there's a big groundswell right now. I think it's more speculation. I don't feel like there's like that same buzz and energy about a return that we had years ago back in 2014, if that makes sense.
No, well, the only place, but now you are hearing little buzzes. You know,
But also, too, where because remember, the Cavs were clearing the deck to make way for him.
Right.
Before that letter, the Lee Jenkins letter came out.
The same way Miami did.
Right.
Exactly the same way.
But are you hearing anything from the Cavaliers clearing the decks for LeBron to come back this time? Not hearing a lot. All we've been hearing the last couple of days has been, well, the Cavs, probably just going to try and run this thing back, improve on the margins, whatever. And, you're going to get Harden to get him below the second apron there on the opt-out and signing. But there's not a lot of talk about significant Cavalier movement that's required to make the room for LeBron to come back right now. And, by the way, tomorrow, right? Tomorrow night's the NBA draft?
First round, yeah.
Yeah, so... typically this is when the moving and shaking happens.
Yeah, next 24 hours will be interesting. Cleveland's in Cleveland. Hey, Cleveland.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I wanted to talk about LeBron. There's too many emotional ties there for him not to come back here.
I agree with you on the emotional ties. It's the fiscal ties that make me wonder if he'd want to come back. I mean, I don't know that they've got major rehaul on. I mean, they're in the second apron. They can't do anything right now. They really can't. I mean, he might be able to come back at a veteran's minimum or mid-level exception, but I just don't know how they do it.
I don't think the NBAPA is going to allow that.
So
okay,
he is the NBA.
Let me ask you.
Let's be honest.
I had a buddy of mine that said, well, with the thing that happened with the owner of the Cavaliers and how their relationship wasn't that well was a bad emotional part. But the good emotional part was the fact that how he felt about Dan Gilbert's son and the emotional thing that he had with him. Then the other thing is with his kids having a chance to be able to play. And if they come here, it'll be people that will celebrate them and people from close in the area, in the Akron area, that would want to come and see his kids play. Plus, the Cavs are missing a small forward. If he plays small forward,
I think it's more.
Then the other thing is he's worth $4.4 billion. What money does he want? And I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, thanks, Cleveland.
First of all, I don't think it's worth $4.4 billion. That's number one. Number two. There is a he's right. There is a family element here, but I think we're just all assuming that
the kids didn't go to high school here, though. It's not like there's
that Mrs. LeBron James wants to move the whole gang back to Northeast Ohio. We're making that assumption, and I don't know that that's the case. They could be comfortable out in Southern California. They could. I don't know.
I totally get all that. I just no one wants to play for free, and LeBron.
He's not going to play for Dan Gilbert for the veteran minimum.
There's no way.
Okay?
There's just no way.
I mean, he might do that. He might do that for other NBA owners, but he ain't doing it for Dan Gilbert.
All right, other NBA rumble. There's still more. Ramona Shelburne had some stuff to say about LeBron too, so we'll talk about that. Also, Giannis, is he on the move in the next 24 hours? That's all coming up. 216-474-0092, plus Scott Petrak at 11. Baskin and Phelps with Darryl Ryder.
When there's a big sports story in Cleveland or anywhere in the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Daryl Ryder is in today. Meredith Kane is here as well. The Happy Trio taking you through we're supposed to have weather like this for the rest of the week, aren't we? I think we're supposed to be a little bit cloudy, a little bit rainy. So I hope you all
Hang
had
on,
a good...
let me open my weather app
here
here
we go.
so I can put on my Dick Goddard hat. No, tomorrow and Wednesday going to be sunny.
Sunny?
Thursday, maybe some storms. Friday, sunny. Saturday, sunny. You might want to update your weather
I
app
saw
there, my man.
30% chance of rain yesterday. I was coming back. Well, maybe that was just for today.
Read it and wait.
Wow, look at you. I'm so proud of you for being able to use those really exciting smartphones, smarter than us phones. Scott Petrak's going to join us here in just a few moments, too. We're kind of just kicking around this whole LeBron kind of rumor mill thing, and whether he would be on the radar. I still think you're probably, what do you think? Chance of returning to the Lakers the strongest, and then Golden State seems to be in the mix, and then I just don't see it.
The Cavs are in the conversation, but I don't know that they're the favorite, if that makes sense.
Are they? I'm going to ask you a serious media question. Is LeBron in the conversation for Cleveland because there's not a whole lot going on right now, and we're getting ready for the NBA draft, and because moves that sometimes are better off to happen right before the draft just to kind of clear space and just to kind of do some things. So is this just kind of filling time is not the way I want to put it, but is it filling time?
Listen, all I can do is ask the question. Dave McMenamin said that you can't dismiss the Cavs. They're not the favorite. That's obviously the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
But they're in the conversation. And again, going back to his return in 2014, remember leading up to that letter from Lee Jenkins, the Cavaliers were making a bunch of roster moves to clear their books. And that's what got everybody's attention. Okay? That they were making all these roster moves to clear the deck. And then all of a sudden, boom, Lee Jenkins drops the LeBron I'm coming home on us. And then bang, they trade for Kevin Love, right? And it moved quickly, and all of a sudden you went from a lottery team trying to just kind of get the sea legs back under this young core of Kyrie and now all of a sudden, it's LeBron's coming back, so now the standard has changed to trying to compete for an NBA championship. And even though LeBron put in that return letter, hey, I realize I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said, hey, I realize it's not going to happen overnight, but the goal is to get this team ready to win an NBA championship. And his first year here, they were ready to win an NBA championship. Thanks Kelly Olynyk and the Boston Celtics and Kyrie Irving's knee for preventing that from happening. Right. But we're not hearing a lot of buzz about the Cavaliers making a lot of moves right now to clear the books. Really, the only things that we have heard this offseason are about James Harden opting out and then re-signing on a friendlier contract that gets the Cavaliers under the second apron. We know that they have a team option on Craig Porter Jr., right? Keon Ellis, Thomas Bryant, I think Dean Wade among the free agents. They have a first-round pick, a second-round pick. Because they're in the second apron, they're stuck with veteran minimum contracts to be able to hand out right now. And LeBron's not coming here on a veteran minimum contract. He may come to Cleveland for less than what he's accustomed to making, but he's not coming for the veteran minimum, Andy. Let's not fool ourselves here. So they got to get under that second apron.
Yeah,
they got
I
to
love
do a
when
couple
people
other
say, like the last caller was, and I'm not making. Jeff says this all the time too. It's like, well, how much money is enough? I mean, don't you? As you already show me somebody who doesn't want more money.
It's about value. Well, I'll tell you. I'll show you somebody. Jose Ramirez. Like he took. I have guesstimated Jose is underpaid by about 120%. You could double his salary And plus, to me, I think Jose is a $65 to $70 million a year player in Major League Baseball. Let's be honest about it, right? And he has said, I'm good with the $25 million for the rest of my career here in Cleveland. And he even deferred some of that compensation for the Guardians as well. So, but not everybody's Jose Ramirez, okay? Like Donovan Mitchell, he's going to not sign his extension this offseason.
I wouldn't. Would you?
Because he wants the super. Yeah, actually, I would.
You'd sign it now in case of injury?
Not only that, but it's the Jose thing. What can I do, or what can't I do with whatever number? What, $58 million or something like that? What's an extra $10 million a year going to give me that I don't already? You know what I mean? Like
$10 million.
I know, but like he's also not.
I love how people that nobody who like you and I say, okay, so like.
He's not a $70 million a year player, with all due respect to Donovan. Okay, let's be honest about it.
But he probably could get it.
Well, he's going to get it.
I don't know. Do you think he's top 5, top 10 player in the league?
He's not a top 5 player in the league. No way.
See, if the Cavaliers would have won the Eastern Conference this year, if they would have, would you have changed? Would you have still said that?
No. I would have said he's a top 10. But no, I don't think he's a top 5 player. And again, I'm not throwing shade at Donovan because I know how people will want to twist that. I'm just saying, like, he's not a $70 million a year max player. Is he a $50 million? Sure. Is he 55 or 60? Yeah, okay. I can live with that. But my point is, he could do the Cavs a favor and maybe take $10 million less so that then they can take that extra $10 million and spend it on the team. Make it a little easier. You see what I'm saying?
I see it. I'm just looking at salaries. Like
I don't. And we had Chris Fedor on, what was it, Thursday, and I asked him about Donovan Mitchell and the contract and that. And I say, hey, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but is Donovan really a $70 million player per year? And Chris had a great answer. He said, well, what's the alternative? Right? What is the alternative there? So I understand that argument. Great response from Chris. He's 100% right. Okay, the alternative is Donovan plays elsewhere, and you go back to being a lottery team, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna pay the $70 million a year, whether you agree with it or not, right? So, and again, great point by Chris Fedor there. But like, from my perspective, I don't think he's valued at that. But the collective bargaining agreement and the salary pay scale, I have this conversation about quarterbacks all the time. Hey, the pay scale is the pay scale, right?
Right.
We might, whether you agree or disagree with the dollars involved, that's the pay scale in the National Football League for quarterbacks. So same thing goes with Donovan's contract situation.
Ryan's in Youngstown. Hey, Rhino.
Gentlemen, man, thanks for taking my call. Hey, man, this is a great. Also, Daryl, I love your Dick Goddard / Will Ferrell weatherman impersonation. You did a really good job, man. My coworkers and I were listening to the weather forecast. We work outside, and right now.
Tomorrow it's going to be sunny and 75. On Wednesday, partly cloudy. And a high of 78. Winds out of the southwest.
And if he's wrong, no one's going to call him out on it.
Right. Look out, News Channel, weather people. You got a Daryl Ryder on your case now. He's going to bid for that. I digress, man. Hey, I want to chime in, obviously, the awesomeness of what this conversation, and we're just dipping our toe in the water. This thing is going to be electric when it comes the next couple of weeks with LeBron. Again, you guys make great points, valid ones, all across the board. Me in particular, I try to keep the emotion out of it when it comes to LeBron, but again, we all have been through the ropes when it comes to just, the highs and lows with this career. I mean, him being winning the rights to draft him, not the draft night, but winning the rights over Darko Milicic, Carmelo, Dwayne Wade, etc. Back in 2003 at the rib cook-off, man. I was just, again, nostalgia is just, it's imminent when you think of LeBron, especially coming back to Cleveland. No, it won't have that significance, obviously, when he returned last time. We all know that. Same time, gentlemen, he has capabilities. You heard Messi at age 39 just scored 3 goals.
Yeah.
His ageism, Andy and Daryl, that is a big deal. That is not like he's not Robert Parrish or Bill Walton with ice bags on his knees at age 37, 38, John Stockton, etc. Man, this dude is running around like he's 27. And I understand everyone has to realize he's not the LeBron of old, pun intended. He's just this, but he has that irrefutable game-changing killer instincts. And at the 11th hour of his career, walking off into the sunset like a John Elway mentality, if there's any glimmer of hope of how this career can end, it's got to end with Cleveland. I think everyone, NBA fans across the board, not even Cleveland fans, would agree. Again, there's a lot of optimism. Same time, I'm ready for him to walk away with Golden State or something weird, but I just feel confident, I really do, that there's a scenario where we can find a way to get this guy back, and it's going to be a fun ride. But anyway, guys, great show as always. Thanks, my call.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Is this the way LeBron? I mean, yes, it'd be a great storybook ending if he came back here. I don't know about the boys playing here, right? I don't know about Bronny Jr. playing here.
No.
About Bryce playing here. I don't know if that's. I
think they got their own lives going right now.
Yeah, and I don't know if does LeBron? I mean, could LeBron make that happen for him? Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't. Would that be like? I don't say. We all want to put this. Hey, he played here. Hey, he's from. Hey, I get. Like we want to put this emotional tie to it.
The Cavs have done nothing to clear the decks to bring him back. There's been no moves made. There's no rumors of moves in the offing to be made to bring him back right now. And that, while there's still a chance, I can't take it seriously until I see the Cavaliers start making some moves to open things up. Because he's not coming here for the veteran minimum. I will guarantee.
Yeah,
he is not coming to the Cavaliers on a veteran minimum deal. There is zero chance of that.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, so we've got more Cavalier stuff we're going to talk about, especially as we get closer to the draft, and there's big talk about Jaylen Brown being on the move, no matter who it could be for, because there's always talk about Giannis and maybe going to Boston. I don't know. To me, it still seems like Miami is the place he's going to end up, but we'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. But when we come back, we're going to talk to Scott Petrak from Brown Zone. And he's going to give us a lowdown on what's going on. I'm sure he and Daryl can. They're going to fill us all in on everything we need to know.
Oh, I have some theories.
Oh, awesome! Even better. Baskin and Phelps with Daryl Ryder right here, 92.3 The Fan.
no chance to win a championship a year ago. Could that be the same for the Cavs?
It's the Emerging Podcast Scene presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. We'll be joined by Scott Petrak here in just a few moments from brownzone.com. And
I'm here, courtesy of Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Daryl Ryder, tell us more. Tell us more.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to make sure you're brought to us by somebody. I love that. You should wear a T-shirt.
I should.
You should. I'm Daryl Ryder, brought to you by
Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Easy. That's how you do it. Speaking of, I don't know.
Were you going to say easy?
No, I wasn't going to say that. Let's go to the Wise Art Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's bring in Scott Petrak. Obviously, we want you to read him every day. Brownzone.com. Scott, how are you? Good.
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Is it okay if we call you Easy?
Sure.
I'm
Easy, Daryl.
Any truth that you are following in the footsteps of now all these NFL players, hiring your own film crew to watch you play golf so we can do a documentary on you?
No, but I like that idea, and if it could allow me to play more golf, I'm all in. But they'd have to hurry up because I'm going off in about 12 minutes at Springvale, so they'd have to get here in a hurry.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we don't want you to be the last guy. I hate being the last guy out there. You're like, all your buddies are there already, and they're like waiting for you, and then they're all looking at their watches. They're like, "Oh, we told you tee time. You could be here more than 4 minutes before tee time."
Well, you just need Rodney Dangerfield while we're young.
Oh man! All right, let's. I want to start with Sorsby just because we've got this, the deadline for the supplemental draft. So, are the Browns in, out? What do you think they're thinking on him?
Yeah, I still think they're out. Listening to what Todd Monken said, I know it was a few weeks ago and things have changed, and maybe he's watched more film, or Andrew Berry has better intel than Todd Monken had on June 1st. But he was really strong about it, and I agree with him. I do think it's a slippery slope, and I'd have to be convinced that this wasn't going to follow him. It wasn't going to continue when he's in the NFL. And right now, I just don't feel comfortable. I think it's risky move. The guy's probably not going to be any kind of impact in 2026 for you. So is it worth using that draft pick when you could just hold on to it and use it in April? So I lean against it. But, if you could convince me that, he really is going to be a top 8 quarterback in the league, then I would think longer and harder about it. But I'm not convinced of that. I know he's talented, but I'm not convinced that he's a surefire franchise quarterback.
Scott, what do you think the Browns have learned over the years about being a media circus? Have they learned anything?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't think so. I don't think they're bothered by it as much as people outside are. I think we focus on that. I think some fans focus on that. I don't feel like it bothers them on a day-to-day basis. They feel insulated from that, to me, to some degree. And for a long time, it was because you had a new GM and a new coach all the time, so they didn't have the history. Now that's changed, right? Ownership's been here now for going on 15 years, and Andrew Berry's been here in 2 stints for a long time. So I think they know the history better, but Deshaun Watson is still on this team and still has a chance to start, and that was as bad a PR thing as they've ever had to go through. So I just think they feel like each case is individual, and if you can find a diamond in the rough, you can find a starting quarterback in a weird spot, you try to jump on that, which is why they could take a chance on Sorsby. I just don't think it's smart, and I don't think that that's where they're leaning.
Well, we had Andrew Berry on, Scott, and he had mentioned that he had mentioned the grace thing. We've heard him say that before, right?
Yeah.
And he just seems to be like the patron saint in the NFL of giving guys second chances. And he had mentioned that the thing that they're focused on drilling down on is just finding out, has the behavior changed? Has he, I guess, learned from it, for lack of a better description or whatever? I don't know. There's just a big part of me that feels like we're being faked out by the Cavs. They're doing, or I should say the Browns. They're like doing a pump fake on us. Like we're all hearing, yeah, we're not interested in this guy. No, it's a bridge too far. Can't do this. And I just feel like this would totally be a Brownsian move.
Yeah, well, it certainly would be a Browns type move. I don't know what the benefit of trying to fool people would be. You know, I mean, it's a secret bid. You put it in if you really like the guy. You know, you put in a second rounder and hope the Jets don't do it or the Cardinals don't do it or whoever might be ahead of you doesn't do it. And I also think that if they really were going to take him, that you'd want to give your fan base a little bit of a heads up, you know, because I think it is somewhat jarring if it were to happen. So, I don't know. You could be right, Daryl. I mean, there's a lot of work still left to be done. We don't even know when a supplemental draft is, right? They could find plenty of information. And I appreciate the second chance thing, right? John Dorsey had the same kind of philosophy. And I do appreciate that. I also think it's risky to whatever degree. And I don't think it's only from the draft pick you give up, right? Like when they spent the 4th round pick on Antonio Callaway. Well, it's only a 4th rounder. Like, I get that to some degree. I also think if you draft, and this isn't just about Callaway, but if you draft a bad dude, it's a bad guy to have around, right? Like that sometimes to me transcends where you draft them. And when it comes to Sorsby, the gambling thing really does scare me. And you can do all the research you want, but people, you know, sure, some people change. Does everybody change? Can you change for 6 months when you're trying to get a job in the NFL and then revert? Those are all the things that stick in my mind. And I've said this before, Andrew Berry is way less conservative in this area than I would be.
Right.
And he takes chances and, you know, some work and some don't. So I'm not ruling it out for them. I'm saying I don't think it's a good idea. And listening to Monken, there would have to, in my opinion, there would have to be a big philosophical shift for Monken to be on board with this. Maybe that happens, but last time I checked, it hadn't happened.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, they survived Johnny Manziel. That was a circus. They didn't learn anything from that. They survived Josh Gordon. That never worked out, right? To me, the only second chance guy that really paid tangible dividends and meaningful dividends was Kareem Hunt. Like that one, you could say absolutely paid off. You got productivity out of Kareem. He behaved when he was here. I know he had the one traffic stop that we dealt with, right? But like that's the only time that I can think where a second chance for the Browns has actually paid off. And I don't know why they seem so bent on that particular philosophy, and especially when gambling is involved, which, by the way, you can do a lot of things in the NFL and in sports. Right. The one thing you can't do is gamble, right?
Yeah. That's what I keep coming back to, Daryl. And I know that it's not the same, but I can't get the Guardian situation with Clase and Ortiz out of my head. I just can't. And then I know it's the worst case scenario. And, you know, as far as we know, Sorsby never bet on his team when he was playing. And certainly there's no evidence that he threw games or whatever, right? So I get that they're not the same, but I can't get that out of my head. And how tough that was for the Guardians to go through. And, you know, it's your best pitcher, all that stuff, right? So I just think gambling's really difficult. You know, I've never been a Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame guy because I think that violates the sacred trust. So, you know, to me, that's a separate issue. And then when you just talk about second chances in general, I appreciate it. But, you know, you're right. Plenty of them don't work. Now, there is that whole risk-reward ratio that is taken into account. And if you can get a first-round pick in the 3rd round, okay, maybe it's worth it, right? And that's a GM calculation. I just think a lot goes into it beyond just what's on the field.
Let me ask you this question. And I ask you, you know, what have we learned about, you know, being the media circus? What have we learned about how they handle quarterbacks? Because I thought last year was really interesting at camp that they brought 2 veterans in and then they let them go and then they went young. I'm just what have we learned about the way this future could play out with this group that they now have? I just there's too many bodies here, so something's got to change.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can take away anything, Andy. I'm really not. I think these 2 years are outliers because the Deshaun Watson contract that mucks everything up, and you can only do so much, and you're tied to him for $46 million this year. It just makes it really difficult to move on. And then you get the young guy in Shedeur. So I think after this year, you'll get a much better sense, and then theoretically either it'll be Shedeur Sanders as your starter, or you go draft a guy that you plan to be your starter for the next decade. and then you can have some stability there. But right now, I think it's really trying to patch things together, and I certainly think that's how it was the year before, too.
Scott, let me ask you this, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I have a theory that theory, gut feeling, whatever. I kind of feel like it might not be as guaranteed that Shedeur Sanders is on this team this fall. Do you think I'm just completely off base on that?
Well, kind of. I guess if they drafted Sorsby, then that would be an impetus to trade Shedeur. You can make the argument that if Watson wins a starting job, then, Shedeur, not himself, but everything that surrounds Shedeur could be a distraction, and you don't want that from the backup. I don't subscribe to that. I also think if Watson wants to win the starting job and he gets hurt after 3 games, then you need to go to Shedeur Sanders, right? Because I don't think Dylan Gabriel's a starter. So I don't think that makes sense, but that doesn't mean – but I understand where you're going. I just think there would have to be a bunch of things that happen for that scenario to even be an issue.
I know this is super generic. How competitive do you think they're going to be next year? I look at the defense, and I feel good about it. Like, I feel like this defense can hang in the NFL. And then I look at all of these new names. What I think I don't even want to speculate. I can't remember. But just you look at all these new names on offense, and you're like, I just don't know how this is going to mesh.
Well, that's interesting. I think talent-wise, there's reason to believe the offense can be significantly better. When you look at the offensive line, assuming it can stay healthy, you look at the 2 rookie receivers, the expected improvement from Isaiah Bond and even Jerry Jeudy. I think, and Todd Monken, right? What's Todd Monken to do for this offense? I think there's a chance that the offense is significantly better. It all comes down to the quarterback. And if the quarterback play is average, I think this team can win 7 games, because I think outside of quarterback, I don't have a ton of questions about this roster. But I have a ton of questions about the quarterback spot.
All right. Hit them straight this afternoon. I'm hoping that your handicap is getting better here at some point, right?
Well, you know what? Not that anybody cares. It went down at the end of last year because I was playing really well, and then it's gone up a little bit at the start of this year. So I'm trying to bring it back down.
If there was a tour champion for Browns media, where would you be close?
Yeah.
Give me another good.
I would be.
Are there any other good players, golfers? I should say.
Grossi is a pretty good golfer.
He is.
Yeah, I think it might be Mean Grossi. Gibbs is okay, but I think I could take Jason Gibbs.
Yes, I want to see it. Yes, why can't we? We need a media outing. Let's go.
I'm in.
All right, we'll try to we'll arrange that. That way, Jeff and I can take the day off.
We'll
That'll be great.
We'll see if LeBron will play with us at Firestone.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, maybe LeBron will have you guys out there, and he'll bring his film crew too. It'll be great.
Wow, I wonder if I could take LeBron. I would think so, right?
Yeah, I mean, love it. I love it.
All right.
You're the GOAT, man. You are the GOAT. Goodbye. We'll talk to you later, Scott. Thank you. I love that.
He just said, I think I could take a LeBron.
Hey, you know what? If you're going to play golf the way he does, be confident in the way you do things, right?
I don't think you could take J.R. Smith, though.
Wait, I'm sorry.
J.R. Smith is really good.
Yeah, but wait, can we talk about J.R. when we come back here and say, I know, played college golf after he played for here.
Yeah.
But can we talk a little bit about this trip that they took? I want to stay with the Browns, but, I mean, for him to say that the Cavs didn't have him back, and then all these pictures of him on the floor hugging people since.
Well, because he happened to be in town, I think. I don't know that was a Cavalier invitation of him.
Well, they had to let you stand on the floor.
I know, semantics.
If you don't have a jersey on, you're not really supposed to be on the floor, are you? Unless you're coaching?
Semantics.
I'm just saying. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You know him. You love him. Daryl Ryder's in today.
Say hello, Haven. Goodbye.
can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps. Daryl Ryder is in. Scott Petrak was just with us from BrownZone.com, Chronicle Telegram. Always appreciate his work. And now we know a little bit more about his golf game. Feels very strong about it, right?
Yeah, can take LeBron apparently.
I don't know if that's true, but I don't know.
But he's not going to take J.R. Smith. I'm calling that. No chance.
Probably not.
J.R. is really, really good. I mean, Scott's good. Don't get me wrong. Scott's really good on the links, but I don't think he's J.R. Smith good.
I don't know. What's J.R.'s handicap? I don't even know.
I don't know. I just know he played college golf and did very, very well.
Yeah, but Scott could be really good and maybe didn't play college golf. And maybe if he plays every day, I take a shot at Scott. I think he's. I don't know what J.R. looks like as a golfer. I just know that he played a little bit in college, went back, and they put him on the team afterwards.
I love Scott, but I'm taking J.R. in that match.
Okay, all right, you win.
You can have Scott.
I'll take Scott. I'll take Scott.
J.R.
I mean, you just never know. You never know. Sometimes.
Meredith can have LeBron.
You go to that?
You think I could take LeBron?
No, as far as like the pick, right? If the group of three is Scott Petrak, J.R. Smith, and LeBron James, I've got dibs on J.R. Baskin gets Scott, so I'm giving you LeBron.
So because you want LeBron to lose is what you're saying?
No,
because I am a terrible golfer.
No, he just thinks J.R. is the best golfer.
You're not actually golfing. I'm just saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying that like it's Scott, LeBron, and J.R. playing, and so I'm gonna have J.R. My money's on J.R. Baskin is.
I'm taking Scott.
Is going to be on Scott, and your money's going to be on LeBron.
So you want me to lose?
Well, no. I think actually I would take Scott if they were playing now, because I know he doesn't have a ton of time to play while the season's going on during the NFL season. So unless he can.
Oh, you'd be amazed. Scott gets it in.
All right. Well, I'm just making sure. I mean, sometimes it's hard to get through that. Speaking of golf, I don't know. Meredith, I was going to ask you too. Father's Day, anything over the weekend? Did you have a good weekend?
My dad's currently on vacation. My mommy and my dad, they're on vacation. So I called them while they're on vacation, got to chat with them. But other than that, I didn't really do anything for Father's Day. I was a little disappointed that it was raining last night because I wanted to go out and see the sunset for the solstice. But
it was with the
rain
last night,
yeah. Up here it was raining by the lake. So there was no sunset because it was raining last night.
Yeah, it was cool. I don't know. Did you catch the beginning of the show, what we did yesterday? Like total random. So in the beginning, yesterday we're sitting there at breakfast. My son was at like a grad party on Saturday night, and then he had stayed out, and then so our daughter was home, and my wife was working yesterday, and we had talked about a couple things to do, and she's like, "Well, you can do whatever you want." And I was like, "Okay, nothing." So we're just sitting there at breakfast. This is at 11 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and my daughter was talking about how she had her passport and that she really didn't have a chance to use it. Oh, I didn't tell you the best part of the story. So
wait, there was a best part of this story?
Yeah. This story's insane. So I mean, this is just so random. Like, this is why I'm Hurricane. So I said, well, let's just go to Niagara Falls. She goes, really? And I was like, wait a minute, what did I just say? And she was like, I guess we're going to Niagara Falls. I was like, I looked at my son. I was like, all right, let's go. I go, but first I said, let's call mom and make sure she's cool with this.
Instant regret on your part.
No, it wasn't. We had a great time. We drove up there. We had a great time. So
you had your bluff called, and I love it.
No, I didn't get I was like, let's go.
You totally had your bluff called.
Oh my God, we had a blast.
I'm sure you had a great time.
We had a really good time.
I think you said that with the intention of you really weren't going to go to Niagara Falls, though.
So here's the crazy part of it, right? So she had just got her passport. My son has had his for a while. I may or may not have lost my wife's passport about a couple months before we went to Europe because she had to do some work in Italy. So we went over there 2 years ago, and I didn't even think anything of it. So, but we had to go to Buffalo for the day to get her passport because I couldn't find her passport. It's totally on me, right? My fault. So yesterday we're in line, and we've got like 10 cars behind us. We're getting ready to go through customs, and sitting there at customs, and I'm like, yeah. So I look through at my daughter's passport, and I'm looking at my son's, and then I look at mine, and what's wrong with it?
You have your wife's passport, not yours?
Close. You want to guess?
Was it an expired passport?
Expired last month. So I got up there. I go, hey, I'm really sorry. I didn't realize this expired last month. And the kids said, let's go to Niagara for dinner. And I said, okay, let's go. And the guys at Customs were super cool on both sides.
Are you sure you want to be telling this part of the story?
No, I don't care. I mean, look, I don't know. It's a tough job, man.
He's back in America safely.
That
so
is
I guess
true. They did let him back in the country.
So I mean, it seems that other than an expired passport, it went off without a hitch.
Although I do have a real ID too, so I don't know if that would have helped.
Might
have
helped you.
So,
so I learned, and I did not know this because I grew up so far south, but in states like Michigan, Vermont, parts of New York, you can get special license plates that allow you to cross into Canada without a passport.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
Really? I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
So because I sent this to my sister. I saw a post on Facebook a couple years ago. She's into former teacher, librarian. There is a library in a New England town in which the building straddles the United States and Canada border. Like the border is in the middle of the library. So if you're on like one side of the library, you're in the United States, and on the other side, you're in Canada. There's separate doors for each. And yes, you get the grace of you don't have to stay on one side of the library. You can go on the other. But if you want to go through the door on the Canadian side as an American, you got to have your. That
would actually be really funny if there was like a customs agent like in the middle of the library.
Yeah.
Be like, I'm sorry, if you want to get to the nonfiction, you have to have a passport.
What's your purpose?
And oh, by the way, guess where you can apply for your passports? At a library, right?
Well, there you go. It still takes like 6 to 8 weeks minimum to get it back.
I got mine back. I did my passport last year. I got it back within 3 weeks, and I'm adopted. So like, I had to submit all kinds of additional paperwork because my birth certificate is all messed up and not matching. I had to get a court order because I couldn't get a real ID driver's license because of all of the paperwork involved with my adoption. So I had to get a court order saying my middle name was messed up. Okay, and not matching anything. Yeah. So that was the issue, was my middle name. So I had to get a court order saying that this is my legal name, that I am who I say I am, and the court is satisfied that I've provided the documentation. So then I was able to take that to the BMV and subsequently get my real ID driver's license, as well as then go ahead and get my passport. But I had to send a stack of. I had to send my my birth certificate. I had to send my baptismal certificate. I had to send the adoption order from the court when I was adopted when I was young. I had to put in the court order recognizing my middle name. Like, it was a stack of documentation, and I'm like, this is going to take forever for them to like sort through all that. Nope, had my passport back in 3 weeks. Couldn't believe it.
Wow,
I still think in
all
Ohio that we should get those special. Even though there's a lake in between us and Canada, we still technically border Canada. I think we should be allowed to get those types of license plates in Ohio, where you can just cross over with. I mean, I have a passport,
but we just don't go over that.
That's
often.
right. I mean, I have a passport, so it's moot for me. But
I don't drive over Lake Erie.
That's true.
Well,
that's true. I'm saying,
we get a bridge?
We should. You know what? Petition for the bridge.
I'm all in. So there's this weird. So I wasn't.
Or what if we had like a channel, like in? Don't they have one of those in the United Kingdom? They have like a channel from like
Delmarva, baby, right?
Yeah.
That whole Delmarva, that bridge tunnel that connects Jersey and Virginia.
Didn't Detroit just open a new U.S.-Canada bridge?
Yeah. Gordie Howe.
Yeah, the Gordie Howe Bridge.
Yeah.
Not the Ambassador Bridge, but this is another one.
Yeah, I don't know if it's open yet, though.
I think it is.
It was close to opening last time I checked. I haven't made that run. Yeah. Someone's probably going to call in here in a second. Then there's also this other weird, so U.S. and Canada's. I can't believe I'm wasting all this time
I'm still stuck on they let you back in the country.
I'm kind of stuck on that, too. I got to be honest.
We're going to have Border Patrol knocking at the door in the next 30 minutes.
No, I might have had to do this show by myself this morning had he been stuck at the border. What kind of phone call would that have been?
I would have loved to hear that phone call between Andy and Keith If Andy called up Keith and said, hey, I'm stuck in Canada, I can't make it into work today.
He would have liked it because it would have been a total bit. I mean, it would have been a 45-minute
He would have liked it for 5 minutes, then he would have been like, well, now I need to find a co-host for Daryl.
Yeah, but then wouldn't the Canadians want to deport you to the United States because you are not a Canadian citizen and you're in their country illegally with an expired passport? I mean, that could have been a whole nother layer to this, too.
Sorry, Keith, I can't make it into work today. I'm in a Canadian jail.
Sorry, Keith. The Mounties got me at the border.
Hey, hang on. Hey, Keith, can I call you back? I'm eating poutine right now. Hang on a second.
They serve poutine in Canadian jails?
Oh, of course they do. And their beer is 10 times better there. Would you wash that down with a Molson? Oh, okay, good. All right, sounds good. So there's this little point. So, like the 49th parallel is a line across that separates the United States and Canada, right?
Really?
Yeah.
I
Did you know it was the 49th?
Yes, I did.
I'm just saying.
I'm being sarcastic right now.
Oh, well, if you live there's a little town called Points Robert, Washington. Have you ever seen this place? So we're planning this trip. We're driving the West Coast here for a vacation. It's coming up soon, right? But so we're looking, and we were talking about going to Vancouver. That was the whole reason she got the passport in the beginning. But there's this it's called Point Roberts, Washington, and it's south of the 49th parallel. So you have to leave the contiguous state of Washington, go into Canada, loop all the way around, and then there's this little section of the United States that is completely surrounded by Canada.
It's a little lip that goes north, but yet the only way to access it is to go around. Yeah.
Why don't we sell that to them? Can we get some cash for that? Seriously,
I don't know. Maybe you should call up the Prime Minister and ask.
Well, it just makes more sense, doesn't it? If you just ask me, I mean,
you're really tight with the border guys now, apparently.
I'm just telling you, they were.
Andy Baskin can
all I want to say is
in and out of the country at will.
What if he's like a dual citizen and doesn't realize it? And they looked at that and they're like, yeah, this guy's also Canadian. Let's just let him on in.
I did tell him, I think we have a hockey sticker somewhere in our car too. So maybe that's
probably it. He could sense that you are a hockey player.
I think I was wearing a T-shirt actually. I think. Oh man, the phone lines are going crazy. What did I say? Something that was nutty about this whole thing?
Just a few things.
What was nutty? I just appreciated the folks that, they were human. They weren't like robots, right? Like that's what you expect, but they were human.
It was nice that they didn't jam you up at the border. That was nice. They let you into Canada, and then they let you back into the United States.
Yeah, I don't know. I was more worried about coming home than I was.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think was
that was my huge fear.
That was the big one.
The guy, I think the guy was like,
turn you over to the Canadian Mounted Police.
I wonder how many times a day somebody tries to go over with an expired. I mean, the ink was
what
still.
What are Canadian judges called? Magistrates.
We have
You'd be in front of one of those magistrates.
I don't know. I did not take my Canadian civics growing up.
Don't those judges wear those like weird wigs too and everything?
Stop.
Don't ours wear weird wigs?
No.
What are you talking about?
No. But I'm pretty sure Canadian judges wear the weird white wigs. That would have been awesome to see a photo of Andy Baskin standing there in front of the judge with the white wig. Please let me go home.
All right, that was a segment I never thought we were going to have. 216-474-0092. That is the number to call in. Ethan Sands from Cleveland.com is going to join us coming up at 1 o'clock. He's going to talk about what's going on with the Cavaliers as well. I want to get into this Browns conversation, though, that was weird that, there's this big leak that Deshaun Watson's the starter. But it's a weird kind of – so I'm not buying all of it, but maybe I am. And we'll talk about it next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
May finalizing a deal to be the next head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. May coming off a national title win with the Wolverines this past season. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Is in for Jeff. I'm Andy Baskin and Phelps. Ethan Sands is going to join us at 1 o'clock. We're going to talk about all the comings and goings that could happen in the next 24 hours in the NBA, especially with the draft coming up, first round of the draft coming up tomorrow night. You want to hop in on the show? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. All right, so you got to walk me through this story from over the weekend. So
Apparently somebody knows who the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns is going to be.
Okay, how is that even possible at this point?
I don't know, but Chad Johnson, I guess on his podcast, mentioned...
The Nightcap podcast is where it came from.
Okay, the Nightcap podcast. Chad Johnson apparently has been told what the plan is between Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson and who is going to be the starting quarterback week 1 in Jacksonville. This is Nightcap podcast, right? This is Chad Johnson / Ocho Cinco / whatever he calls himself these days on the Nightcap podcast on the Browns quarterback situation.
Cleveland Browns fan or not, Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. The job that Deshaun Watson is going to get, Uncle Joe, it is his job to lose. He has 6 weeks. I guarantee you, listen to me now. I'm calling it right now, Uncle Joe. He has 6 weeks to make sure that team is playing above or better than whatever the expectations may be for that team and that quarterback. If he's not, Shedeur Sanders will fall in line as the backup and be the starter for the remainder of the season.
All right. So now there are some folks on social media that have sleuthed that Chad, I guess, recently spent some time with Browns receiver Jerry Jeudy.
Okay.
And they're trying to make the accusation that that's how Chad Johnson was able to say what you just heard him say.
He got it from Jerry.
That's the accusation that is being made. And I want to stress that that is an accusation that is being made. I'm not saying that that is what happened, but that is what people are trying to speculate has taken place. So now I've said that I thought that Deshaun was going to win the quarterback competition and be the starter week 1. I also hypothesized that at some point, yes, we're going to see Shedeur Sanders, but I mean, Chad right there is very specific in saying that Deshaun is going to be the starter and he's going to get the first 6 weeks of the season before they turn it over to Shedeur.
All right, so let me ask you this. If you were Todd Monken, regardless of what Chad Johnson may have said there, I mean, part of that is just logic, right?
Right.
Because if you're Todd Monken, you're a guy that's been around the game for a long time. You've worked with very good quarterbacks along the way, and you've worked with experienced quarterbacks along the way.
Right.
And he's worked with young quarterbacks too. But if I'm him, and I know that I'm kind of in this must-win situation for him,
right,
I'm probably going to go with a veteran quarterback too. I'm going to go with a guy that's done this before, a guy that's had success at some point. Even if he hasn't had success recently, the guy at one point has shown that he can be a quarterback in the NFL, where the other guy is young,
right,
and just doesn't have the experience. And we did see him play last year, and I think there is things to want to be intrigued by. I don't want to see him play even more. But to me, if I'm Todd Monken and my job's on the line, I'm probably handing the ball to Deshaun Watson. I've been saying this for a year now. Same thing.
Right.
So there are two things here. One, it's the Jerry Jeudy part of that story that kind of makes me wonder if that's true. First of all, that's the other part of it.
Again,
it's
just the folks on X, and some of them are tied to Shedeur. Like they are in the sense of like they're Shedeur supporters.
Okay.
They're always posting Shedeur content, and they're very supportive of Shedeur and things like that. That have drawn these conclusions, and I mean, look, everything that you just heard from Chad Johnson there, like, it sounds plausible. 100% sounds plausible that would be the plan. You give Deshaun a leash, right? And it kind of feels like similar to last year with Joe Flacco.
I don't know how you walk into a season and go, okay, in week 6, we're going to change. Like, that to me doesn't make any sense.
I don't disagree with you.
I mean, that's instant.
But guess
bad.
Guess how much time they gave Joe Flacco last year?
2 weeks?
No, it was about 5-6 weeks.
Yeah.
And they pulled the plug and went to Dylan Gabriel and traded Joe.
Was it 5 weeks? They really went that long with him?
Yeah. Like, I mean, so, like, I can't sit here and just say that Chad is completely crazy and there's no way that that's going to happen. That is that is a very Brownsian scenario that he laid out there. I mean, this is right.
Yeah, I think what he said though made sense though. Like, it's like, again, if you're a head coach and you're looking for your guy, Watson would be the guy. I mean, I know there are a lot of folks that like Sanders. I like Sanders too.
Yeah.
But if what was the term? And I always have to ask Justice too, because I always forget. They calling Todd Monken like an interim head coach, like or a guy that, and I think he's proved that's not true since he got here from day one.
Oh, I would
stopgap coach.
I call them a stopgap.
Yeah,
and I'll be honest, like
do you still believe that?
My view of the hire, I've done a 180 on. I was very skeptical when they announced that Todd Monken was the hire. I was like, you got to be kidding me. But now that I have observed a lot and seen how the offseason program has been run,
seen the light.
I don't know if I've seen the light, but like I have to be fair about it and just say, hey, but Todd did a hell of a job this offseason putting in his system and running the offseason program and the veteran minicamp. Yeah, I have to be fair and give Todd his credit.
Well, what is that worth? I mean, no one's hitting anybody.
I get it, but I'm just saying from my standpoint, if I'm going to sit there and go on the air in January when they hire the guy and be like, yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. This seems like this is a total temporary type of a situation, right?
Right.
And then he goes and he's doing a really good job so far. I have to be fair and give him his credit for doing a good job. And if he continues, and he seems to really have the team's attention, when they make mistakes, he's stopping practice and making them re-rack a play if they didn't line up correctly or the shift in motion isn't correct or whatever. Like, I have to be fair and give Todd Monken his credit, and that's all I'm trying to do here.
So let me just get this, Drew.
And if the players respond and win games this fall, Todd's going to be back. And if they continue to respond and win games next year, guess what? Todd's going to be back, and I'll be wrong. That's how this works. If he wins, he stays. If he loses, he goes. So that's how the business works.
I mean, we've talked before, and I think we've even on our podcast that we've talked about Camp Cupcake going into things, and that guys were never ready when the season was.
This is not going to be Camp Cupcake this year. First of all, the practices are going to be in the afternoon. Remember, their first 2 games are in Jacksonville and Tampa in September. When's the worst time that you want to play football in Florida? It's the month of September. So I guarantee you we are going to have afternoon practices. I'm just guessing 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon till 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Why? Well, that's the hottest time of day in August here in Northeast Ohio.
Right.
So I totally could see, and this is me guessing. I've not been told anything. I'm just making an educated guess here. I could see Todd Monken running his training camp practices in those windows to prepare his team appropriately for the first 2 weeks of the season.
So my bigger question for you, though, is do you like the attitude that you watch and you saw and didn't feel like guys were working hard and guys are trying to, and coaches are earning respect?
100%.
And no one's coming in thinking this is going to be a cakewalk.
I have nothing negative to say about what I observed from Todd Monken, his coaching staff, and the offseason program. Not a single negative thing to say about it. It was run professionally and extremely well. The players responded to it. He was tough on the players. I mean, I made the joke the Wednesday of the minicamp when he couldn't talk, right? I made the joke, he lost his voice because he's been cussing too many players out. And by the way, that's not me trying to be funny and a comedian here. No, he spends practice cussing players out for not doing what they're supposed to be doing, including his quarterbacks and wide receivers. 100%. So, again, I have nothing negative to say about the job Todd Monken has done as head coach of the Cleveland Browns to this point right now.
It was funny before they traded Myles Garrett that, we were wondering, well, Myles isn't at camp, but Denzel wasn't at camp either. And I thought it was interesting that.
Well, you mean the OTAs?
OTAs, yeah, I'm sorry. Optional too. But I don't think we really, I don't know that we've ever talked about this too, the guys that didn't show. So.
Well, I mean, Delpit was in and out. We saw a little, he wasn't there all the time, but he popped in and out. Like, again, it's voluntary. The only thing is mandatory is that minicamp, and everyone that was supposed to be there was there. By the way, Myles was at the Rams OTAs. I just want to point that out.
Well, wouldn't you have been there, though, if you were him? I mean, he happened to sign those days, too. So, what else did he have going on? Unless he was going to go look for another house, do a little house shopping.
We did ask it. We did when Andrew Berry was on with Lima and I.
Yeah.
I think I'm the one that asked if Andrew was a little hurt that Myles showed up for the Rams OTAs but wouldn't show up to the Browns. And Andrew, being the wonderful human being that he is, he answered the question very well and also didn't answer the question, if you know what I'm saying.
No, I know.
Because I would have been like, yeah, that was kind of a jerk thing to do for Myles there. That would be me. Now, is for Andrew in his position, he can't say that, but I can. 100% I can say that.
Did you?
But also the Rams are competing for a Super Bowl, and, well, let's be honest, the Browns really aren't. So would you show up to Browns OTAs at that point?
No,
either?
I brought this up
because I wouldn't.
Hang on, I brought this up with Jeff last week. I'm going to give it to you when we come back here in a second. I have a little conspiracy theory about something that happens this time of year and what your future may be.
Is it better than the Browns are totally trading Shedeur Sanders at some point theory?
No.
Okay.
We'll talk about that too then. How about that? We'll do both those. I love it. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You know who's in? Darryl Ryder.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky.
92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You know, you can always listen to this show, and you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. Our show, Baskin and Phelps, although today with Daryl Ryder, from 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterson from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. You can subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now. All right, Daryl and I were talking about conspiracy theories,
but first I want to pass along some training camp news.
Oh, okay, good, yeah.
So the NFL has announced all the training camp dates for everybody. So the Browns rookies will report to Berea for training camp on July 23rd. The veterans will report on July 28th. First full practice is going to be July 29th. And the Browns will host the Bills for a joint practice on August 20th. So there you go.
So the first joint practice is the Bills here,
yes.
right?
And apparently that's going to be the only joint practice according to the NFL, which because they announced all the scheduled joint practices with teams. Because, there was some talk, would the Browns do something with the Bears and all that, but the only official joint practice session will be August 20th. The Browns will host the Buffalo Bills.
What if that's open to the public or not?
I'm going to say that one's probably not going to be. I don't know. But, the Browns will announce what they're going to do as far as open dates out in Berea here, shortly. But that's from the NFL. The NFL made that announcement today.
Just out of curiosity, give me a construction update on what's going on across the street. Because they're putting a high school stadium in over there too, right?
Yeah,
which is also going to be a part of their complex.
Well, that's that cross-country mortgage campus expansion that they're doing. So the University Hospital's building is close to being weather-tight. It might be weather-tight now.
Okay.
I know they were still putting windows and stuff in and wrapping the building and all that, getting the facade taken care of. I know that
that's going to be kind of like a Drunsky West. So they've got the one at Ahuja.
Well, I mean, it's going to be that. They're going to have the new stadium sales center in there, and then they're also going to have a Browns multimedia facility for their in-house multimedia production. It's all going to be in that building. So that building's going up. The Barker Hotel thing, that's going up now.
Wow.
Across the street. They've actually put in the new layout for the road and the cul-de-sac or roundabout or whatever and all that. That's been put in.
Coming in from the other way.
Coming in off of Lou Groza Boulevard.
Oh,
there.
cool.
Okay, so that's all the infrastructure.
And that was the street that was once houses.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's been realigned and everything like that. So that's been put in. I know the parking lot is being put in right now too. I don't know if that's going to be open for training camp or not. We'll see. But that's all part of this big expansion project they're doing. They haven't gotten to the stadium construction yet, and they haven't gotten to the apartments construction yet, which is going to be on Front Street. Because the stadium and the apartments are going to border Front
Over by
Street
where the
and
car
Lou
dealer
Groza.
was, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the old car dealership. That's actually going to be a parking lot.
Okay.
It's on the corner of Front Street and Lou Groza Boulevard is where the apartments are going to be facing Front Street.
Sure.
And then the football stadium's going to be in between the Barker Hotel and the apartments there. So
I wonder when do you have
next year?
Oh, so the football stadium. So that would probably be available for training camp for next year.
We'll see
for fans.
We'll see.
And high schools are going to use that too. That's a cooperation with the city, isn't it?
Berea Mid Park is going to play their football games at that stadium.
So they're moving from Finney.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And the Browns hope to use that facility as well for some practices for fans. like night practices and stuff like that.
That'll be cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful when it's done.
It's pretty amazing.
Right now, it's a sloppy mess because it's construction, and construction always is a sloppy mess.
Right.
That's not a criticism. That's just how it goes.
Right.
So they're working on that.
Do you realize they put in like 22 fields since they took over?
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Well, this project itself is going to cost over $150 million that they're doing. They're the second largest employer for the city of Berea. Did you know that? Baldwin Wallace is number one.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. So all right, looking forward to that. That'll be cool. So
what's your conspiracy theory?
Here's my conspiracy theory. You threw me for a loop there.
Well, you asked the question, I gave you the answer.
Well, no, I mean, it was good information. I'm looking forward to do we know the last question on that high school stadium they're building? I wonder what that's going to hold.
It's going to be about 7,000 seats.
I'm sure they're going to get playoff.
Which is an average.
I'm sure they'll get playoff games there.
I'm sure they'll get playoff games there. Absolutely.
I'm kind of surprised, Ignatius hasn't probably tried to put a bid in to make that their home field too.
Well, Ignatius plays at Parma, don't they?
At Byers, but Byers they've had some issues there the last couple of years.
And St. Ed's plays.
They play at the Madhouse on Madison.
Yeah, in Lakewood.
They play at Lakewood.
Yeah.
Which is another cool stadium.
It's a great stadium.
I'll tell you what's another great stadium that it's underused.
We have some really. Brunswick's got an awesome stadium. Mentor has a great stadium. Euclid.
Yeah, the Euclid's the one that always gets me because I like that Euclid stadium. So they left the old stadium up there too, right? Bobby DiBiasio Stadium is what that is over there. But what's weird is they didn't put bathrooms or a locker room or concession stands in there.
What, at the new Euclid
Stadium? At the Euclid one, yeah. Oh. That Euclid Stadium's awesome. I mean, it's so cool. It's got like this.
It's like a little. It's like a mini horseshoe.
No, it's a complete circle. It's
it is.
Yeah,
okay.
It's awesome. It like reminds me of. I mean, I hate to say it, like a tiny big house.
No, you say Notre Dame Stadium. Notre Dame Stadium is the same configuration as the big house.
Yeah, all right, I'll give you that. Okay, fair. That's fair.
Listen, I'm trying to give you an out here. Bass can take it.
I know, but
take the off ramp.
I know, I've been in both, but I'm just kind of like it's got that old time like Rose Bowl feel. That's what it is. That's truthfully what it is.
Okay,
it's the Rose Bowl feel.
Okay.
So you got that going for you too. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if I would venture to say.
I guarantee you they're going to get OHSAA football playoff games there. 100%.
Yeah. Well, I can also. I can't wait to see what happens when the new dome is up because every state that has a dome
plays the state championship.
Plays their state championships inside a dome.
Well, Pittsburgh hosts the Pennsylvania state championship games.
No dome.
At the Steelers Stadium. Well, I keep forgetting what they call Acrisure Stadium. Is that what it's called?
Acrisure.
I keep wanting to call the place Heinz Field.
Well, they do, but there's no other dome there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And by the way, I think the Hall of Fame is a great place to play. I mean, why wouldn't you want to play the state high school championships there? But I got to think somewhere down the line.
I think there's a real possibility they end up in Brook Park.
Yeah, I don't. And the Browns have had a really, really, really good relationship with the Ohio High School Athletic Association.
Well, and they're the ones that have spearheaded the girls flag football. They have been really spearheading that. They do not only the installation of fields. I think 22 they're up to now.
The next one's 22. Richmond Heights, I think, is their next field. So
with the two that they're doing this year, that gets them to 22. But also they do the helmets program and the equipment program.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
So they do a lot of really good stuff when it comes to supporting high school sports and especially high school football.
Rydell comes out to the high school and they do these measurements. It's really neat.
Yeah.
And by the way, another local company that deserves a tip of the cap. All right, so here's my conspiracy theory. All right, you tell me if you can read into this. What do Joe Hayden, Jarvis Landry, Greg Newsome, David Njoku all have in common?
They're all former Cleveland Browns?
That did one thing in particular.
Run the list again.
Hayden.
Yeah.
Landry.
Yeah.
Newsome.
Yeah.
Njoku.
They all went on to play elsewhere?
They all Jeff didn't want to buy into the story or my conspiracy when I brought this up.
By the way, I'm factually correct, though, right?
100%.
Okay.
You're factually correct.
Okay. But not the answer you were looking for.
No, I just think it's interesting now and there's time gaps in there, but and it's the NFL, right? Like your average length of stay at most teams is 3 years, right? Now most of these
3 to 5 years, right?
3 to 5 years, right?
Okay.
they all hosted that celebrity softball game in Eastlake.
Oh, so are you trying to say Denzel Ward is on the hot seat?
I don't want to say he's on the hot seat, but it is interesting that Denzel is this.
Oh, are you trying to say that the celebrity softball the celebrity charity softball game is cursed?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
But this isn't the first time that Denzel's put his name on that.
Yes.
Is it?
It is. Yeah. Denzel's played in it before, but it's the first time his
For
name
some
was.
reason, I thought he hosted it before.
It started off as Joe Hayden in 2014.
Yeah.
And it was the Joe Hayden and Friends charity softball game.
Uh-huh.
They did it for 3 years.
Right.
In 17 and 18, after Hayden left, they didn't have a game. In 2019, Jarvis Landry held it.
Okay.
It was Jarvis Landry and Friends celebrity softball game. In 2020, they didn't have one because of the pandemic. In 21, Landry came back and did it again.
Okay.
And they had Baker Mayfield, Travis Kelce, and Odell Beckham Jr.
I feel like you have to host it for multiple years then for this to apply, because so far we have multiple years of hosting it.
Nope. Greg Newsome only hosted it for 1 year.
Oh, okay.
It was Greg Newsome and Friends.
Okay.
In 2023. In 24-25, Ninjoku took over.
Okay.
And then last year, Denzel took over.
And then this year it's Denzel. Come on. No, you can't be. No, they're not trading.
I'm just saying.
They're not trading Denzel. Come on now.
If things go sideways near the trade deadline, why wouldn't he be the next guy that you would think of? I don't want them to trade him. I want him to play here forever. I want him to be a lifelong Cleveland Brown.
I feel like if there's one guy that does need to be a career Brown, it was not Myles Garrett. It needs to be Denzel Ward.
As long as he stays healthy, everything's good, you know?
Well, can we have a conversation about this then?
What that statement when someone says,
yeah.
if someone, I hate when people bring that
I
up.
get frustrated with it. People act like that Denzel Ward
wants
has
to be.
missed.
He doesn't want to be.
No, not that. People act like he misses 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17 games a year. He doesn't. He misses 1 to 3 games per year.
Yeah.
I can live with that.
In
I'm
the
okay with
NFL now, yes, you can. Especially when they go to 18 games, yeah.
I can totally, but there's this narrative out there that Denzel Ward misses all this time.
No.
He doesn't. He misses 1 to 3 games a year. And when by the way,
when you miss him? When you don't hear his name during the game because he's doing a good job because
they weren't even throwing to his side.
That's right.
He got the Darrelle Revis respect last year. Teams didn't even bother to throw on his side of the field. Because I remember we were talking to him in the season about, hey, you're not getting chances at interceptions and PBUs and stuff. And he's like, yeah, they're not even throwing to me right now. Like, I can't break up passes if they won't even look my way. Which, that's how great he's played. I really don't think
Which means, truthfully, no news is good news when you're that good and you don't hear their person's name. That means they're that good.
I just think Browns fans need to put more respect on Denzel Ward's name. I really do. I have to take up for the guy. Look, Denzel doesn't need me to defend him, not by any stretch. But I'm just saying, I don't feel like Denzel Ward gets the respect from Browns fans he deserves. He is tremendous. He really is. And I don't think that fans give him enough credit for that.
All right, your conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just a theory. There's no conspiracy behind it.
All right, it is a quarterback theory. You'll hear it next. Baskin and Phelps with Daryl Ryder. 92.3 The Fan.
Wolverines from this past season. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Daryl Ryder. I'm Andy Baskin. You want to join in on the show? You're always welcome to. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. That is the number. And if you missed a moment in our show, make sure you use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Of course, it's our friends at Integrated Restoration. Daryl, all right, so I told you my little, mine was more of a, I don't know, just a weird little.
Coinkydink?
It's like a hiccup.
Little
right?
coincidence.
It's like a jump in the matrix that we're all living in, right?
You've connected some dots. You're trying to get Denzel Ward traded or released or sent elsewhere.
Stop. Don't be that guy. Don't do that.
I'm sorry. That's the last thing. That was very Anthony Lima of me.
That was very slippery.
It was.
Yeah.
I apologize.
You gonna shave today, or what are you doing? What do you got going on?
No, are
you growing a mustache?
No, it just.
I think you should grow a mustache.
No.
I don't know. I think if it would grow in,
I haven't cut my hair in too much.
Or not?
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yeah, she says no.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not.
I need to be cleanly shaven. Look, I shaved yesterday.
I think you totally could do the cowboy look.
No, I can't. I shaved yesterday. I didn't shave this morning.
Are you serious? That's one day?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like if Daryl tried to do a mustache, it would be that "Hello, fellow kids" moment because like Gen Z guys are now like they're trying to bring back the '70s porn stash. So I feel like if Daryl tried to do that, everyone would be like, "Act your age, Daryl."
I'm trying to look up the cartoon character who has the separated pencil mustache.
Yeah, but that's more than a pencil. You're doing
no,
all right
it's
there.
no, it's a very it's not a complete full. It's separated in the middle. And it's like a pencil. No, I can't do it. And I get the little patch on my chin, and then I get the freckle hairs on because I can't grow a beard. Like,
I'm gonna tell you exactly who it is, and I'm gonna put it back out. It's what was that? It was
Sydney Whiplash from the Rocky and Bullwinkle show.
Who? Snidely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's who.
Was he also in that? There was a racer show. Do you remember that show? It was a cartoon. They would do race every week, and it was all kinds of cartoon characters. Snidely.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Snidely Whiplash from Rocky and Bullwinkle. That's 100%.
There's another guy, though. I don't know if that... Maybe they just reused that. Maybe they reused them. Now you've got me distracted. All right, tell me about our quarterbacks. Tell me you have a theory.
So I do have a theory that... I do see a world, and it's why I asked Scott Petrak the question I did, and he said I'm a little nuts for it, and that's okay. I do see a world where Shedeur Sanders is not a Cleveland Brown this fall. I think that...
How does that happen?
Oh, I think a couple of ways. One, they draft Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental.
Bro, you're right. It does look like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Snidely Whiplash.
Thank you.
Okay. Wow,
Then,
Alvin Molina played him in a live-action film for Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Oh, okay.
Perfect, yeah. You know he is, right? Doc Ock? The guy that played... Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Don't look at me like I'm nuts. I'm just trying to be nice.
No, I know.
I'm sure there are people who are like, who's Alfred Molina?
This is why I will not grow it in. I grew it in during COVID. I mean, wasn't around anyone. I didn't shave for like a month, and... Someone saw, like, you need to shave.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't ever do that again.
Jeff has been. I've gone on a couple runs here where I haven't shaved for about a week.
Yeah, no,
or two.
I shaved yesterday morning, and I didn't shave this morning.
It's a new world. You think about it, if we were sitting here 40 years ago, 30 years ago.
But you can't see it too well on the YouTube. You can't see it all.
Oh, you can't?
No,
put some makeup on you.
I know I can get away with it for like a day or two. It's after day 3 when you really start to see it on camera. This
is only day 1.
I have test run this. How long can I go without shaving and I can get away with it on camera? I've already done the test run.
All right. Congratulations on your follicle success. Tell me about the quarterback situation.
No, I'm losing it up top. I'm getting a little thin.
Stop.
That's what. No, that is why I'm letting the hair grow long, because I'm getting some thin spots.
Okay.
100%.
You're not getting thin spots.
Yeah.
Put your head down. Let me see. Let me see the back of your head.
Here?
Not even close.
Here and here, it's really thin.
Big deal. You got
the hair's covering it up.
You're good.
I'm not doing the comb over. I'm doing the comb back, but it is getting thin.
You're sitting in a chair where Phelps sits every day. So
I'm aware. Maybe that's why I'm getting thin, because I always sit in this chair.
That is true. I would say
you went Slippery Wizard to open the show, sitting in the chair that Anthony Lima sits in. I sit in Phelps' chair, and I'm starting to go bald.
Probably from me stressing you out. Tell me about the quarterback situation. Tell me about your theory.
I think that there is a scenario in which Shedeur Sanders is not a Cleveland Brown and he gets traded.
How does that happen?
Number one, they draft Brendan Sorsby. So that'd be two quarterbacks that they will have brought in. Taylor Green and Sorsby.
Stop. They're not bringing Sorsby in. Please don't do that to me for the rest of the day.
I think that there's a possibility that Sorsby, I am convinced that Barry's going to put in a bid on Sorsby. I know what everyone's reporting. And so here's the analogy I used yesterday, Andy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If my phone buzzes right now and says, hey, Daryl, we have zero interest in Brendan Sorsby, okay? I will relay that to the audience. Hey, I just got a text that says the Browns are out on Brendan Sorsby, so we can stop talking about it.
You did not get that text.
I've not gotten that, but I'm just saying. And that's kind of what's happening right now. People are being told the Browns are out on Brendan Sorsby, and that's why that's out there. It's factual, right? Hey,
it's factual in this moment.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't believe that to be the case. I think they're absolutely in on Brendan Sorsby in the sense that they're doing their homework and they're preparing to decide whether or not they're going to bid a pick. Right?
Todd Monken sounded like he wanted nothing to do with them.
That's well and good. That's
am I
well
right
and
or am I wrong on that?
No,
though?
you're 100% right.
Okay.
I played the clips on my show.
Another reason to like Todd Monken.
Okay. So maybe Todd Monken's selling it the other way. Andrew Berry, when he was on with Lima and I a couple weeks ago, what did he say? Hey, we have to find out. Is he good or bad? Is he a good or bad person? Is it just a poor decision making and a mistake? Has the pattern of behavior been corrected? Has he surrounded himself with the right people that now help him continue to stay on the right path? This is all part of that process in evaluating the situation. There's the other part of this. Is he better than any of the quarterbacks that are going to come out in next year's draft? But my point is, okay, if you draft Taylor Green, you put in the bid on Sorsby, you're telling me that you don't believe in Shedeur Sanders because your actions are telling me that. Okay? So, yeah, I do think that there's a possibility that Shedeur does get traded. Or Deshaun wins the job and you decide that, Shedeur hasn't done enough to show you he can be a starter for you in Todd Monken's offense. So that's another scenario in which I could see him traded. I don't think I'm as crazy as everyone wants to make it
so
sound
let me ask
that I am.
What's the value then on Sanders?
I don't know what you get for
Some
him.
people think he should have been the first overall pick. The actual reality of it was he was a fifth-round pick.
I think you're probably getting a 6 for him. Maybe a 7.
So you're going to lose a round or 2 for him?
Oh, I mean, I don't know what his trade value is. I'm just hypothesizing that I do see a world where the Browns could trade Shedeur Sanders. I'm not saying it's happening. I'm not saying it's in the works. It's just a theory that I have. Just like you have a theory that everyone that hosts the softball game goes on to greener pastures from the Browns
at some point.
And now Denzel Ward, because he hosted this year, could potentially be the next.
His name is not. Maybe it sticks. Maybe he breaks the tradition.
Hopefully he does.
Maybe he's
As I said, if anyone should be a career Cleveland Brown, should be Denzel Ward. But yeah, that's my.
Who would be interested in Shedeur?
I have no idea.
Is there a scenario for him? And the other part of this too was, because Dan brings this up too, and I think we've had this conversation, that Deshaun, what if they released Deshaun at this point? What's the difference?
They can't. The salary cap hit is they can't do it. They can't get out of Deshaun's contract until March of next year when they June 1st designate him for release so that they can split the remaining cap charges over the 27 and 28 fiscal year. He will be on their salary cap books through the 2028 season. 2029, when they go into the Dome, will be the first year Deshaun Watson is not on their salary cap books. He comes off their cash books this year. Okay? But remember, cash and cap are two separate things. This is the last year that they have to pay Deshaun Watson money.
So you're saying, okay, so let me get this straight. The payment, if it was cash only,
they're out of it. They're done this year.
They could just release him right now and pay him off and see you later, right? If it was cash only
If
and
it was
not
cash
cap.
only, yes. But there's the salary cap computation. They can't release him. They can't do it. They can't do it until next year. There's too much remaining on the books from a salary cap standpoint. That's why they put the dummy year on his contract.
Okay.
Remember when everyone lost their mind because they added 2027 at the veteran minimum to his contract?
Okay.
That's a dummy year. That's not guaranteed money. That's just a dummy year put on the contract so they can do the post-June 1
But is that a vet?
Yeah, it's
that's
a vet minimum. He's not seeing that $1.3 or $1.4 million.
But is that off the cap?
No, it's not. It was put on there so that they can post June 1 designate him next year. They can cut him and post June 1 designate him.
The Browns are going to have to pay him anyway.
They've
right?
already paid him. This is the last year that they have to pay him.
Okay.
These are the last installments of the $230 million in cash. But they've been kicking the can down the road with the restructures and on the voidable years and all that kind of stuff with his contract.
I just wonder, what is the cap hit? And what's the difference if they... But like, if you're going to have the cap hit there, does it matter if he's actually there or not? Are you penalized more if his body isn't here? Does that make sense? If you're going to have to take cap hit anyway, and you want to bring in a different quarterback, what's the difference? Do you understand what I'm asking at this point on that? Does that make sense?
Yes, and I'm looking it up for you right now so I can give you specific numbers.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. This is why
his 2026 dead cap hit. Are you ready?
Yes.
Hold on to your butts, people.
Okay.
$131.1 million.
Who's next after that? Or is it just him? Or are you just looking at him?
No. You asked me about Deshaun, so I looked up Deshaun.
I know.
Okay.
Okay, so he's 131
dead cap hit.
Whether he's on the roster or not.
If they cut him today, he's a $131 million salary cap charge. They can't do it.
What's the charge if he's on the team then? Nothing.
Well, the charge is $44.9 million if he's on the team.
Okay, now I'm starting to understand this cap logic because we dance around it.
Meredith, I'm going to need something stronger than water, please.
Well, stop. I mean, look, the difference is that they're frozen from 131.
By the way, hang on, time out. Before someone gets me on some sexist comment there, that was a joke.
I was about to say, you could probably get something a little stronger downstairs. They have coffee downstairs if you need something stronger than water.
I don't think coffee's going to do it.
Let me just double check here. So if they cut him right now, it's $131.1 million against the cap
on the salary cap.
If they keep him, it's only $44.9.
It's about $45 million cap charge this year. Right. That's why they have to keep him.
All right, there you go.
Now do you understand?
Yeah, but now you've explained it.
And that is why
I've heard it other ways before, and I'm like, well, then if that was the case, then you got to pay him the $131 million anyway. Just do it. What's the difference?
Yeah.
You can bring another player onto the roster.
So now they can post June 1 him next year, and it'll be a $35 million, approximate 34 and change, just under $35 million next year, and $51 million the following year.
Headlines. We've got headlines coming up next. Baskin and Phelps with Daryl Ryder, 216-474-0092.
I need a drink.
already clinched Group D and will be moving on to the round of 32, but they have one more group play match on Thursday against Turkey before they advance on to the second round next week. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. He's Daryl Ryder. I'm Andy Baskin. A lot of things going on. We have talked about the Browns. We talked about the Cavs. We're going to get back into the Cavaliers. As a matter of fact, Ethan Sands from Cleveland.com and the Wine and Gold Talk podcast. He'll join us coming up at 1 o'clock as we teeter on the edge of the NBA draft, which is coming up tomorrow night. So we're going to talk about all those things. But first, let's do some headlines. Live from the best location in the nation, here's Meredith Kane in our 16-minute newsroom.
There wasn't a lot of gusto on that intro.
Yeah, I know. I didn't have it. I've gone through, I did the Big Chuck and Little John Open a couple weeks ago.
And she didn't like
you always go so big and bold for Menigan, and then the day that I do it, you're like, live. Here's Meredith. Headlines.
She didn't like my intro last week either.
Oh, what did you do? How did you
you kind of do the same thing. It's time for, hey, it's time for headlines.
Oh,
Here's
no, it's got to be bigger.
I just want lots of fanfare, that's all.
Live from downtown Cleveland, Ohio, where news doesn't matter anywhere else until she says so. She's Meredith Kane, and this is your headlines.
That's much better. Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome. I give you a little.
I still thought that was pretty weak, but that's just
I know. I
it was
do better.
It was weak, but it was better.
Yeah, but the energy was there. The energy.
So the big news of the day, Dusty May, former head coach of the Michigan Wolverines, is reportedly taking the head coaching gig with the Dallas Mavericks. May was with the Wolverines for 2 seasons. He had a 64-13 record. They won the national championship last season, and now it looks like Mike Boynton Jr. will be the interim head coach for the Wolverines. Only 2 seasons.
Yeah,
at a Power 5 or Power 4, whatever you want to call it, because I believe he was at Florida Atlantic before he went to Michigan.
Did win a national championship, though, so there's something to be said for that.
2 seasons and he's off to the NBA.
I'm sure it'll go well, just like all those other college coaches outside of Brad Stevens.
I think that's the story. Like, how hard is it to make that transition? Other than Brad Stevens, it's not easy to make that transition from college to the pro. So, well, good luck to him. Good luck. I remember the last Michigan coach that got a job.
Well, Michigan State, but
no, here.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did not go well.
No.
I love that. Oh, yeah.
Well, listen, I do have a tip for him. Very, very important coaching tip for him going into the NBA. Are you ready for it?
Okay, let's listen.
Do not have your players run chairs in training camp.
That's bad?
Not good.
Not good. Why did Beeline do that here?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah.
What were they doing?
You know how you set up the chairs and you dribble through the chairs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they did that in training camp.
Oh, my, like kids camp? Like a Mark
So
Price
basically what you're saying is don't treat fully grown adults like they're children.
Correct.
That's your advice.
Yes.
Urban Meyer said it's a great idea.
Urban Meyer thinks a lot of things are great ideas.
How'd that go for him with the Jaguars?
Exactly.
So I think another thing to watch with Michigan is the transfer portal. Players will have a 15-day window to enter the portal, and that begins 5 days after a new coach is announced. So I do think that the transfer portal from Michigan and their recruits, it will be something interesting to keep an eye on. Because if you're
they all go
going
to Ohio
into
State, they need help. Please.
Do you think they would do that though?
Yes. 100%.
That's interesting. So if you were
Used to be you didn't touch anybody from the Big Ten. Those days it used to be Big Ten schools wouldn't touch anybody else from another Big Ten school if they wanted to transfer.
The game's a little different today.
Yeah, I know. Well, money can, You're right.
And I'm guessing Michigan's class was a little better than the Buckeyes class, so.
All right, so other NBA news happening today. Shams Charania said this morning on ESPN that he thinks Giannis will get dealt before the draft tomorrow. So if he is correct, if his assertion is correct, we could be seeing Giannis get moved in the next 24 to 36 hours. Right now, it's looking like a two-man race between the Celtics and the Heat. I believe, if I read correctly, it looks like if Giannis wants to go anywhere, he wants to go to Miami. But what do you guys think the likelihood of a Giannis trade happening within the next 24 to 36 hours?
Oh, I think he's getting traded. It's just a matter of where is he going to. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any.
But before the draft, though?
Yeah, because the trade is going to involve probably draft assets that could be used tomorrow night.
That will still go up and wear the hat of the team that even if the trade doesn't. At what point do they cut that off? I hate that.
Oh, that's
I can't
the weakest.
stand that. They still do it.
Well, I think, though, if you do it before the draft, you're good.
The trade has to be consummated before.
Correct.
Yes.
The paperwork has to be approved and all that before the draft, and then you don't have to do the stupid hat trick thing that they do.
It's so dumb. It is dumb.
Come put on your hat of the team that you're not going to play for in about 5 minutes.
What are the odds of Giannis ending up here?
It would be fun. I don't think the odds are very high, but I think it would be a lot of fun.
I don't know if this is right. But
Shedeur Sanders has a better chance of being traded by the Browns.
Who has a better chance of playing for the Cavaliers, Giannis Antetokounmpo or Shedeur Sanders?
Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur.
I don't think Giannis is going to end up here. Also, too, you got to remember who owns these teams and who's running these teams. There's a little rivalry between Haslam Sports Group and Dan Gilbert's Rock Entertainment Group.
I was waiting for you to say that. Yeah,
they're unless.
So here's the question: if there wasn't a little bit of friction between the Haslams and the Gilberts, do you think that that's a trade that would possibly happen, or do you just think that Giannis has no interest in playing in Cleveland, therefore he's not? Cleveland's not on the table for him.
I would think if the Dome Stadium ended up downtown, there'd be a better chance of that trade happening.
Well,
I mean, Dan just wants to build downtown, wants to build everything downtown. So, and I'm sure he wasn't real happy.
There's also not 130 acres in downtown available to build on.
Yeah, I don't know.
They did. They looked. Not available. No, I think Giannis is going to end up elsewhere. He's not going to be a Cavalier. And
you could eminent domain that too. If that city wanted to come in, and they could eminent domain some and land property if they wanted to.
Okay. Can you break down the salary cap implications of Deshaun Watson for me too while you're at it?
Do you want to know a little bit more about how politics work? I'll be happy to tell you.
Oh, I'm very well. Listen,
I was about to say, I feel like Daryl's like the first and foremost political reporter just in the area. I think he
was trying to make fun of me because I was talking about eminent domain.
He's learned more about politics in the last 18 months than most of us will forget.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not.
And you know what? I've never been happier to not have to cover that for my full-time employment.
I was hoping that you would give us the Ohio budget again. Line 6, go.
All right, really big news story over the weekend. Andy, I'm sure you had no idea this was happening, and I'm sure Daryl has a lot of opinions about this. Senators have traded Brady Tkachuk to the Panthers.
I love it.
He'll be joining his brother Matthew with the Panthers. This is according to Pierre LeBrun of The Athletic. He said, "My understanding is the Senators had conversations with Carolina and Vegas, which were the other two teams on Tkachuk's list. I think Minnesota's on that list, 4-team list, but in the end, Brady wanted to go join his brother in Florida." And I think that's really, really interesting because usually when hockey players request trades, they don't really have that much control over where they want to go. And there are reports that were saying that Brady had complete control over where he wanted to go in a trade, which is very weird.
For the NHL tour.
Weird for the NHL. Yeah, that is that is not an NHL thing.
I can tell you why. I mean, the NHL's got to love it because it makes Florida even a bigger draw for the NHL. Like people will start. You may be a non-NHL fan and be like, "Oh, the Tkachuk brothers are there because because you've seen them play together in for Team USA or Nations Cup or whatever." I think this is good for the game. In fact, I would say that if you're a hockey fan and you're a baseball fan here in Cleveland, it's likening to having Robbie and Sandy Alomar play together. Same kind of thing. I mean, I think it's good for the game. I think it's fun, and I'm excited for it. So.
Well, something also similar happened a few weeks ago. Dylan Larkin requested a trade from the Red Wings. And if you know Dylan Larkin, he's a Michigan native. He's a captain of the Red Wings. That's like if you grew up, in the city of Cleveland and you became quarterback of the Browns. Like that's what this is like for Dylan Larkin, but he also requested a trade. I don't believe that's happened yet, but the teams that he had on his list were the Panthers, the Wild, and the Golden Knights, almost the exact same list as Brady Tkachuk. So I think that's very interesting, especially since with those three teams in particular, they have a lot of members from the Team USA Olympic hockey team on all three of those teams. So
it's fun.
It feels a little coordinated, like all those guys when they were on their, like when they were playing in the Olympics, they were like, hey guys, let's orchestrate some trades so we can all play together. I don't know. I'm a big, me. I love the NHL, and this is...
You mean like LeBron did?
Yeah, it's starting to feel a little bit like the NBA, which is really, really interesting that they are attempting to pull this off. And Brady Tkachuk did it successfully.
Yay for player empowerment coming to the NHL.
The NHL draft's later this week too, right?
Oh, I'm fully aware. Fully aware.
All right, you want a good little tidbit?
Sure.
Keep your eye on a kid named Ryder Fedorov.
Okay.
Goalie who played at Gilmore, and then he went to the OHL last year. He was the OHL goalie of the year. Played for the 67s last year in the OHL. Look for him to go. I've heard as high as the second round. A goalie who played here in Northeast Ohio. Wow. I mean, we have been.
That'll be really exciting if that happens.
It's cool. I mean, it's really cool. I think about all the people that have been drafted out of Northeast Ohio. It's tough, man. It is not easy. Although, I mean, he did play prep hockey, or did not play high school, played prep hockey here. But so it's kind of cool just to hear. You're going to hear a name that played here in Northeast Ohio that's got a shot to go early. So Ryder Fedorov, remember that name over the weekend. Okay.
All right, so I've got one more story for you guys. It has to do with the World Cup. Obviously, United States is doing well. They are undefeated so far after their 2-0 win over Australia on Friday. But if you're not following the United States, or if you are following the United States and want another team to follow, I would recommend following Cape Verde.
Oh, was that fun yesterday or what?
Yeah, so Cape Verde, they drew against Spain in their tournament opening game. That was a 0-0 draw, and Spain was ranked number 2 in the world going into the tournament. I believe Cape Verde was ranked 67th. So the fact that they drew was absolutely massive. But not only did they draw with Uruguay yesterday, they scored 2 points, which is the first time Cape Verde has ever scored in a World Cup tournament ever. So they got not just 1, but 2 goals. They drew, and now they're tied with Uruguay in second place for Group H. There's a very real possibility they could be moving on to the round of 32. Now, Cape Verde is an island. Their population is only 530,000 people. It is a very tiny island. It is probably the biggest underdog story of the entire tournament. So while you're rooting for the United States and following the United States, if you need another team to watch, highly, highly recommend Cape Verde.
I'm rooting for Scotland. Any team's fans that can drink Boston bars dry has my immediate love and respect. So if it's not going to be Team USA,
someone was telling me that
I'm going with Scotland.
That the alcohol consumption rate in Boston,
it exceeded St. Patty's Day.
Yeah, by 3.
Yeah,
it was
that's what I read last
times.
week.
Are you kidding?
And then if you need another reason to root for Scotland, I brought this up in headlines last week on Friday. The Tartan Army, the fans of Scotland, have come over and they've donated more than $10,000 to children's hospitals in the Boston area.
Yeah, and some other charities. By the way, they've now moved on to Miami. The Miami police, though, are not playing along with the cones on statues, though. That's very disappointing. Very, very disappointing.
Play along.
Yeah, come on. What are we
doing? It's a World Cup. Let's have some fun.
Let's have some
This only happens once every 4 years, and and the United States doesn't get selected that often, so...
No, I did not. I'm not getting political here, but I did hear a great line about the World Cup. It's like the World Cup is a giant sleepover for cousins who get to have a blast and have a lot of fun while their parents might bicker. Right? It's kind of what it feels like. It's been. I love it. I think it's so cool. The energy on this thing is fantastic, and it doesn't hurt that we're winning, or it doesn't hurt that we're winning. Yeah. Which is kind of fun, too. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call us if you want to get a hold of us. But when we come back, we're going to talk about everything that's going on in the NBA as we get set to see what happens with the draft and what the Cavaliers may or may not be able to do. Ethan Sands, Cleveland.com, Wine and Gold Talk podcast will join us next right here at Baskin and Phelps with Daryl Ryder.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. If the Boston Celtics are able to complete a trade for Milwaukee Bucks star forward Giannis Antetokounmpo, you can set it in stone right now. Next year's Eastern Conference Final in the NBA will be the reigning champion Knicks against Giannis and the Celtics. I'm Nick Kostos.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas.
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Daryl Ryder is in, 216-474-0092. We are going to talk NBA here. I just want to tip my cap real quick here before we get to the phone lines. I don't know if you saw this or not, but there were 8 schools that decided they didn't want to be Division II. They wanted to jump up to Division I. You have the option to jump up to Division I if you think your school's big enough or you think you can handle it. So I'm tipping my cap to Austintown Fitch, Cleveland Heights, Elyria, Euclid, and Hudson. They all decided they didn't want to. By population, they could have been Division II. They all decided to jump up to Division I. I think also Lutheran. I think it was Lutheran East that decided to do that in basketball too. So I give credit to these bigger schools or schools that had been bigger in the past that decided that they still wanted to continue to participate at that level. So and that just came out. There were 8 schools that opted to jump to Division I that didn't have to play in Division I. So congratulations to you on that. That's all. All right. All right. Let's talk about the Cavaliers. Let's talk about basketball a little bit. We got the draft coming up. What can the Cavs do? LeBron. There are all kinds of little things going on. So we wanted to bring in a man in the know. Ethan Sands from Cleveland.com, and the Wine and Gold Talk podcast is now on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hey, man, what's going on? How are you, Ethan?
What's going on, guys? Appreciate you having me on today. I really do appreciate it.
Well, thank you. We're glad you're able to join us. All right, first let's jump into the LeBron thing. Do you think LeBron's coming back, and do you think the Cavs have any way they could get in on the LeBron sweepstakes?
Ooh, hard-headed to start. I love it. I do think that there's a possibility for LeBron James to come back, but I'm unsure if it makes ultimate sense for the Cleveland Cavaliers unless they make another move alongside it, right? Because although LeBron James is a human specimen that still is being studied and is hard to compare anybody to, he's going to be 42 years old. He came into last season with sciatica. He also cannot carry the Cleveland Cavaliers the same way that he used to. So you would have to pair him alongside another player because even if you bring LeBron James back to Cleveland, he is not a 1A caliber player potentially ready or capable of carrying a team to a championship, which is the ultimate goal for the Cleveland Cavaliers this next year. Sure, pairing him alongside Donovan Mitchell and James Harden would be nice, but you still have different things that need to be figured out around the margins as well, and I know we'll get into those conversations today as well.
Yeah, here's the thing, Ethan. When LeBron came back in 2014, leading up to that, everyone's antennas went up because the Cavs started making moves to clear the books, clear the decks for him. We haven't seen any of that just yet. And so let me ask you this, maybe not so LeBron specific, but we know James Harden's going to do the opt-out, and the expectation is he's going to sign a contract that gets the Cavaliers under that second apron. I know the draft is tomorrow night. When do you think some of these moves, these ancillary moves, will start to be made for them to get the flexibility they need to be active this offseason, whether that is to bring LeBron back or do something else?
I think it has to start tomorrow, right? Because we understand the second apron is the biggest restrictor for the Cleveland Cavaliers, and one of the areas that they can utilize to get underneath the second apron is by trading back into the draft and not having a first-round pick, right? And that allows them to not only get into the second-round pick and to maybe get more options from teams like the Kings or the Nets who have multiple options in that second round, but it also has less mandated money to that first-round pick or to those second-round picks in this scenario. But also the understanding is the Cavs do not have to wait to extend or re-sign Dean Wade or Keon Ellis, and the fact that they have not been doing these things ahead of the draft showcases that they're not only looking for what they can get in the draft, but also what is going to be happening around the league, which also entails the Giannis Antetokounmpo trades, which also entails other moves around the Eastern Conference that are coming that are going to make other players more available and more readily available for the Cleveland Cavaliers to pursue, which I think is interesting as well because James Harden has until June 29th to opt out as well, which is coming up quicker than anybody wants to admit. And he has the opportunity to opt out at any time at this point and then take that team-friendly deal, which would also get the Cavs underneath the second apron and allow them to make more moves without having to aggregate salaries and all these other things. So I think it's important to keep in mind all of the situations that the Cavs are currently in, and also knowing that the Cavs can re-sign and work with their own free agents, whether that's James Harden on a player option, Keon Ellis, who I mentioned, Thomas Bryant, Larry Nance Jr., Craig Porter Jr. on a team option, Dean Wade, as I mentioned earlier, and Olivier Sarr, who was on a two-way contract. He's also a restricted free agent as well. So all of these different pieces are around the margins that are going to make a difference when it comes to the overall luxury tax, the apron percentages of where they are for where this Cleveland Cavaliers team is going to be. And while it's about the money, it's also about building the best team around this core of James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen. Also, depending on if Evan Mobley is still going to be on this team, because we also understand that while the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat are the biggest front runners for Giannis, Evan Mobley still is the best option for the Milwaukee Bucks in this scenario. But if he's still going to be here, the Cavs have to build around that end for the future as well as a safety net.
All right, you brought it up. Giannis for Evan. Handicap the odds. What do you think the odds are that actually does happen? And do you think that the Cavs are legit in the Giannis sweepstakes, or are we just trying to drum up something that there just really isn't anything there?
Well, based on all the reporting that's come out today, it's seeming less and less likely that the Cavs are front runners for this, right? As I mentioned, Boston Celtics trading Jaylen Brown, or the Miami Heat trading a plethora of young players, including Tyler Hero, to the Bucks. I would say that the Cavs, again, Evan Mobley is the best one-for-one, especially since the Cavs don't have a whole lot of draft capital. You would have to find a way to get that from other teams. It would have to be a 2-3 team deal as well. But I do think that the Cavs should continue to explore this and continue to be aggressive in this hunt because, as we've talked about, they need to make bigger moves to allow themselves to be in championship contention because as currently constructed, this Cavs team is not capable, especially in an Eastern Conference that is potentially going to get better in the next couple of days, right? Even if Boston doesn't make this trade for Giannis, Jason Tatum's going to be fully healthy. Jaylen Brown's going to be fully healthy if they're on the team together, right? Indiana, they now have Tyrese Halliburton, and they have Ivica Zubac. And you have New York Knicks coming off a championship run. So the Cavs need to be able to compete with these upper echelon teams in the Eastern Conference, and that's not even talking about the Western Conference teams. So are the Cavs in contention for Giannis? Potentially, but they have to find a way to make it more advantage-seeking for the Milwaukee Bucks rather than just giving Evan Mobley. There has to be another team involved in this case.
Ethan Sands covers the Cavs for Cleveland.com, joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's talk about Jared Allen for a second, just because I don't want to get rid of him. Like, I like the way he plays. I don't want to hear about him being on the trade block, but it just feels like if you're going to try to make some kind of move to get better, it's either going to be Mobley or Allen, and 9 out of 10 conversations I have, it always feels like Allen's the guy that they're going to move and to hang on to Mobley in that case. Your thoughts on Jared Allen and what would his value truly be out there in the free market?
Yeah, I think it's a great point because we've had this conversation since Kenny Atkinson arrived in Cleveland. One of the first questions asked him in his introductory press conference was, how do you get Jared Allen and Evan Mobley to play well together? And he said he had done it before with Kevon Looney and Draymond Green and Golden State, and understanding that they won a championship and all these things. But that simply hasn't been the case in the postseason for this Cleveland Cavaliers front court. And as much as we've seen the development and the growth of Evan Mobley and then the stagnation of last year and wanted to see him continue to take this leap, Jared Allen has been one of the most consistent pieces for this Cavs team, particularly in the postseason. Before he had a pierced rib against the Orlando Magic, he was one of the most impactful players in that series. And then again this year, Jared Allen was one of the best players in the postseason for the Cavs as well. And then you remember what he did in February when he was Black History Month JA and was in the running for Player of the Month. So there's an understanding of what he can do, how he pairs next to Donovan Mitchell, how he pairs next to James Harden, and is a better pick-and-roll player than Evan Mobley currently is. And we understand that there's a lot of runway for Evan Mobley. He's already a Defensive Player of the Year, second-team All-NBA, all these different things. But Jarrett Allen has different intangibles that Evan Mobley simply has not been able to tap into yet. And I think that's part of the reason why the Cavs are having these internal discussions of whether or not they want to part ways or if they want to just run it back because of the development that is still there for both of these players, because they're still potentially on the younger side rather than understanding where this Cavs team could be with different moves. So I do think it's an important point that you bring up about Jarrett Allen, his experience, and also just the connection that he's had with Kenny Atkinson, being with Kenny since his Brooklyn days with the Nets. So understanding that kind of connection as well, and just how important he is to being kind of like the lifeblood or the heart and soul of this team, because as Jarrett Allen has gone, the Cleveland Cavaliers have kind of gone. And also remembering the Detroit Pistons series where Dan Gilbert sat down and had a conversation with Kenny Atkinson about the importance of Jarrett Allen in that series, I think that cannot go undersaid because of how the owner of the organization feels about a certain player.
Yeah, you mentioned Dan Gilbert. You know, he had the post after the Knicks series, and I'm paraphrasing. It might not be an exact quote here, but he basically said, hey, we're nowhere near where we need to be, and we're going to work this offseason to make that happen. The consensus seems to be that Evan Mobley's the key to that, whether that's moving him for Giannis, whether that's him getting better as a player. My question to you, Ethan, is how long is the runway for Evan here? Because he's not a second or a third-year player. He's going to be going into year 6. He's got 5 years under his belt. I recognize, hey, he was Defensive Player of the Year, but let's be honest, if Wemby was healthy, Wemby was winning that award by a landslide. So how long do you think that runway of patience for the Cavaliers is for Mobley to realize his full potential as a player?
I think it's a great question because Evan Mobley is the safety net for this team to kind of avoid rebuild, right? Because especially if Donovan Mitchell has the opportunity to come back next year, if he re-signs on a supermax or whatever, because the likelihood that he signs this summer is not likely. But there's also the understanding that Donovan Mitchell could simply just walk next year if he doesn't believe that Cleveland is the place that he can win a championship. Although he has admitted at multiple occasions that he loves Cleveland, that he loves playing for this team, loves playing with his teammates, all these different things. Donovan Mitchell is trying to win a championship, and he's trying to find the place to do so. So if Donovan Mitchell walks, James Harden is going to be 36, 37 at this point, and potentially at the end of his career, then who are you looking to? And that's why I think the runway, the leeway for Evan Mobley is a little bit longer for this Cleveland Cavaliers organization, also understanding that they drafted him, they believed in him over other players around the league, and there's just an understanding of what his floor is and where his ceiling can be. So I think to answer your question, the runway would have to be the next 2 to 3 years, because also Kenny Atkinson and Donovan Mitchell said last summer that in the next few seasons that Evan Mobley needs to be in the MVP conversation, and that didn't happen last year. So it has to happen over the next 2 to 3 years.
Jaylen Brown, think he's out in Boston?
I don't know. I think it's interesting, right? And obviously that would have to be another 2-3 team deal because of all the pieces involved and the money being split up. But I think Jaylen Brown is a coveted piece, right? And also the fact that Donovan Mitchell knows Jaylen Brown. So there's been reports and rumors that the Cavs want to be involved in this kind of trade and see if they can sneak out a pick. It's kind of a similar way to how they were able to get Jarrett Allen in one of these 3-team deals years ago where he was just an ancillary piece, right? But I do think Jaylen Brown is one of the most coveted pieces in the NBA. He can help a team both offensively and defensively, but I think they also have an understanding of what Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were able to accomplish in Boston together. So it'd be hard to part ways. But I do think that if Giannis were to go to Boston and would pair next to Jason Tatum, that team would also expedite its timeline and create a better opportunity to be in contention for a championship than they are currently constructed. So I do think it's an interesting sequence of events that could take place. And I do not think if Giannis goes to Miami that they become the similar threat that Boston would if he went to Boston, if that makes sense.
There's no way Boston can get Giannis without trading Jalen, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I agree with that statement. Yep.
Right, yeah. I just wonder could you end up? I love the thought. I mean, the thought of Jalen playing here, but how would you? I still don't. To me, I don't see these roadmaps, man. And this is why GMs get paid all that money. Could you see that happening?
I think it'd be very difficult, right? There would have to be a lot of moving pieces. I think you would have to part ways potentially with Jared Allen or Evan Mobley and some other pieces, maybe Max Strus, maybe a Sam Merrill in that deal as well, especially because the Cavs do not have the same kind of draft capital. It makes their job so much harder, especially since they're currently in that second apron and the Milwaukee Bucks want to get this job done before the draft on Tuesday. So I do think it's going to be more difficult for the Cavs to be involved than they would have liked if James Harden would have opted out already, or if they would have re-signed or been in different situations with other free agents as they are currently.
Ethan, great stuff. All right, I'm going to play a little game with you here because we got like 1 minute left. Just give me like a one-sentence answer on if you think, because I just want to rewrap everything we said. LeBron to the Cavs, possibilities in one sentence.
Yes, but doesn't help by itself.
Okay. Giannis to Miami?
Doesn't make a difference in the Eastern Conference.
Oh, I like it. How about Giannis to Boston?
Championship contenders.
Oh, you're killing it. You got a one-liner for you? Mobley back next year.
MVP running.
Oh, I like this game. I like the way you better.
The player that could help get the Cavs over the hump.
Oh, that's tough. Jaylen Brown.
Boom. Ethan, you killed it, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Reading you all the time. And again, we're watching your podcast, the Wine and Gold Talk podcast, along with all the stuff in Cleveland.com. Thank you so much. We do appreciate your time, man. You rock.
Thank you guys for having me on. I can't wait to do it more later into the summer.
Oh, it sounds like a plan. All right. Thank you, Ethan. Ethan Sands on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Wow.
Lot to react to there. A lot of great stuff from me. Yeah.
MVP. I love it. Basket and Phelps, you know who's in. Daryl Ryder's in right now.
saw Belgium and Uruguay both getting held to draw surprisingly by Iran and Cape Verde, respectively. I'm Nick Costos.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Ethan Sands, Cleveland.com, was just with us. If you missed that, go back and hit the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. We also had Scott Petrak from BrownZone.com a little bit earlier in the show talking Browns, and we've talked a lot about just what's going on with them and quarterback situation. We talked about some rumors and stuff. Yeah,
and my theories.
And your theory and Daryl's theories.
Which no one seems to like right now, but that's okay.
Well, I don't think but it doesn't seem like it's impossible. So that's why I don't think the theory is, I don't think
I don't think I'm as crazy as people want to make me out to be. That's all.
That there's a chance that that Shedeur Sanders could get traded?
Yep.
There's a chance that any player could ever get traded.
I think there's a chance the Cavs could land Giannis in the next 24 hours. There's a chance LeBron could come. Could you imagine if the Cavs, right? Because it seems like all's quiet on the Western Front when it comes to the Cavaliers right now, okay? Mm-hmm. But what if let's have some fun for a moment.
Okay.
It's a Monday.
Sure.
Monday after Father's Day. Let's have some fun for a second.
Okay. And no one lost yesterday. So, no, I'm sorry. The Guardians lost yesterday. But keep going. Sorry.
What if the Cavs got Giannis and LeBron in the next 24 to 48 hours?
I would say it's awesome that the NBA has decided to put more than one basketball on the floor. It'd be great. What are they giving up?
Well, obviously you're giving up Evan Mobley.
Okay, so that still leaves you Mitchell and Harden. So that's
maybe you're giving up Jared Allen too.
Now you have no big guys left. Well, no, you have Giannis. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say last time I checked, Giannis is a pretty big dude.
So you'd have Giannis. You'd have one big guy. I don't.
You don't like that idea?
No, I like it. I mean, would I give up Giannis? Would I give up Mobley for Giannis? Yeah, I think I would do that.
Your starting lineup would be James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Giannis,
LeBron,
and then maybe Max Strus.
Is Delly available?
No, actually, he's over chugging wine with
that's right.
The rest of the gang.
The reunion.
Yeah.
I just don't see them making a big score here right now. I think they're tied. I think their hands are tied. I think if they had some flexibility, they would go out and do something. But I don't think they have the flexibility to do much.
Well, it's like Ethan just told us. It's coming up, the deadline for James Harden on the contract before the end of the month. He's going to have to opt out or in. It's been widely reported he will opt out, sign the team-friendly deal for 2 or 3 years that gets the Cavaliers under that second apron, which opens up a little flexibility. But my point is, I think that has to be the first domino to fall this offseason, right? You got to get under that second apron. So I kind of feel like that needs to happen quickly. Ethan also mentioned, which I think is important, I think we spoke about this as well, the Cavaliers trading back from the first round into the second round to save themselves some salary and save themselves guaranteed roster spot or whatever, because you can do more with a second-round pick, I think, financially than a first-round pick.
Wait, you're saying they will or they want to?
No, they will. I mean, Ethan mentioned that, that's something to keep an eye on tomorrow, is them trading back in
I don't
the draft.
know how, I wish I had said something. I don't know how you do that. You have to take a pick every other year, whether you keep that player or not.
They can trade back. They can trade back from the first round into the second round. You're still picking in the draft.
And it's not the draft. You have to pick in the first round.
Well, then they can pick the player that the
other team wants.
Yeah,
that's the only way to do it.
We do the fun hat thing that you love.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Someone's gonna put on a Cavs hat that will then immediately trade it for somebody else's hat because the Cavs will get some second round picks.
Yeah, you can thank Mr. Stepien for that rule.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I just don't know what they can. Again, this is supposed to be a pretty good draft. From all accounts, everyone's saying this is supposed to be a great draft. But
but again, they're trying to maximize their flexibility. financially. Like right now, Andy, all they have, okay, is they have the first and second round exceptions, veteran minimum, and then they have they've got a total of just under $17 million in trade exceptions. That's all they have in the second apron. So their ability to improve on the margins rather significantly. The margin is as thin as this sheet of paper I'm holding in my hand, right?
Yeah.
So again, I feel like the James Harden contract thing needs to be that first domino to fall for them to get them out of that second apron. Then they can maneuver and work from there. And again, LeBron's probably going to take his good old time to figure out what he's going to do, right? Because as we know, he does like to be recruited, and I think it's going to be fascinating. The next 36 hours, right? I think the next 36 hours are going to be very fascinating around the NBA. Not just with the Cavaliers and what they may or may not do. They might just stand pat. We'll see. But I think it's going to be real fascinating to see some of these wheels get set in motion because Giannis, right? That's supposed to happen before the draft because in that trade, whether it's a 2-team or a 3-team or a 4-team, however many teams are involved, there are going to be draft assets involved. So you got to get that thing done before you get to get into the draft. I kind of feel like he's the first domino that'll fall, and then everything else goes from there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm going to keep my eye on Philly. I just want to see what Mike Gansey does in Philadelphia over the next year and a half. See if there was kind of does he follow the legacy of what previous Cavs general managers have done? And if he does, what does that mean for Philadelphia? I think it's going to be interesting to watch Gansey grow in
let's
Philly.
Be honest about it here. It was still, even though he was the general manager,
I know, yeah.
It was still Kobe's show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's his show in Philly, though.
Now it's now he's running everything. He has Kobe's title, right, in Philadelphia. He's the president of basketball operations. He's not just the general manager for the 76ers. He has Kobe's. He's the Kobe Altman of the Philadelphia 76ers now, and good for him.
It is kind of weird how all these kind of some of these things are starting to intertwine.
What, the fancy titles?
No. The Gansey goes to Philly, right? Philly's owned by Blitzer.
Blitzer has
Harris
a piece of the
Blitzer.
Guardian.
Blitzer's probably going to take over the Guardians. You've got Haslam, who traded Myles Garrett and may now trade Giannis in the same year.
Dude, been a banner year for the Haslam Sports Group, hasn't it?
They got a stadium.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's been a banner year for
and
them.
New coach. They got some wide receivers. They traded the biggest defensive player of this team.
That's not what I'm referencing at all.
Where are you going at there? Why don't you tell me?
Two of the best players in their respective sports. Right. They had to trade.
Trust me. We'll see how they play out. They make what if they turn out to be the best deals an owner's ever made?
You
just don't know right now.
I don't have any issue with the Myles Garrett trade whatsoever.
I don't either. I think they brought in a young. Is he going to be able to be as good as Myles is getting sacks?
No one's going to be. No one will ever be as good as Myles.
So,
but he's a suitable replacement.
I mean, is he a 4 or 5 year starter at end? Okay. How long is he going to be here? How much longer?
I think he could be
favorable
here for
contract. I think
he could be here for 8 to 10 years.
Is he going to be a leader? Is he going to be a guy that can step out and represent the defense?
I don't think leadership's going to be a problem with Jared Verse.
I don't think so either. That's why
those conversations that we used to have about that with Myles, and again, that's just not Myles' personality. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's naturally Jared's personality.
All right, we'll come back. I want to talk about that. I also need to talk about one major sports thing that we really haven't talked about today. We'll get to that in a second. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps with Daryl Ryder.
Village? Because the deals are so good. These deals rule the earth. Online at BigNissan.com.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
What a show, what a show. Scott Petrak joined us today at 11 o'clock, and Ethan Sands joined us. Petrak from BrownZone.com, Ethan Sands from Cleveland.com. Both of them were nice enough to join us today. And make sure you always hit them up on the Odyssey app if you want to go back and listen to that. Or you can always go to YouTube and watch along. He's Daryl Ryder. I'm Andy Baskin. Meredith Kane has done an outstanding job today, too, as the three of us have worked our way through these 4 hours talking about everything you need to know in sports. And then, of course, Afternoon Drive is coming up immediately following the show. Want to give a shout-out to my alma mater, Heights. 100-year birthday celebration over the weekend. It was a lot of fun. Went to the gala on Saturday night. That was.
Were you the master of ceremonies?
I was not the master of ceremonies. I kind of just got to sit down, relax,
you were no
and
longer
enjoy.
the most famous graduate.
You're joking, right? You know how many people have gone to Heights before me? I might be the least famous, if you ask me.
That was half the joke.
If you have to explain it, probably wasn't that funny in the first place.
Yeah, but you chuckled.
I always do. It's a
courtesy.
Yeah, it's a courtesy chuckle. Yeah. So anyway, great time, man. They did a whole thing on the football field on Sunday and on Friday, and then they did a really, really first-class event I was at on Saturday. So appreciate all the hard work and the folks that are keeping that school moving. They raised a lot of money to help kids with tuitions, too, moving down the road. So tip of the cap to the Cleveland Heights Foundation there. I just wanted to say that. At one point, I thought Jason Kelsey was coming, but apparently he had something else going on over the weekend.
I thought maybe Travis and Taylor would drop in.
You know, word on the street is that she was around for the Sunday game that got rained out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well,
word on the street was, but every time he's at the game, you hear she's at the game. And like opening day, like there were rumors flying around left and right that she was at the game. She was not at the game, or she was not at the game because she was not at the game. I happened to walk into a place where Travis was, so I kind of hung out with him for a little bit and we had some fun.
Oh, good for you.
Talk hockey. That's all we do every time. Thank you. Thank you for participating in this conversation. I appreciate you.
I just want to know, did you get an invite to the wedding?
Or
did you have to say, no, hang on. No, wrong question.
Yes.
Let's rewind. Andy Baskin, have you signed any non-disclosure agreements within the last few weeks?
I have not, no, but thank you for asking. Does anyone, and Mary, you'd hop on this one too. Do you think it's weird that they're actually talking about getting, I think it's a big joke that they're getting married at Madison Square Garden. I don't believe that.
Oh, no, I totally believe it.
Doesn't MSG have like ballrooms for that exact thing? Yeah. So if they're getting married, it's not like they're getting married like center court of the Knicks
arena.
Hardwood. Yeah. There's like actual ballrooms.
Yeah. Like Madison, like isn't the actual, like the Madison Square Garden, the arena portion, isn't like that the fifth floor or something?
Boston's the same way.
There's a bunch of event stuff underneath the actual arena, I thought.
Okay.
So maybe that's, what they're going to be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
Well, so there was the only reason I believe
You know what'd be
it,
funny, though, is if they did use the Arena Bowl for this thing. Oh, that'd be amazing.
But what if they use the entire building? If you think about it, right? You could do like,
I think
cocktail
Taylor said, maybe it was on the Heights podcast. She said that she's going to invite everyone she knows. And I feel like a lot of people know Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Head on
well,
over
wait a minute. Wait. If that's true, then I have a shot. If Travis has the same.
I mean, if you have a shot, can you get like a +4 so you can invite the entire show?
Do you know how many I've actually had people say to me, "Are you going?" And who's your +1?
That's what you get for bragging about being friends with Ed Kelsey.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing too. Like Jeff Phelps is actually going to go. Come on, let's get real. Does Jeff Phelps even know who Taylor Swift is?
He's aware of her. He's aware she exists.
He's heard the name.
He knows the name. He's aware she exists.
I guarantee
he knows she's a singer.
Okay, but I guarantee you that's about all he knows.
Probably.
Yeah, I the only reason I believe that about the whole Madison Square Garden thing because there's no windows.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
They said it's a lot easier to have a controlled atmosphere if there's no.
Also, Daryl, I believe one of your cuts where you were talking to Ashley Bastock, I believe the two of you made an appearance on the Heights podcast.
Listen,
does that not mean that you should also get an invite? You and Ashley?
So no, well, here's the thing. So Baskin just gave me grief because I'm not funny. Okay, but you know what? I will go to my grave
being not funny.
On my resume, Travis Kelce saying that something came out of my mouth was bleeping hilarious. I will always have that.
What was it? I don't even. What was it?
Because I said Taylor got baptized by going to the Cavs game and they lost. I said, so she's been baptized. And so as we were having the conversation with Ashley, I was getting ready to say, and yes, we would like to welcome Taylor to the congregation, but I didn't get that out because Ashley was on a roll and I had already interrupted her with the baptized comment. But Travis Kelce legitimately laughed at my comment and then circled back, repeated it, then circled back and said, yeah, that was bleeping hilarious. So I will always have that.
So that means you should also get an invite as well.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I'm gonna self-report myself here, Meredith. Honestly, no. I should not receive an invitation. Travis Kelce has no idea who I am.
Have you signed any non-disclosure agreements lately?
Yes.
Well, I've signed. Actually, yes, I have. But
there you go.
No, hang on. I don't know. Well, I guess they count as non-disclosure agreements, but for something completely different, unrelated to marital bliss. How about that?
Okay.
So what you're saying is that you have some secrets.
No, there's other things in your normal life that you have to sign.
Yes.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
You asked if I've signed any non-disclosures, and yeah, actually I have within the last month. I'm not going to tell you what for. I'll just say it's going to be very expensive. That's all.
It's not that hard. All right, so we have like 1 minute left because I want to talk about this LeBron. I'm into the World Cup. I don't know who any of these guys are.
I'm not into the World
Cup. Like Menigan is my Cliff Notes to everything that's going on. But
I'm into the fans.
The fans have been awesome. It's been fun. It's just been kind of. I think the whole thing's just kind of neat.
I've adopted. If the USA doesn't win, I've adopted Scotland. Go Tartan Army, and I need the Miami Police Department to lighten up. Let them put the cones on the statues. Boston police were awesome. Boston and that whole scene, the bagpipes marching to Fenway Park, them singing at Fenway Park spontaneously, like the whole thing. My sister's in Seattle. I'm getting video clips from there.
Oh, fun!
All these scenes of all these countries and cultures, right? It's a reminder of how small our world really is, and also too that we're all human beings. And it's great to see that sports.
We are the world.
Daryl's like, I'm trying to make a point here. And Baskin just had to roll right over it.
Oh, that's this is great. Greatest thing ever.
I actually think the World Cup of food has been pretty funny. A lot of
watching them
the Europeans and there's this one Japanese guy that has been going around and they're documenting trying different American foods for the first time.
Yeah, he went to a Mexican restaurant and they brought out the chips and the salsa and he's like, we haven't earned these or paid for whatever the cultural phrase they use in Japan, and you're like, no, that's free. That comes with the table, bro.
There's this one guy. I think he's in Texas. There was this one guy from Japan, and he was offered an alcoholic beverage, like one that you can get from like a convenience store or grocery store from places. I don't want to say the name, but it's known for being 12 to 13%. Alcohol by volume.
Okay.
And the guy chugged it, and I was like, someone needed to warn him because, if you drink one too many of those, you're probably going to end up in a hospital.
How about the Australians? Again, I'm not going to say the national steakhouse chain, but the Australians discovered this national steakhouse chain, and they actually think it's good food.
That's not the only one. There's the Mexican place that.
Fast food?
Yeah, who cares? Taco Bell. Who cares? Why can't I say it? Who cares?
Listen,
I love the fact that
Baskin, there are no free rides on this show.
Yeah, I know, but I just think it's hysterical. I think it's like the greatest thing that's ever, which is fine. I get if you don't have it,
I'm addicted to the reels.
It's the same way. Like if we go somewhere else, you're the same way. You'll be like, oh my man, this food is so fresh. It's so great. Oh my God, there's no chemicals in it.
Just keep.
I'm going to live so much longer if I eat this food, not what we eat.
Just keep filling my feed with the fans singing and dancing and chanting. It's awesome, awesome stuff.
I just hope we play England on July 4th.
It's not going to happen. It's not even possible.
What do you mean it's not possible?
I read a thing last night that said that the way it's not possible for that to happen.
I was hoping for that.
Well, I hate to let facts get in the way of a good story.
You drive me crazy, man. Drive me crazy. It's something to talk about. It would be great, wouldn't it? All right, what if they play on July 5th?
I don't have the thing in front of me, so I can't.
So now I don't have my information for you. So thank you.
Listen, my interest in the World Cup is limited to watching reels of fans on my social media channels.
I like watching it. Why Are You Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. That is QC Kinetics. Mayor, why are you smarter?
I'm smarter because apparently I learned that if you are nice enough to the Canadian Border Control, they're not going to throw you in jail for an expired passport. Also, friendly reminder, if you want to get at the show, you can tweet us at CLE Talking Heads, social media reactions, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Actually, it's the American Border Patrol that was nice. Just so you know.
Whatever Border Control let you in and out of the country on an expired passport.
I got 2 different countries that were pretty cool with me. They know AB5. What do you got?
I'm smarter because Scott Petrak can take LeBron James on the golf course.
Oh, that was it. I'll double down on that.
That was priceless.
Ethan Sands was great. You got to go back and listen to that interview. Both Scott and Ethan were great, but Ethan just dropping the Mobley MVP stuff on us I thought was great. All right, thanks for listening. We do appreciate you. Jeff is back tomorrow. Daryl, great job today, I think. I don't know if we're going to get in a fight after the show or not, but if we do, another loss in Daryl Ryder's win-loss column. Thanks for listening. You know what's coming up next, Afternoon Drive. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Old Trapper Beef Jerky.
like a generation of NFL football ago when Deshaun Watson was good and when he led the league in passing. And he even admitted last week, I'm not even trying to get back to being the guy that led the league in passing. I'm just trying to stay healthy for a full 17 games. And if Shedeur can't even beat out that guy, then I think we know the current state of at least how the Browns view Shedeur Sanders.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Nick Padone. We are Afternoon Drive today, and we got a big show for you. Giannis Watch rolls on. NBA Draft this week. It's tomorrow. That's weird, but it's tomorrow. And the Cavs are still in Cancun, but the old Cavs are in Spain or Portugal or somewhere else and still drinking today. But the Browns on Sorsby Watch, hard to say, and Gardo's rough weekend to get to as well. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And we got Jake Murray, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and of course producing for us today. As always, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. You like free, don't you? You told me you like free. Don't change your mind now. And like our videos, we love to be liked around here. And Meredith Kane on the 2020s. But as always, well, not as always, when you're in, as always, hi, Nick Padone. How you doing?
Hello. I'm excited to be here. I feel like I'm in the midst of like a whirlwind week, and I've just kind of somehow tornadoed back into the studio today.
Yeah, this is your marriage week.
Got
right?
a lot going on.
Yeah.
Got a couple things going on, but excited to, honestly, this is like therapeutic that I could just come in here, decompress, get some takes off about what's going on in sports. Like, this is good. We are in a very good spot now.
Well, let's save that idea until 5 hours from now.
Okay.
Because you could end up, you could be walking out of the octagon 5 hours from now, depending on how this show goes.
That's true.
You can end up being like, dear God, get me to the altar because I don't want to work with this fat ass anymore 5 hours from now.
Well, I think I'll be with you tomorrow, too.
Yeah.
So we've got, between like literally right now and then the end of tomorrow, we've got 10 hours together.
See, what I like about this is theme weeks are big in sports talk.
Yeah.
So PDs get very worried that when there's no sports news, and so they'll be like, oh, it's an 80s week. We only talk to people from 80s, and then the next one will be the 90s week, right? We could do the next two shows. We can just be, we can do like the lifespan of marriage.
Okay.
So this would be like the honeymoon phase.
Okay.
Right? And at some point we'll go to the maybe that 7-year itch phase. And then before you know it, tomorrow you'll be in the please, dear God, take me, I'm done being with this person phase that some people have. And I certainly haven't in my life.
All right. So
haven't. Let me make sure I enunciate it.
Have space not had that in Nick's marriage. No, that's fun. We could condense an entire marriage into the next 10 hours. That's cool.
So you nervous?
No, not really.
Ooh, your voice got a little high there. That's not a good sign, buddy.
No. It's a formality. Like, we've lived together for 4 years, so it is just getting a piece of paper that, like, the state of Ohio approves that, we're living together and we've got a dog that's not living in sin anymore, so that'll be good.
I don't think the state of Ohio looks at that at this point, the dog part of this.
Okay.
But give it a couple years. Politicians are always looking for some new angle.
Right. And I'm always looking to save a couple dollars on, like, the tax bill. So if they want to give me some sort of break for having, like, a child in the family, it's not an actual child. Like, he's 20 pounds. He barks at every car, leaf that blows in the yard. Like, he's there. He's a living organism that is in our house with us.
And he probably, so this is just because I have a lab, my dog eats more than any human in the house, and that includes my large self. So I don't know if you have that same problem with a 20-pound dog, but Mongo the dog, he is a dependent.
Okay.
He is dependent on us. Because anytime there's food, all 5 of us are saps, and we go ahead and throw him a little bit here and there.
Okay, no, he's that. I think like Cameron and I both have him beat on the amount of food eaten in a given day, week, month. He doesn't require.
We got to
much.
get you a real dog then. With love and respect.
I like so.
Like a good 115-pound dog.
I've always had big dogs growing up. Like my parents have had two. We've had labs growing up. My whole life, and then my first dog that I get on my own is less than 20 pounds.
So it wasn't your dog, right? It wasn't your idea, right?
No.
Okay.
Not in.
That's usually how it goes. Anytime there's a little dog in the equation, it was somebody's idea, and that someone tends to not be the man in the
But
relationship.
he is awesome. Like, he's great. He is, like, he's a part of the family.
Well,
Like,
just in case he's listening. You got to throw that smoke
Like,
out there.
Like, he really might be, especially because, like, 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Sometimes he just pulls it up in the living room TV.
All right,
has
so that's
you and
how-
JP on, and that's how we pass a couple hours in the afternoon.
Thanks
when I'm
for the
working at
rating
home.
there. What's his name?
Bo.
Oh, okay. I do like that. That's a good dog name, Bo. That's a good dog name. Now, as I'd mentioned, we are on Giannis watch, and I got to tell you, boy, has that trade jumped the shark in the NBA. Not the trade itself, but the trade industry, the social media, that social media amplifies, where, like, there's a bunch of reporters. I don't know if they're real or if they're Chat GPT or whether they're even, like, reporters or whether they're just guys that live in their mom's basement. The amount of Giannis is going to be traded by June 21st at 2 p.m. I know because just trade the guy already. Right? Trade him, don't care. Can we just have this over so the rest of the NBA offseason can get underway?
Rough couple days for the insiders because they've, changed on this so many different times. The Pistons are absolutely the third team. Now there might be a mystery team in this thing with the Celtics and the Heat, and it feels like it's definitely going to happen by tomorrow, the NBA draft. But wasn't that what we were hearing like 24 hours above the NBA trade deadline? Was that it was definitely going to happen before the NBA trade deadline? So I think the insiders are kind of all over the board on this Giannis thing, and the one constant is that it's all over my social media feed, and we just can't avoid Giannis Antetokounmpo trade rumors, none of which seemingly the Cavs are involved in, by the way.
Yeah, which we will get to in a moment. And I will tell you, I love watching Giannis play, but watching Giannis try and get out of Milwaukee has also become tedious. The report of the weekend that I don't want to even mention the reporter's name because it's going to sound like I'm taking a shot at them. I'm not. But, Giannis wants off the Bucks, but he doesn't want out of Milwaukee. Well, the Green Bay Packers play football. Giannis, as far as I can tell, probably too big to play football. The only way you're playing basketball in Milwaukee or the state of Wisconsin, unless you got some eligibility for the Wisconsin Badgers, is in fact playing for the Milwaukee Bucks. I think on top of all of this, Giannis is I do think Giannis, I think Donovan's part of this as well. The generation that came after LeBron is big on, I want to go ahead and wield my power and get the things that I want, but I don't want the PR nightmare of everybody hating me for it. And I got to be honest with you, annoys the living crap out of me.
Yeah, because you can't have it
be a man
both
and stand
ways.
behind it.
A lot of times you can have it both ways. Like, I'm sure there are people in Milwaukee who are Bucks fans that are feeling a certain type of way towards Giannis, and it's not going to be all warm and friendly. And you could say as many times as you want that you want to stay in Milwaukee, but unless your actions prove that you want to be in Milwaukee and on the Bucks, then the fans are going to perceive it as you don't want anything to do with the city, you don't want anything to do with the team, the organization. And ultimately, seems like he's not going to be a member of the Bucks. So yeah, that was funny. That, like, what are you going to do? Try to back clean up for the Brewers? Like, how are you going to stay in Milwaukee, but you want to be off the Bucks?
And with that strike zone, you have no chance at 6'11".
No way.
Right? Now,
you got to just try to lay down a couple bunts.
But I think that's the point where Giannis has made it harder on himself. When at the deadline, what was it with, like, lions don't chase or something like that, leaders don't chase, something like that. He tweeted out, he did the Wolf of Wall Street, I'm not bleeping leaving. You're making it harder on yourself in trying to tell everybody what a nice guy you are and how you would never do this kind of stuff. While everybody knows your camp is trying to get you out of Milwaukee, you just look like a knob. Like, there is a part of me that if the Cavs are truly out on Giannis, maybe that's for the better, because as great of a player Giannis is, I already got enough guys who say the right thing and then go get punched in the face against New York in the Eastern Conference Finals. I need somebody with that dog in him. I don't think that dog in you. I don't think you have that dog in you if you're afraid of, people being mad at you on social media.
Especially because, like, I feel like we've evolved as a sports society, but also as, like, basketball specifically. Like, we know what the situation in Milwaukee is, Giannis. Like, you don't have to try to fool us. Like, they are an organization that's going in the wrong direction, and you're somebody who's 32 years old, and you want to continue contending for championships. Like, everybody's aware of what's going on here. You could say it. You could be a part of it. You could admit the organization's going in a way that you don't want to be a part of it anymore. We're not dumb.
And 6 months ago, you had everybody on your side because of how the organization had honestly butchered the build around you.
Right.
So somehow you've swung sentiment to the side of Bucks fans and maybe the Bucks organization. And it's a master's class in how to not do things. And I'm not trying to say that that's the same thing with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. But again, I don't want a third superstar here that I feel like says the right things and then maybe the actions tell a different story. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, Nick, what's your Twitter handle?
At Nick Padone 12.
Why 12?
At Nick Padone was taken, and now you could claim it through Twitter and Elon and all that, but I've been Nick Padone 12 for so long, I'm just keeping the 12.
You in fact have become it. It's like Daniel Day-Lewis. Like at some point he became Lincoln.
I can't just drop the 12, just be plain old Nick Padone from here on out on the Twitter
Many people have
streets.
said you and Daniel Day-Lewis, same guy. Same guy. 216-474-0092. But again, at Nick Wilson says, at Nick Padone 12, social media reactions on X powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Have you ruled out Giannis for the Cleveland Cavaliers? Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, joining us at 3:20 today. That's just his weekly hit with us. We'll talk best case, worst case, and the in-between for Brendan Sorsby. And somebody says that the Browns have had the best offseason in the NFL. We'll see if Joe agrees with that. Kristen Peak, NBA.com, talks the NBA draft. That is tomorrow night in the NBA. The Cavs have the 29th pick. We'll talk some options there and talk through the latest Giannis rumors and, of course, the LeBron stuff as well. We got quick hits at 2:40. We got the lead at 5 o'clock, but 216-474-0092. Have you ruled Giannis out for the Cavs? We'll have the latest on Giannis, and the Cavs will also have the latest on LeBron. And the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
World Cup history. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
Sources tell me a trade and a resolution is coming for the Milwaukee Bucks with Giannis Antetokounmpo before the NBA draft on Tuesday night. The Bucks are in serious conversations with two finalists, the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics. Both teams are Giannis's preferred trade destinations, but both of these packages are different deals. With Boston, it's Jaylen Brown-led package. It's around a veteran player, obviously a superstar caliber player. In Miami, it's a group of cost-controlled players, rookie-scale contracts, significant draft capital in that deal. And so I do want to make this clear, though. Whichever deal occurs, whether it's today or tomorrow, it is going to be a one-to-one deal. It's going to consist of Milwaukee and likely one of these two teams, and that's how it's going to be. There's no third team, fourth team in any construct. Giannis, my understanding right now, he is ready to be traded. Either Boston, either Miami, and we'll see what happens over the next 24 hours.
A plethora of thoughts emerges in hearing Shams Charania repeat what a couple agents have informed him they'd like him to say on Get Up this morning. One, man, our music bed that we were returning on and the Get Up bed were competing with each other in a way that I almost had a stroke listening to.
I think ours won, though.
Yeah, well, no, eventually, because I think the other one ran out.
Yeah, ours won by decision.
Yeah. So there's not a shot at Mac, by the way. It's just, those beds they use on ESPN totally make this segment more better. They should totally keep doing that. Interstitial music, great on live TV, jerks. Two, how far has Shams fallen? I know I'm not first on the moon on this one. I'm not the only person on this. The guy can barely talk on the mic and certainly barely talk on TV. And then he just kind of goes like, oh, these are two different packages. That's usually how trades between different teams works there, Shams.
Yeah, I don't think the Miami Heat don't have a Jaylen Brown rather to potentially give up in this trade. That is how that works. And it's crazy because like everybody knew when Woj was done doing this that there would be big shoes to fill because Woj was just great. Like he lived and died for breaking news and decided that he would rather continue living not breaking news than dying breaking news. And that's ultimately why he decided to move on.
Yeah, that was his version of the story.
Yeah, that was his version of the story.
And maybe an NBA agent gave him. We'll see.
And we don't know that. But yeah, Shams, I miss the days when Shams was just this punchy Twitter account that people didn't know was real or fake, but somehow was out scooping Woj. Like I do miss those days.
So my working theory is that the last days of WCW were not great as a wrestling fan. That was a caca product. But the threat of WCW made WWE better, right? And so after Vince McMahon bought WCW, there was like 2 or 3 years where the product was just in the dumper. It just was awful because there was nobody to put pressure on Vince McMahon, that absolute psychopath.
And you're saying that's where we're at in the scoop game?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Shams Charania is is Vince McMahon here. Adrian Wojnarowski is Ted Turner. And I think we were better off during the Monday Nitro Wars as opposed to what we have now.
Well, you know what that means. We need one of these other outlets to deploy somebody to spark up the competition. We need some of the other outlets to
it's just
deploy
going to be a
TNA.
Who's going to be nobody's going to be WCW here. It was Shams was best when he was the underdog, and now he kind of just seems like a miserable jerk. It doesn't seem to have like a sense of humor. Like he's the fatted calf, if you will.
He's made it. He's made it, and there's nothing left to make.
Now, we do have a little bit of news to pass along here with the Cavs. I know you guys are very excited for this one. As the Cavs have announced, they have exercised the fourth-year option. Yeah, fourth-year team option on Craig Porter Jr. So I know they were talking. Listen, after they got eliminated by the Knicks in 5 games, by the way, it was great. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. There was LeBron. There was Giannis. There was name porn out there. And we got a Craig Porter Jr. deal. That's what I was waiting for.
It's all right. We're falling in line. You know, Dan Gilbert put out that tweet, Nick, when they were swept out of the Eastern Conference Finals by the Knicks, and he said that we're nowhere near where we need to be. The first domino has fallen to get us closer to where we need to be, and that's Craig Porter Jr.
This was the internal growth that Kobe Altman was talking about. If CPJ can just maybe give you 15 minutes a night or maybe 16 minutes a night, that's how you can get over the hump and win a championship. Not certainly by Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, and James Harden all living up to what they get paid every single year. Nope, it's CPJ. I've known it this whole time. Daddy's back.
We had Dave McMenamin on the Sunday show yesterday recounting some 2016 memories and talking about what the Cavs need to do this coming season. He said they needed more bench scoring. So Kobe Altman, they just listened to the interview on the Sunday show and said, more bench scoring, huh? Craig Porter Jr., we'll get that done.
Now, I will say, because we played the Giannis rejoin clip here from Shams, who, again, it was just told what to say by NBA agents. But I'm not saying, I'm not giving up on Giannis to the Cavs yet. I don't necessarily want it because he's 31. There are calf issues. It's one Achilles injury, and all of a sudden you're really screwed here. It's going to disrupt your timeline. And, oh, by the way, he sure seems to be a little bit of a beta with the way he's approached the trade deadline. But here's the thing. Until he's traded somewhere that isn't Cleveland, I'll buy that he's not coming to Cleveland. That doesn't mean I think he's coming to Cleveland. I'm now setting this up in a very confusing way. My point is, like the Donovan Mitchell thing, it was New York, New York, New York, New York, and the Cavs kind of took him by storm by offering something a little bit more that neither of the other teams, or specifically the Knicks, were willing to offer. I do think the Cavs operate in silence. They certainly did with the Harden deal for Garland. A lot of their big deals have been whoa moments, and I think that's something to keep in mind. The idea of, well, the Cavs aren't a part of the Giannis talks just, as of right now.
It does have some similarities to the Donovan trade because it felt like Donovan was definitely going to the Knicks. Did it not?
Yeah.
It felt like that was pretty certain that was something that was going to happen, but the Knicks screwed around with it. And they didn't want to get rid of RJ Barrett, and it bled on for months and months, similar to how this Giannis thing is going, at least until this point. So, yeah, it would be fascinating if Kobe Altman swooped in. I just think that they're so obsessed with Evan Mobley for whatever reason. I have kind of given up on Giannis. It really feels like this is going to happen by the NBA draft tomorrow, and it's going to be Boston or Miami, and the Cavs are left trying to figure out what's the consolation prize from the Giannis.
So to compare it to the Donovan Mitchell trade one more time with the Knicks drew the line at a certain number of picks and players in that trade. Mm-hmm. And that allowed the Cavs to kind of one-up the Knicks and ultimately take and take the risk of trading for Donovan Mitchell. The Heat seem to be drawing the line at a kid named Larson, who I'm just told exists. And I think it's number 20th pick, Jakob Bananas, again, who I believe had about 10 minutes per game. The Cavs have the trump card. If they want to, and even over Boston, as great as Jaylen Brown is,
for sure,
the number one thing the Bucks want is a young, controllable big to build around. I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying you still have the card that if you played Evan Mobley, you could get Giannis. And until he's done, or until that deal is done, I'm not gonna go ahead and look the way that the Cavs don't have something here.
Like if Kobe Altman woke up from his afternoon nap and got this Craig Porter Jr. thing done and just decided like he felt like lighting the world on fire on a Monday, he could. Mm-hmm. He could call Milwaukee and say, hey, let's do it.
I think it's more that Dan Gilbert changes his mind.
Probably, yeah.
Because I think Dan looks at Evan and says, hey, if this Donovan Harden thing doesn't work out, I don't have to worry about going back to the upper part of the lottery because I can just build around Evan Mobley from then. And I think that's a Dan decision, not a Kobe one, because I do think Kobe's in his bleep them picks era where he's got to validate the Mitchell trade to an extent that to do that, you're willing to do anything under the sun to make yourself look right in the initial attempt in trading for Donovan Mitchell.
Probably, because if you don't, we all know what this is. And the fact that we haven't spent much time talking about the Donovan Mitchell contract extension is kind of a little bit surprising to me, because if you can't get that done this year, puts a lot of pressure on the 2026-27 Cavaliers. And if they don't win a championship, you could risk losing Donovan Mitchell for nothing.
That's why. And again, my word of caution to Cavs fan is the NBA machinery is really good at distracting you from what the whole truth is.
Right.
I'm not saying there aren't like emphatic reasons why waiting an offseason makes sense for Donovan Mitchell. He can get paid more. He can do the no trade request. There's a couple other things you can do. Totally get that. Totally understand that he can wait and make more money. He also can wait and see what the Cavs do. The idea that he isn't looking at this and he isn't himself in evaluation mode for the Cavs or with the Cavs after 4 years is nonsensical. He should be. He's got maybe 2 to 3 more years to chase an NBA championship. And just thinking this is just about, making more money, well, he can wait a year and make more money wherever he is, whether that's
Right.
Cleveland or somewhere else.
Yeah, that's how it works. So, like, if the goal really is winning a championship with Donovan Mitchell, and we heard the quotes from Kobe when the season ended about how he's uniquely theirs and all of that stuff. Like, if that's really what this is about, then probably keep it moving, right? Try to get a Giannis. Try to get a LeBron.
The uniquely there one, this is not what it is, because I know Kobe's just trying to do the united front thing. It definitely sounded like a guy who was really insecure, trying to be like, hey, she's mine. All right, we're uniquely tied together. Our souls are bound. And it's like, oh, so she's got a hinge, doesn't she?
Yeah.
She's been swiping right. Just because she's a little bored, maybe.
Yeah.
Being Donovan.
That's definitely what it came across as, right? Like they want to keep Donovan. Duh. Why wouldn't they? Top 10 player, top 15
He's
player.
actually
If you don't want to
11th
say
now.
top 10. Okay, so definitely top 15. And it's like, those don't grow on trees. You made that big trade for him in the first place. You might as well try to extend him again and try to win a championship with him, but he kind of holds the leverage in this situation.
Now, can I tell you, if you're not going to get Giannis, and again, I'd prefer not to get Giannis. I understand how great he is. He is a bona fide top 7 or top 8 player in the NBA, and that's coming off a down season.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, would I like maybe a little piece broken off of whatever trade actually happens? Yes. If Brown goes to Milwaukee, I'm happy to be that third team that considers Mobley for Jaylen Brown. And if Giannis goes to Miami, I'm very much interested in what the price is on Jaime Jaquez, because I think he's one of the kind of players that you've been missing.
Yeah, a wing that's athletic enough and fits that young timeline similar to Mobley. So you're not entertaining Mobley for Giannis. You would entertain Mobley for Jaylen Brown?
Yes. Yeah, I think we're at a point where Jaylen Brown's value around the NBA is down, and I think that's insane because it's his best season in the NBA. He's everything you want. Like, people are talking about Trey Murphy. Guys, Trey Murphy's a very nice player. Jaylen Brown's actually done it. Jaylen Brown was the focal point on a number 1 seed or not, top 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. He has played good defense before. I will not call him a good defender because that's a different conversation. But he is. I mean, he's a big, athletic wing that can do kind of just about everything you want.
I wonder even if the Heat land Giannis, and now it's gotten to the point with Boston where it's out there that Jaylen Brown are in these trade conversations. Could there be a move that could follow a Giannis to Miami where Boston just says, hey, we're breaking up Brown and Tatum. Get your offers in.
Yeah, okay. My only thing is I don't want Evan Mobley going to Boston. And I know this is where I get really illogical because bleep Boston. You can't have my 24-year-old elite defending center who might grow into something more, who fits alongside Jason Tatum more than Jaylen Brown does. You can't have him. Milwaukee, he's all yours if you want, if you send me Jaylen Brown. I understand that sounds like I'm being a crazy ex-girlfriend. I am. Bleep Boston.
Well, you're a scorned ex-girlfriend because of maybe the Kyrie for Isaiah Thomas thing.
No, just bleep Boston.
That too.
They've gotten every break.
That too.
Oh, hey, you just the 1 year you happen to have the number 1 pick, you get Larry Bird. Oh, I almost said something. I bleep Boston. I'm going to say it one more time. A Cleveland homecoming for Nick Chubb leads off quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on next week. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports coming up. Carry the 40 minutes. We'll talk about the Browns offseason. One national NFL analyst said the Browns have had the best offseason in the NFL. We'll see if Joe concurs. We'll also talk about Brendan Sorsby as we are 3 weeks from that storyline being over, mercifully. And much more to come with Joe DeLeon. But let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
All right, so former Browns running back Nick Chubb was being interviewed here recently when he was asked about a potential homecoming to the city of Cleveland.
Obviously Cleveland is a special place to me. Being drafted here by Jim Brown and my time here was truly amazing and special. Yeah. But you never know what can happen.
All right, so this does qualify for me as one of those you never say no, but it doesn't sound likely. So what I'll ask you is, what would have to happen for a Nick Chubb reunion for the Browns this season?
I think probably Andrew Berry stepping down from his pedestal that only young players are what this Browns roster is after. I think that's what would have to change because Nick Chubb's a free agent. He's only 30. He's not like he's 100. He put up 500 rushing yards last season. It's not like this guy's completely washed. So I really think Barry would just need to probably change his mindset that, hey, you could have a few veterans on this team and still achieve your mission of being one of the youngest rosters in football.
I think it's a little simpler than that. I think it's a Quinshon Judkins injury. I like Rocket Sanders a lot, by the way. He showed a lot last year behind a battered offensive line. I think we're kind of sleeping on Rocket a little bit, but if Quinshon got seriously hurt, you would need another bigger back in that room. And I think, listen, Houston's offensive line was not great last year, which is even more confounding that you traded a pick for Cam Robinson in the middle of the season. So I'm willing to put some of that up to, hey, that you were coming off a major injury and that wasn't a good offensive line. I think you've got a better offensive line this year, but I think short of a Quinshon injury, I don't think anything's going to happen to make it happen.
You're probably right, and it's unfortunate because I would take Nick Chubb back, and it feels like you do kind of have a need outside of Rocket Sanders for that RB3. You know, it's Rocket Sanders is RB3, and maybe the Amani Marshall is also competing for that, but it'd be nice to have a veteran on offense. So Q, Dylan Sampson, these two young receivers could have a vet in the room.
I got to tell you, Amani Marshall on the, was it the first NCAA game that came back? I believe he went to App State. And I'm a big App State fan, having been down there in Charlotte for 4 years. And I wrecked the Sun Belt with that kid.
App State was popular in that NCAA. What was it, 24 when he came back? 25?
Time's a flat circle. I have no idea. But I was great. I just want everyone to know that. Me and Amani Marshall in NCAA, whichever version it was, we wrecked that league.
I'm glad that you and Amani Marshall and your guys, got to have that moment there, Nick. That's very special.
Hey, we won a national championship one year. I'm not trying to brag.
All right.
Just saying.
All right. Nothing to turn your nose at by any stretch. Wyndham Clark won the U.S. Open. An American won the U.S. Open on American soil, but was booed by fans in New York who wanted to see Scottie Scheffler come from behind to win. Here's what Wyndham Clark said after the tournament Sunday.
I was kind of making jokes about it with Dave, where if we heard someone cheer for me, I go, oh, there's one person that likes me, So we would kind of make jokes and make it maybe a little lighthearted. But it's tough, man. I've played now President's Cup and Ryder Cup on foreign soil, and it kind of had that atmosphere a little bit.
He just compared winning the U.S. Open to winning a tournament on foreign soil. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, it was interesting. I know he kind of made a joke. He made a couple other jokes about getting booed there, and hopefully I can win them over one day. I I understand wanting Scotty Scheffler to win. Wyndham Clark's actually an incredible story with how his game fell apart after his mom passed away. He's got the sports physician, the sports psychologist,
yes,
that literally walks around him just in case he needs to talk about it. So I thought it was funny. It was like, boy, golf fans really are a-holes when, like, this is such a cool story that this dude has made it back to this point and is winning his second U.S. Open, and the fans are like, nah, we want Scheffler. It's like, oh, you're a bunch of knobs.
That's New York fans for you, though, is it not? That is New York sports fans literally summarized to a T.
I would say more, but I'd get fired, so I won't. All right, the Cavs 2016 reunion overseas continued this weekend. Iman Shumpert, Matthew Dellavedova joining the party. Channing Frye took a video of Delly clearly enjoying himself while attempting a sing-along with a legendary Australian song.
She made me nervous. Delly, if you're ever to let down under. You don't even know the words.
All right. So, one, shame on Channing for robbing us of the full audio of Delly. Because if you look, it's clear that Delly is so much enjoying himself that he can't possibly sing along to one of the easiest songs to ever sing along, Down Under, with the great Australian song. I will ask you, when's the last time you were that drunk?
I don't know if ever.
What?
I don't know if ever.
What is your generation doing with their lives?
To the point where, like, I couldn't even. Delly was having a hard time even doing, like, the hum along there.
Yeah,
he was just picking it up at Down Under. That's like the most that we got out of Delly in that clip.
So you've never been that gone?
Maybe it would.
I feel like that was 1 week at Bowling Green for me.
So yeah, we would have to throw it all the way back to, like, when I was in Kent. But even then, like, I felt like I was conscious as to what was going. That was longer than 3 weeks. This is 6 years ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah. You know, I graduated high school 23 years ago. I now want to fight you. No, it's 22 years ago. Sorry, 22 years ago. That's not much better.
I want the Cavs, the 2016 Cavs, to just hang out every couple of weeks and celebrate that championship.
Because it reminds me that I can't get that way with my boys whenever I want. So, but frankly, once every decade is fine enough for me.
Dusty May is leaving the Michigan Wolverines for the NBA, becoming the next head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. But here's a clip of Dusty May back in April talking about his future at Michigan.
We've agreed to the broad terms. We announced it at the Michigan State game last year and ended up signing it in July just because there's I's to dot and T's to cross. To me, it's a formality. When I told him that I wasn't going to even entertain another college job, in my mind, that was essentially signing a contract and we would get the details worked out based on both parties feeling great about the deal.
A formality, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The formality was he was waiting for the Mavericks job to open up. Yeah.
And it did. And hello, Cooper Flagg.
So, all right, first off, thank God he's leaving Michigan. If he stayed there another 10 years, we're going to have to deal with multiple titles, and it's going to be really annoying because Michigan fans are already really annoying. So I love this as an Ohio State fan, even though I've watched like 3 Ohio State basketball games in the last year. So from the NBA side, I don't understand the risk of taking on Dusty May. I'm not saying he can't do it. Billy Donovan came to the NBA, and I thought has had some really competitive moments. This is not the same as it used to be 30 years ago, where it felt like it was a bigger jump,
right,
with Calipari and Patino and all these guys, coming over and failing immediately. This is not what that is. However, I do want to point out, I don't know why you need to take this risk when you already have Cooper Flagg and you've got Kyrie and you've got this team. Because there are plenty of, experienced guys. Literally, guys win the NBA championship are fired 2 years later. So there are plenty of good coaches already in the NBA. And even if you don't want to go that route, I mean, Micah Johnson, or Mitch Johnson, the guy from the Spurs, that was just one of Pop's assistants.
Right.
And, 3 years in, he's got him in the NBA Finals. So it's like, you can find really good NBA coaches. Like Chris Finch was a forever assistant that turned into a really good head coach. I don't know why you need to take this risk when you're so early in the Cooper Flagg thing. You might waste a year or two with him if Dusty May isn't that guy.
Could I give a suggestion to the Wolverines on a potential Dusty May replacement?
If you say Billy Donovan, I get to Rochambeau you.
John Beilein. Nothing
No, I
on
don't
John
think
Beilein?
so.
All right.
No. I appreciate it. You tried.
Okay.
And that's what I like about you.
All right. I will continue to try for the rest of the
Actually,
show.
I would rather John Beilein than Billy Donovan.
Really?
Yeah. I think Billy Donovan is a great coach. NBA, college, I think he's a great coach. And Michigan has shown that they're willing to spend. So I would imagine that Billy Donovan's able to just walk right in there and build a roster just like Dusty May did.
Do you think Michigan fans would rather have that? Or would they rather have Beilein?
I don't know. They're just... No, they probably want Donovan over Beilein. They'd probably look at Beilein as like, that was 3 coaches ago by now.
Right. But you could play the nostalgia card with Beilein.
I don't think anybody cares about that.
Especially not when you got a championship in the case.
Let's keep it at nostalgia here. Local legend Super Pimp hasn't been seen around Cleveland since a significant car accident back in November of 2024. The I'm from Cleveland Twitter account recently ran into him in the flats.
Hey, Super Pimp, where you been? I haven't seen you. Look good.
November the 23rd of 2024, my life changed like that. I was coming home from Kent, and a guy hit me head on at 75 miles an hour in a pickup truck. Little did I know when I left the house that day that it would be 8 months before I came back to the house because I was in the hospital for 8 months. And I've been in rehab ever since.
I gotta say, it just made me happy to see Super Pimp out there. I have been mostly Switzerland when it comes to Super Pimp. I know some people really like him. Some people have other opinions on him. I was just happy to see that guy's up and around and getting back to his sartorial splendor.
Because it is weird when you have a guy that's usually up and around and then he's automatically at once not up and around anymore. That's unsettling. So it is nice that our Super Pimp is back at status quo.
I will tell you, so Akron had a guy, he was like a middle-aged guy, and he wore all black leather, and I think it had a tail on it, and he used to walk around with a whip. I remember thinking, this can't end well. But for like a 3-year stretch, when I would come home from college and I would go out with my cousins or just friends who went to Akron, I would see this. I'd see this guy. I'd be sitting at the Rubber Duck Stadium, or I guess then the Aero Stadium. I'd look outside, and it's just the dude walking around with a whip. And I'd be like, why isn't somebody doing something about that? That's as cool as we got in Akron.
Okay.
We had no Super Pimp in Akron.
No, that's a budget Super Pimp. That's somebody that saw what Super Pimp was doing up here and said, I'm going to try to be that in Akron, and it probably just never materialized.
I wouldn't want to say inferior pimp, but that just feels like mean.
Yeah.
You know?
So you said he was only doing it for like 3 years?
Yeah. I didn't go out to after I got done with college, I met Vanessa, and then we didn't go clubbing a lot.
So he could still be out there for all we know.
Now, here's the thing. The guy I saw might have actually just been a pimp.
Okay.
That was something that was floated in the many conversations I had about him. And I was like, wow. Again, he not even like great pimp, right? He's not super pimp. He's just didn't seem like a great pimp is what I'm saying.
He's just a run-of-the-mill pimp.
Yeah. I would say, I'm going to go back to the phrase inferior pimp. And I was like, you know what?
It's mean, but it does fit.
I know the pimping game ain't easy, but come on, you can step up a little bit here. I just saw a cadre of ladies with him once, and again, they looked. The point is, I saw some things, okay? Akron gets a little crazy once it goes to dark, all right? The latest on the Browns' plan at quarterback this year, I might actually hate this more than any other thing I've heard. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Joe DeLeon coming up in about 20 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Nick Padone with you on Afternoon Drive here on a succulent Monday in the city of Cleveland. But if you missed a moment in our show so far, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration. Your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. When Joe joins us in about 20 minutes, we'll talk a little bit about Sorsby. We'll talk a little bit about one NFL analyst saying the Browns had the best offseason in the NFL. But we are in the quiet time right now, Nick, and obviously that means there's going to be a lot of individual theories popping up about the Browns quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
And by and large, all I've asked, and I think I've heard a video or two from you from last week. I think you're in the same place. All I really want is a legitimate competition. And however that plays out, I can live with, because I think that's going to give you the best chance to win, because I think that's the thing that the locker room can get behind. I'm not sure where you are with it.
I am. That is where I'm at with this. And I just think that they don't have their long-term answer in the room. So if you don't have that long-term answer for this year, I at least want the best quarterback on the field. If it's Watson, I guess I'll stomach the bad feeling that I have in my stomach about putting Deshaun Watson back on the field, if that's genuinely what Todd Monken thinks is best for the Browns. I don't love it, but I guess I'll sign up for it because I'm a Browns fan. I would be more intrigued to see Shedeur, who is younger and I think fits the timeline of this roster a lot more, but I can't be naive to the fact that it doesn't feel like the Browns love Shedeur as much as everybody else wants to love Shedeur.
Yeah, I would look at it like if you decide Deshaun's the right guy, you better be right. Because that's going to bring up a lot of feelings, and most of them not positive, and it's going to cause more infighting for fans, which I'm really just done with after the last 5 years of moving on from Baker into the Deshaun stuff into the worst trade in NFL history. Whereas with Shedeur, even if Shedeur fails, I'll say to myself, well, okay, we have the answer. You know what I mean? Like, I think Shedeur has a better chance of being a success in the NFL than people want to give him credit for, because he does the thing that is hard to teach. He has a natural feel for playmaking. It's the thing of why Dylan Gabriel was so unwatchable last year. No offense, Dylan, little fella. It's okay. All right, this is a safe place. All right, not really. But
he's a tiny little guy.
Like, I feel like if you can naturally make plays and have some rhythm to yourself, then it's on the coaches to coach the rest out of you.
I just don't love that for whatever reason, here we sit in another offseason. Nick, why is this even a competition? It is where I'm at. Like, Deshaun Watson hasn't been a good quarterback in 6 years.
I'll tell you why it's a competition, and I truly believe this. It's because if Shedeur is going to do anything in the NFL, he has to win over a locker room. And I think there are plenty of guys in that locker room that like him. But to be an anointed quarterback, you have to basically get as many guys on your side as possible. I don't know he had that last year because of the position he was in.
That's fair, and I feel like, the position that he was in kind of clouds even this year. The fact that they tried to do the four-man quarterback competition thing and Shedeur was thrown to ball boys at this time last summer, I feel like currently is holding Shedeur back in this competition against Deshaun Watson, because why is everybody reporting that Watson has this inside edge? It's because he's the veteran in the room, because he's seen it all. He's been in different offenses. He led the league in passing 6 years ago, and Shedeur just doesn't have that same experience because this time last year he was being treated like an afterthought.
Now, while we are talking about the Browns' planted quarterback for 2026, there's a piece of audio I want to play for you, but Tony in Berea calling in here saying he doesn't want Sorsby. Tony, welcome to the show.
Well, it's Tom in Berea, and you're right. I think Sorsby would be a big mistake. Now, let's start here. When you hear the name Art Schlichter, what do you think of? Gambling quarterback, and it's been 50
let me answer.
Years. It's been 50 years, Art Schlichter. And now we're going to bring on a guy that just didn't have a trouble at the racetrack like Art, You got a guy who's bet against his own team.
He didn't bet against them.
So
he bet on them. It's not better. Just want to.
He's radioactive. And if you want to bring that into your culture, every time the guy throws an interception or misses a wide open guy or fumbles the ball or loses a game, every single time there's going to be people not only outside the organization but inside the organization who are going to look at him side-eyed and say, I wonder how much he got to do that.
Hey, Tom.
How much money did he get to drop that ball?
Real quick.
It's there. That's human nature. It's there. You want to bring that into your locker room? Look, we already had Johnny, and then we got Deshaun.
All right. I'm sorry, Tom. I was trying to have a conversation with you, fella. What I would love to ask you, had you ever responded to any of the 3 times I said Tom or Tony, I could have said Tony a couple times too, is the selective outrage on gambling. I'm not here to tell you what Brendan Sorsby did is acceptable. I'm not here to tell you he won't repeat it. I need to know where you stand on domestic violence and sexual assault in your locker room if we're going to go ahead and talk about gambling. Because I'm not saying I don't want to presume where Tom is, but this, he bet on his own team. And for the record, he didn't bet against his own team. He bet for his own team.
Right.
Not much better, but again, different. And he was also not on the active roster when these things happened. That doesn't change things enough for some people, and I get that, but it should be noted that is part of what happened at Indiana. And all the other stuff that happened at Cincinnati was him betting on things outside of the Cincinnati program. But I just think it's really rich, the moral high ground we play with these guys. When I've heard a lot of people in this town go, well, I don't need my quarterback, or I don't need any football player on my team to be some sort of a saint when it comes to sexual assault and violence against women, but then gambling, I can't have that. Okay.
Well, with Deshaun Watson, everybody said if he is going to be the franchise quarterback that gets the Browns back into an AFC championship game and into a Super Bowl, everybody would be able to look past the other stuff with Deshaun. And I'm currently of the belief that the other stuff with Deshaun is a little bit heavier and it's a little bit more serious than gambling on your own team as an 18-year-old kid.
Yeah. Also, just in terms of, I get that Art Schleister's the only other guy that we have in football that gambled, and so that's the only comparison we can make. The Browns have to decide, to Andrew Berry's credit, I thought he put it very well. You have to decide, is this a personal flaw that extends much deeper than just even addiction, or is this somebody who made a bad decision? Right. And again, it doesn't mean they're going to be right, but that is essentially the choice that they're going to be making. Now, here was Ocho Cinco on the Nightcap show talking about the Browns' plan at quarterback, at least from what he's heard.
Cleveland Browns fan or not, Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. The job that Deshaun Watson is going to get, Uncle Joe, it is his job to lose. He has 6 weeks. I guarantee you, listen to me now. I'm calling it right now, Uncle Joe. He has 6 weeks to make sure that team is playing above or better than whatever the expectations may be for that team and that quarterback. If he's not, Shedeur Sanders will fall in line as the backup and be the starter for the remainder of the season.
So I want to compare this to last year. Last year, I think when Kenny Pickett got hurt and they realized they didn't have enough time to establish Kenny as the starter, they pivoted to Joe Flacco. And I do think the Browns thought, not only are we going to see, and we actually have Jimmy Haslam saying we're going to see all these quarterbacks last year, but I think they thought, all right, we'll do Joe for maybe the first quarter of the season, see if we can be competitive, and then if not, we're going to pivot to QB, the next QB1, which in the end would be Dillon Gabriel. And then we're going to give Dillon 4 or 5 weeks, and if that doesn't work, then we'll pivot to the next quarterback. I am vehemently against the idea of going into a season with a plan of, I'm going to start this quarterback for 6 weeks, and then we'll see. I just don't understand how you can go into successive seasons thinking that way, which makes me believe that the Browns aren't actually thinking this way and that this is a Ocho Cinco creation, or that maybe it's kind of the game of telephone that happens when players and ex-players talk to each other. But I have to believe the Browns after last year and how disastrous the quarterback position went and the offense went. I have to believe they learned their lesson from that.
I hope. If you want to start somebody, your hope is that they are the week 1 starter and the week 18 starter. Mm-hmm. What is the point of starting somebody in week 1 if you're going to have a different quarterback in week 7.
Yeah.
It doesn't make much sense to me. However, not to play it to a fear here, I do fear that this is some sort of game of telephone that's gone on. Have you seen the internet sleuths that have done some digging on? I think people.
The Jerry Jeudy picture.
Jerry Jeudy was hanging out with Ocho Cinco like a couple days ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair to hear or to say. Here's what I'm going to say though. When it comes back to the quarterback position and getting it right, you cannot. Week 6 is so early. You cannot go into a season saying we're going to juggle quarterbacks and hope it works out. I understand that they might. Maybe this is their way of not being good this year. You have to give whoever wins the job, even if it's Deshaun. And you guys know I have no faith in Deshaun. I have no interest in Deshaun. But you have to give those guys in the locker room a fair chance. These guys are risking their necks. They're risking their livelihoods to go out there. And it sounds a little collectively bargained of, well, Deshaun's going to get 6 weeks, and then Shedeur gets after that if Deshaun can't take the job.
You look at the first 6 weeks.
You just don't need to do that.
Dude, you look at the first 6 weeks at Jacksonville, at Tampa, back home against Carolina, back home against Pittsburgh. That's the Thursday night football game. Then you've got the Jets and the Ravens. That's going to be the 6-game sample size we get of Deshaun Watson to see if he could ever play football again. We're going to have no answer unless he gets hurt, and the answer is no, that he can't play football again within those 6 weeks. How are you going to know? While the rest of the offensive line is still coming together, while you've got Concepcion and Boston trying to figure things out in their rookie seasons, you're gonna write an entire book on Deshaun Watson with the Browns in the first 6 games of the season. That feels like a mistake.
Also, we're going to see it play out happens in the final 4 to 5 weeks of the season. It's what happened with Jalen Hurts at the end of 2020. Those are the times where this stuff makes sense in the NFL, not at the beginning of the season. You don't, hey, how does he look? You don't do this trial balloon at the beginning of the season. And at some point, and again, I think the Browns are too smart to think like this. So I'm going to say that I think the Browns are too smart to do this, especially after the way last year went and how it completely sunk Kevin Stefanski's chances in his final year as a head coach, even though Kevin was a huge part of the decision-making behind that. But you owe it to that locker room to not do something that's disingenuous. And if you say, Deshaun's won the starting, if you make this whole case, Deshaun won the starting job, and 6 weeks in, you've pivoted off of him, you've told me that this was your plan all along, and that's the kind of stuff. That's how front offices cost head coaches their jobs and how it costs locker room their chance to compete in the NFL. You can't do it 2 years in a row. That's not how you build a winning culture. 216-474-0092. So Ocho Cinco says Watson gets the first 6 weeks to prove he's the guy, and then it's Shedeur's job. Do you believe this is the Browns' plan? We'll ask that of Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, and the Ruffino and Joe Show in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
day. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Nick Padone here. We got Kristen Peak coming up in 1 hour's time. NBA.com. We'll get her take on the Cavs offseason, the Cavs at pick 29, and of course, we'll get into the Giannis stuff, the LeBron stuff, all the many Cavs tributaries we can get into. But Brennan Sorsby has been a real conversation for the last week. We just played the Ocho Cinco sound where he says Deshaun Watson will get the first 6 weeks to prove he's the guy, and then it's Shador's job to run all these things past, including the Browns offseason. We head out of the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright Hotline and welcome on Joe DeLeone. Joins us every single Monday here at 3:20, A to Z Sports and the Ruffino and Joe Show. Joe, welcome to the show, bud.
How you guys doing?
Doing all right. I will tell you, I'm a little over the Sorsby conversation. I'm not over Brennan Sorsby, but the conversation itself has reached peak insanity. How about yourself?
Oh, it reached that point, I think, 2 weeks ago. I don't even remember when all this stuff has happened. It has been one of these stories that it feels like I've been talking about it for a year, but it's only been a month and a half. The one good thing I feel like is that this is, to a degree, calming down. Once the supplemental draft happens, I think that there's going to be a much different discourse, and hopefully he ends up with a team that he gets an opportunity to, gets the opportunity to eventually take over a starting role. But yeah, to your point, it is kind of one of those things where it has been a story that has consistently dragged on to a ridiculous level.
All right, so with that, I want to give you three options here, rather three slates of what could happen. Give me your best case for Brennan Sorsby in the NFL, give me the most likely case, and give me the worst case for who he ends up being or how his career goes.
I think that the most likely case, I'll start there because I had a decent comp for him. He reminds me a lot of Jackson Dart, but with a slightly stronger arm, and the comparisons that I see are he is willing to put his body on the line. He is a good runner. He's a good improviser. He's not like a super cerebral decision maker or like a Josh Allen type guy that is going to rip the ball down the field or barrel through tacklers, but he does enough to be an average level starter in the NFL, kind of like Jackson Dart's projection of fitting into that Baker Mayfield, Andy Dalton mix of the middle of the pack for the general average of their career. I think worst case, he ends up being like mostly a backup, and he bounces around and doesn't really get the chance to start, and the distractions of this offseason end up like really, really getting to his mental, and he just doesn't really click in practices. There's a real possibility that he endured so much over the course of this whole saga that it just becomes ridiculous for him to move on from it mentally. And I think best case is he becomes a top 10 level quarterback. I don't think he'll ever be somebody who ascends into that upper category, kind of like I was describing there, where there's some limitations, it feels like, to his game. But he is talented enough as an athlete, as a runner, with the ability to drive the ball into tight windows, to be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL in a good system with a good offensive coordinator and some nice weapons. So there's a reason why there's been so much hype for him. There's a reason why he's gotten all this attention, because he wasn't just some schlub who was going to maybe help Texas Tech win a few more games or win some big games and be solid once they got to the college football playoff, and maybe he'd be a day 3 pick. No, this is a guy who, if he was in the 2026 NFL draft, probably would have gone in the first round, maybe after Ty Simpson or even before Ty Simpson.
Joe, could you help me make sense of this then? Because if a team like the Browns were to be interested in Sorsby, who would have a comp to Jackson Dart in your mind, Well, wouldn't that be a no-brainer for an organization like Cleveland? Because we were just told throughout this head coach hiring process that somebody like a Harbaugh would never entertain a place like a Cleveland because they didn't have a quarterback like a Jackson Dart. So if this could be a path for the Browns to find their own Jackson Dart, wouldn't that make sense for Andrew Berry?
I think that in a vacuum that sentiment does, but the one team that, as I've been asked about this a lot on radio spots recently, the one team that I keep saying is the worst possible destination for him, for me, is the Cleveland Browns, and I think it's for both sides. The side for the Browns is that you decided to put off entering the quarterback market this past draft, and instead what you did was fantastic. I was excited about the draft class for the Browns this past year. You did the right thing by extremely bolstering the foundation so that in 2027, with a much more talented quarterback class, you take that guy that you really love, depending on where you're picking, and then you start to build around that player. The Browns are going to be one of these teams that are going to be sadly picking in the top 5 probably because they don't have a settled quarterback situation, and that's to their benefit. They have the chance to get Arch Manning. They have the chance to get Dante Moore. Maybe it's Lenore Sellers or one of these other guys that could be up-and-coming risers. For Sorsby's case, with the negative attention that goes to Deshaun Watson, with the attention that Shedeur Sanders gets because he has somehow the biggest fan base out of any quarterback in the NFL, despite not really being a confirmed starter and probably won't be the Browns starter, I think with all the attention that's going to come from that, I feel like it would just add another distraction. And he would have to deal with a lot of the commentary from Shedeur fans who they're very aggressive, as everybody in Cleveland knows, that they're going to go after anyone that they see as getting in the way of Shedeur Sanders. So I think that it would be far better for him to go somewhere where he can sit like the Steelers. The Steelers are a much better situation where he can go to Pittsburgh, he can sit behind Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers creates his own distractions, and everyone's going to be focused on Aaron Rodgers for every little thing that he says, that nobody's going to be paying attention to Brendan Sorsby. And then after this year, eventually he can take over. I just don't like the Browns situation for him.
Joe, we had a piece of audio from Ocho Cinco on his night show or his nightcap podcast where he had said that he thinks Watson will be the Browns starter for 6 weeks. So he gets 6 weeks to prove he's the guy, and then it's Shedeur's job if that doesn't happen. That sounds very collectively bargained to me. What do you make of this alleged plan by Ocho Cinco?
I mean, I think that it makes sense, and when you're living in this quarterback purgatory, that timeline seems like it's the most logical. I think that naturally, and I believe I've said this on your guys' show, and I came on around the draft and after the draft. If not, I might have said it somewhere else. I feel as though that when you don't have your QB situation settled and you have two guys, you have Deshaun Watson, who you gave a ton of money to, who was an awful mistake, that you at least want to see if there's anything there, and there probably won't be anything there, but you just try to see what's there. And then you do the same thing for Shedeur Sanders. You try to see, is there any possibility that this guy could be our starter and we could build a team around him? Because that would be the ultimate luxury, having a young quarterback of Shedeur Sanders' age, and to be able to use your first-round pick on another position in a year where it's going to be a historic class. Like, the opportunity to draft a Colin Simmons or a Dylan Stewart would be awesome for you if you don't need a quarterback. So I think that has to be the timeline. Let Deshaun start the year, and once he stinks it up, move on over to Shedeur Sanders and see if there's anything left there. And if both are really, really bad, the positive outcome is you're picking in the top 3, at very least, maybe the top 5, and you get to pick whichever QB you want.
Joe, what happens if the following happens? The Browns hired Todd Monken. He's 60 years old. They're saying that they want to win games this upcoming season in Monken's first year with such a young team and get that winning culture built in Cleveland again. What happens if they win 6 or 7 games? How does that hurt their chances at Arch Manning or Dante Moore? And then how do they find that franchise quarterback from there?
Yeah, I don't think that it completely kills their chances of getting in the sweepstakes for those guys because of the fact that there is so many other teams that are in a very kind of similar roster situation. I do think that Monken's going to be good enough of a coach that they'll be able to be competitive this upcoming year. But at the end of the day, when you traded away Myles Garrett, that was the one reason why you would have continued to win games unexpectedly. I think that this quarterback class is so good that even if you miss out on Arch Manning or Dante Moore, there's many other players that have the tools and the traits to still be franchise-altering starters. It kind of feels like it's going to be like that Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Caleb Williams draft. There's going to be a lot of options.
All right, Joe. A CBS Sports NFL analyst says he believes out of 32 NFL teams, the Browns had the best NFL offseason. I'll ask you, do you agree or disagree with that take?
I do think that they did, and they had one of my favorite draft classes from this past year. I think that their offseason of understanding where they were and that Myles Garrett, to have the self-awareness, because with all this comes down to after the draft, to have the self-awareness to realize, hey, Myles Garrett is a piece of this franchise for the history of, the rest of time. But at the end of the day, he's not going to help us win in the next 2 years. Where our timeline is, he's going to just end up wasting the end of his career, getting a return, getting a younger pass rusher, getting draft capital, takes what was a great draft class and then empowers them to be the young up-and-coming team in 2027. I'm so tired of seeing teams across the NFL not having the self-awareness to understand where they sit in the timeline of their rebuild. Like the Pittsburgh Steelers in the division is a perfect example where they keep convincing themselves that they can win games, and now we're about to watch Aaron Rodgers' decrepit body try and keep up with this year. And I think that they're going to be disastrously bad because they keep mortgaging their future over and over again, assuming that they can be competitive. Sometimes you just need to realize where you sit, and having a really good class with two really talented receivers and a new offensive lineman with Spencer Fano, and then to add the capital of moving on from Myles Garrett, I agree with that sentiment that they did everything that they needed to right. The only other team that maybe I'd put in competition for having the best offseason would be the Rams, because they're the team that increased their opportunity to win a Super Bowl, but for a completely different reason, I see the Browns making a lot of sense there.
Joe, I do have to ask you, the World Cup is going on. People tell me about this. I know you're a football guy. Are you also a football guy?
I am not. I have watched the USA games. I have watched, turned on the TV. When there's daytime sports on, I'll put it on so I have something in the background while I'm working. But no, I have not been. I couldn't tell you what's happening. I have no idea what's going on.
So you're actually the right guy. I think, Padone, you're a little bit more of a soccer guy, right?
I'm kind of similar to Joe. Like,
okay.
It's on as background noise, but not much more.
All right, so I am all the way out on soccer, so I don't even watch the matches when they're on. I was at a bar on Friday during the U.S. one, and I mocked. I was like, oh, no, offsides. No, I did that kind of stuff. So I want to know, when do I go from not paying any attention to being the most ignorant American and just telling everybody that the U.S. is going to win the Cup? Do I wait till Thursday when they win? Do I wait for maybe a win after that? When can I go full ugly American?
See, I think that you got it. Now is actually the time to do it because they already clinched from my understanding. But here's the thing, though. You got to be very pointed because it's not like with American sports where you can start trolling all the other fan bases in the same country. If you start saying that to other U.S. fans, many of us are like in the same boat. We don't really know what's going on. We're just kind of excited that they won some games. You got to find ways to go after the other countries and to antagonize them, which is kind of hard because I don't believe that there's any matches in Cleveland. So that's going to be a little bit difficult. You got to find the right avenues to antagonize the right people. I have found it very funny the Australian fans, they thought that they were going to completely wallop the U.S., and the U.S. completely, obviously, smoked them last Friday. So you just got to have the right audience for that. I think that now is the right time, considering the fact that they've already clinched and everything, which, who even thought that was a possibility?
This could be the week where Saul American, my very patriotic alter ego, makes his appearance on this very station here. Joe, great stuff as always, buddy. Appreciate you.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
Joe DeLeon there, A to Z Sports on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I do think since the U.S. doesn't play till Thursday, I think you get spared a Saul American appearance. And then it also happens, by the way, that next week I have our 4th of July trip that we take every year. So I feel like Thursday or Friday could really be the time where Sol American shows up and just supercharges the city of Cleveland.
See, you say spared, like, I'm here for Sol American. Like, I want to be here for Sol American.
It's very aggressive, Nick.
That's okay. I love this country. Like, I want Sol American to come out, and I want Sol American to power the U.S. men's national team almost single-handedly to a World Cup victory.
Everybody says that until Sol American shows up. Vanessa thought it was funny till about 30 minutes into Memorial Day. Yeah, that's how we do it around here. We will react to what Joe had to say about your Browns, including how much credit the Browns are getting for trading Myles Garrett. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you absolutely know a Ram truck.
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
They had one of my favorite draft classes from this past year. I think that their offseason of understanding where they were, and that Myles Garrett, to have the self-awareness, with all this coming down to after the draft, to have the self-awareness to realize, hey, Myles Garrett is a piece of this franchise for the history of, the rest of time. But at the end of the day, he's not going to help us win in the next 2 years. Getting a return, getting a younger pass rusher, getting draft capital takes what was a great draft class and then empowers them to be the young up-and-coming team in 2027. I'm so tired of seeing teams across the NFL not having the self-awareness to understand where they sit in the timeline of their rebuild, and having a really good class with 2 really talented receivers and a new offensive lineman with Spencer Fano, and then to add the capital of moving on from Myles Garrett. I agree with that sentiment that they did everything that they needed to do right.
That is Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, the one of the hosts of the Ruffino and Joe show, agreeing with CBS Sports' Josh Edwards that the Browns had the best NFL offseason, and I really like a lot of what they did. It's tough for me to say you have the best offseason when you stand pat at the quarterback position. That feels like I'm giving you a lot of credit when it is the most important position. I guess the only other qualm I would have here, though, beyond just the quarterback position and being like, we'll figure it out. Hey, Taylor Green, that's how we're going to change the math here. The only other thing is, it's really tough when a team waits till June 1st to trade the best player since 1999, not named Joe Thomas. And even though you got Jared Verse in return, even though you had a good draft, it's tough to trade that guy. And then, look at the offseason they had.
Right, because in my mind, like when I'm looking towards this season, I was expecting the defense was going to take a small step back, losing Jim Schwartz, going to Mike Rutenberg. Okay, you lose Myles Garrett, though. Like, now I'm kind of factoring in another small step back for the defense that I needed to be really good if I wanted this team to be really good, because I don't have an answer at quarterback. So I'm with you. It is... I see where everybody wants to say that this was the best offseason, because they did retool the entire offensive line the way that Barry referenced Ryan Poles in Chicago at the Combine. Like, that came to fruition. You were able to add a couple explosive playmakers with Concepcion in Boston. I just don't know, though, like, your quarterback room is Deshaun Watson versus Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel and Taylor Green. Like, it's hard to get me to say that this was the best offseason in the NFL when you have no quarterback.
I'm also just really on the struggle bus with how I've started the Stefanski and Barry, watching the media cover those two guys specifically has driven me crazy. Even when Stefanski got fired this year, there were members of the national media that acted like they fired Vince Lombardi after he won his first Super Bowl. And it's like, are we looking at what the guy's actually accomplished here and the decisions that he's been a part of? And I feel like while Barry has not gotten that same case, he kind of, since this Myles Garrett trade went down, people have started to reframe. Oh, look, he traded. What a bold move this is. He got Jared Verse. What a great player. And I'm here to say I like a lot of the things he's done in the last 2 years. None of this, and I mean not a single damn part of it, takes away that he made the worst trade in NFL history. And if Jared Verse pops an Achilles this year, the Myles Garrett trade might end up going down as the second worst trade in NFL history if the Rams then turn around and win the damn Super Bowl this year.
Here's the thing, is it's eventually got to start equating to wins. Like we win every offseason. It's what we do here. It's on T-shirts. We know that we win every offseason, and we will raise a banner for that week 3 at the home opener that we've won yet another offseason. At some point, I do want to get to the point of the program where the winning comes with winning the offseason on the field. At some point, I would like to win some games
about
as a result of winning all of these offseasons.
Sound good to you? About 2029? Just got to wait another 3 years, and maybe one or two more big trades.
It's what I'm told. It's what I'm told is once that stadium opens up, I don't know how they're going to sell all the PSLs to said stadium with the current product that's going to go out on the field if there truly is no quarterback here.
Let's just keep telling everybody what a great process they have. That's what they're going to do.
And it does. It seems to be a good process. I like Concepcion. I like Boston. I like Emmanuel McNeil Warren. I like
just
Jared
like wins
Verse.
more.
Me too.
You have a great process. If it doesn't lead to a lot of wins, I suddenly think, well, as great as it is, how many wins are we getting here?
Yeah, I definitely don't like. You know what I don't like? December gray, cold Sundays that end
Well, that's
up
just
in
Cleveland.
But,
I don't think that's Jimmy Haslam's fault.
But I could stomach those cold gray Sundays if the football team was winning. It's when the football team loses each and every one of those Sundays that those really start to pile up on me.
All right, take the fan wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. We do have Kristen Peak coming up in about 30 minutes here. We'll talk about the NBA draft, which is tomorrow, the Giannis sweepstakes, where the Cavs sit here this offseason. But I'm just curious to see how you said it, because somebody informed me via DMs that the Cavs are doing the 2016 reunion tour with all their players. They said they heard you say where the Cavs went is all the former teammates yesterday on this station. So how do you say this right here, or how did you say it yesterday?
So here's the thing. Could I be so yesterday I pronounced that as Saint Tropez.
Okay.
However, some learning happened during the show yesterday where I then heard Dave McMenamin call it Saint Trope, I believe.
Uh-huh.
And then I realized I pronounced it wrong the first time that I said it, and I just decided that I wasn't going to say it anymore and just say that the Cavs were hanging out somewhere that I didn't know how to pronounce it.
Well, fortunately, I wanted. Well, this is not.
I
want to
know who sent this DM.
This is not a show that shames. We're very understanding when somebody on the show makes a mistake, a gaffe, a slip up. We never
totally understand it.
We never hold each other's feet to the flame here.
Definitely not.
If that's how McMenamin said it, and I have not listened to that tape, McMenamin would also be wrong.
Okay,
it's Saint-Tropez. Is how you say it.
So maybe that is what he said. I just know that whatever McMenamin said was very different from what I said, and I was just like, okay, I'm just going to stop saying it.
You know, the only thing that makes me mad is I said it, and I thought to myself as I was saying it, you should see if Mac can say this. I just want to canvass the room here and find out. Have you ever been to Saint-Tropez?
Never been.
Okay, then I think you're okay.
Had I gone, I think I would have felt more confident in pronouncing it.
No. And I can tell you because there's a town in Jamaica where Vanessa and I went 2 years ago.
You still can't
that we were there. Now, it could have been the Bob Marley's. It could have been the cocktails I was having. But they were like, oh, you can go see this waterfall. And they also warned us. So there are local militias that are there. So we have to kind of go a specific way. And they kept saying the name of it might have actually been the waterfall, and I couldn't get it right. And I was like, I'm not going to potentially get murdered at a place where I can't say the name. No, thank you. And so I didn't. But again, I will tell you, I had like 20 Bob Marleys a damn day.
So what are we calling it? It's Saint Tropez. That's what we're going with.
How did I say it twice in this segment? Saint-Tropez.
Saint-Tropez.
How is he? That's not just me, right? Can you say it one more time for me?
Saint-Tropez.
All right, that's close. I think we got there. There was a weird.
Yeah, that sounded good.
When you said "sand," the last one, it sounded like you put the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Okay,
but I think we got there.
We landed it.
Hey, Nick, where did the Cavs vacation? The 2016 Cavs team. Where did they vacation at?
Oh, they vacationed in Saint-Tropez. Is that there or no?
I think you got it, kid.
All right,
I'm proud of you.
Picking things up.
This is where your radio career took the turn.
Picking things up.
This here today. We do have the latest on the Cavs and Giannis in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I've heard dumber things. Nick Wilson, Nick Padone, back on Afternoon Drive. Kristen Peak coming up in about 20 minutes here. We'll talk with her about the latest NBA melodrama, but you guys can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app and by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Andy Lima, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Afternoon Drive with myself and JP from 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all of our best content from your favorite shows on The Fan and live on demand. I completely butchered that entire read, but seriously, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel and like our videos. We desperately like to be liked around here. So we have... I don't know if this is even an update on the Giannis thing, but Brian Windhorst was talking about the potential for a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade, and he made an analogy I think a lot of Cleveland fans are going to understand.
What Milwaukee is deciding is two completely different pathways. You acquire Jaylen Brown and the other pieces in this trade. You're trying to be competitive instantly. Next year, Jaylen Brown's 30 years old. You're going to try to compete. You go with the Miami offer, it's a complete retrofit of your team. As Sham said, I am sure that the Boston Celtics looked at what happened with the Cleveland Browns. I know that's a strange sentence, but if you look at what Jimmy Haslam did with the Cleveland Browns, he could have traded his franchise player, Myles Garrett, for draft picks only. He didn't do that deal he didn't approve a deal until he got a high-quality player, Jared Verse, in return. I am sure that the Celtics saw that and took that into account when they made their offer.
All right, so I understand why this was pointed out there. It's a good job by Wendy. I don't know how Jimmy Haslam is getting the Peterlin pass of all Peterlin passes.
The Peterlin pass.
For having already orchestrated, or at least been on board with the worst trade in NFL history. Then, in June 1, after his organization vehemently denied that they would ever think about trading Myles Garrett, traded the second best Cleveland Brown since 1999. Again, the only guy ahead of him is Joe Thomas. In what signaled a massive rebuild, and only for like 3 weeks to turn around and maybe trade Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like from a ownership perspective, like the legacy side of things, I don't know how Jimmy Haslam ever comes out ahead of any of this.
Yet he's on TV. They're discussing him as if he's a genius because he was able to get Jared Verse back in that trade. I get the point that Wendy was making, and obviously, if I could get Jaylen Brown in the Giannis trade, like I feel good about Jaylen Brown being a piece that could potentially be built around. I get what Wendy was saying, but yeah, Jimmy finds a way to continue to come out of these situations smelling like roses.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to the giant perception building machine that if it just sounds logical to people, they'll suddenly think you have an understanding of what you're doing. I just think from the Cavs side, again, I don't expect the Cavs to get Giannis. I expect him to go to Boston or to Miami. I think what happens after that is what I'm most interested in. And until he is in Boston or Miami, I don't think you can rule the Cavs out simply because the Cavs were counted out of the Donovan Mitchell trade, and they surprised everybody. Nobody really saw the Harden for Darius Garland thing coming because we thought they wouldn't make that kind of trade. So, the Cavs do have a history of upsetting the apple cart, even if, by the way, it's not for Giannis, but maybe a Jaylen Brown for Evan Mobley swap, which I think makes a tremendous amount of sense for both sides, even if I'm still a little leery of giving up on Evan Mobley early.
Yeah, because that immediately solves your small forward crisis. You go into next year and Jaylen Brown is your starting small forward, and your backcourt is set with Harden and Mitchell, and Brown is your 3, and then I guess you need to solve power forward then if you're getting rid of Evan Mobley, but then you still have the lob threat there with Jared Allen. you could see a way where that makes sense. Nick, you're selling me that maybe this Cavs season this Cavs off season rather might not just be Kobe Altman sitting on his hands and trying to run this thing back, because I'm currently of the operation like they've got to make some sort of change, because we saw how great the Knicks were and we saw what happened to the Cavs against those Knicks.
So I do think that it's going to take the perfect thing being dislodged for them to do it. Like, I think Jaylen Brown, and again, not a perfect player, but in a league where the currency is big wings that can score a lot of points, Jaylen Brown is one of them. And there are, while everybody, covets these guys and they pay tremendous amounts for lesser versions of it, the Cam Johnsons and the Trey Murphys and all that. The truth is, young rim running bigs, elite defensive bigs, just they're not the same commodity that big wings that can score in droves are.
Unless you're a Jokic, unless you're a Wembanyama. And
that's an offensive side of the thing, not a defensive side of the thing.
And thus far, Nick, and I love Mobley, and I hear what you're saying about Mobley, that he could maybe be a contingency plan if Harden and Mitchell don't work out in Cleveland long term. He's given me very little reason to believe that over the course of his career, he could find that offensive side that Jokic and Wembanyama have unlocked.
So you're about to get me to go on a diatribe here, so I'm not going to do it. All I'll say is I think Evan's been put in a position to be that. He's never been the guy they built around. And they have habitually now, 2 different instances here, built around ball-dominant guards. Not just one, multiple. First it was Darius and Donovan. Now it's James and Donovan. And I think it's really hard for a young big to come of age in that scenario when, again, it's not been about his development. It's about we're going to try and develop you while winning. I think that's a fair defense of Evan.
And I also
but again, I'm only giving him up for Jaylen.
Well, and then there's this layer of Evan, too, just to kind of push back on that. It doesn't seem like heading into, year 6, year 7, he doesn't have a game where he could play with his back to the basket.
Yeah, but because I've heard this a lot. He has so many things that he does, though. Like, he is at least respectable three-point shooter. I know the numbers were down this year. Look at the numbers of 2 previous years. He's only averaging 3 or 4 a game, but he's still shooting 35, 36, 36%.
And it was better in the postseason. He was hitting the 3 in the postseason a little bit more.
And we also saw him drive to the cup with more authority in the postseason as well.
He was good in the playoffs.
I think the one thing I find myself being a little frustrated with coming out of the postseason is that we didn't give Evan and Jared their appropriate flowers for how much better they were in the postseason. They were not consistent. Well, they're not. This thing isn't built for them to consistently be great on offense. That's where Mitchell and Harden have to be better.
And then that's fascinating, because if they have to be better, but they're not, like, is James Harden ever going to be better in the postseason than what we just saw? I think that's just who he is in the postseason.
You can't lob that up for me and not expect me to bleep all over James Harden. I still hate the trade. And by the way, James actually did earn some of my respect in the second half of the season, and I thought he did wonders in the first 2 rounds. The problem is the third round had completely disappeared, and he looked the way he did. What was that, game 2 against Detroit, where he looked completely old and washed, and like we might be getting fat James Harden back? Yeah. I can understand, because this isn't built around the bigs offensively, that those guys come and go in a series. Donovan and James, who both came and went in terms of their ability to score at any point, that came and went for both of those guys throughout the postseason. Now, with that being said, here is Dave McMenamin yesterday on with you and Daryl Ryder talking about LeBron coming back to Cleveland.
I wouldn't put it at no chance. I haven't gotten any sort of sense that it would be a more likely scenario than others. It seems like returning to the Lakers is the most likely scenario, and if that did not occur for the Golden State Warriors, that would be the second most likely scenario. Now, the Lakers can pay him more than any other team, but Golden State could offer him like $15 million, and obviously he could go pair with one of his best, a guy that's become one of his best friends in the league, in Draymond Green, and the guy that last time they paired up together, and Steph Curry did amazing things in the 2024 Olympics in Paris. You just don't know yet. I hope, for all of our sakes, that this is not a protracted decision-making process. I know he said on a recent podcast with Steve Nash it could take all the way into August. God help us. But whether he comes back to play for the Cavs again or not, I think his emotions when the Cavs played the Lakers in January said it all. The Cavs fan base, that's like the only place that he feels the true love of the fan base.
All right, so when hearing McMenamin say, it's L.A. by a mile, and then if not L.A., it's Golden State, that tells me that I don't think this is just about LeBron. I think, and I understand the Cavs might have some reticence to go back to LeBron because they've come so far from the LeBron era, and they've done a great job at doing both things, which is respecting and loving that era while also trying to make their own push here.
Right.
If this is the ego of we got to try and show we can win without LeBron, I need the Cavs to get out of their own damn way. I really do. Because it's simple as if you put LeBron on this roster in any of the myriad of ways you can do it, you will be a much better team next year and you'll have a much better chance of winning a championship.
I said it yesterday. If that's truly the case, that it's Los Angeles, Golden State, and not really anything else, then I need to I need the Cavs to get aggressive in this thing. It is really that simple. Get aggressive. Get on the plane and fly out to California if that's really what it takes and make the pitch, because he's not going to get the max contract in LA. He probably wouldn't get a max in Golden State, and here we wouldn't be able to pay him the max based on how things are currently orchestrated. So get on the plane and go out there and aggressively pitch him on exactly what McMenamin laid out. We know that Cleveland means more to him. We saw that in January when he was crying his eyes out when they played the tribute video for him, Nick. Get aggressive with this and get this guy back here and help him understand a farewell tour in Cleveland means so much more. You could genuinely win a championship next year. And even if you don't, even if you fell short of those expectations, this is the one market that would forgive that because of what you did in 2016.
Yeah, I think if he goes to Golden State and they are a good regular season team that gets swept in the first round, I think people say, why did we just waste our time with that?
Right, and that's not his party. Golden State is going to go through their own celebration of those great teams with Steph and Clay and Draymond and Steve Kerr. That was never LeBron's party. LeBron was actively competing against that party.
And so if he wins in L.A., Luka's going to get all the credit. If LeBron comes home to Cleveland, even if it's just a retirement tour, and I think this is important because of what you said there, even if it's just a retirement tour, you're still going to be in a spot where people go, hey, they didn't win a title. Maybe they topped out in the Eastern Conference Finals, but what a way to send LeBron out. And that will feel the best way to sending LeBron out on top. This staying in L.A. stuff, I understand from business implications, lifestyle implications. I get it. From how people view your career, Cleveland is still the win for him by an absolute mile. And him not being into that, or them not being into it, somebody's being stubborn here, and I find it a little bit annoying. 216-474-0092. Has this offseason become LeBron or bust for the Cavaliers? Because if so, it feels like it's bust for the Cavaliers. Kristen Peak, NBA.com in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
far in this tournament. United States have already clinched Group D, and they'll be moving on to the round of 32. They have one more group play match on Thursday against Turkey before advancing on to the second round next week. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
The lead coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick and Nick. Nick Wilson and Nick Padone talking here on Monday. We are on Giannis watch. Will he be traded? Where will he be traded? Cavs do anything this week outside of what they're going to do, the 29th pick in tomorrow night's NBA draft. But to continue on the Cavs offseason conversation, we head out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Kristen Peak, NBA.com and Hoops HQ. Kristen, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. It's a busy couple days.
It sure is. I saw you guys were going to do, for NBA.com, you're going to have all the green room invitees, interviewing all of them. So meanwhile, after this, I'm going to go home. I'm probably going to have a beer, maybe a nice dinner, maybe sit outside for a little bit. I'm not bragging. I'm just bragging. I do want to know, I guess we'll start with the Cavs in the 29th pick. Can you give us a couple names we should know as Cavs fans for maybe who could end up with the Cavaliers in that range?
Well, listen, if you have some patience and, there are two players that seem to be falling in the first round, and that's Koa Pete. He was a forward who played at Arizona this year, was incredible for them. And he's kind of got that already NBA-ready body, but his shot, something happened to his shot during the pre-draft process, and a lot of people thought he should have gone back to school to Arizona to try to fix that and come back next year. But he elected to stay in the draft. He's someone that could be there at 29. I'm also hearing, things about Jaden Quaitman, the center who played 1 year at Arizona State and then was at Kentucky this year. He had an ACL injury. Looks like the medical came back after the combine, and he's slipping as well. I don't know if he's going to need another additional surgery or just some, intense rehab, but he's someone that's slipping. So if you want to take a swing and kind of be patient on those two players, the fact that they're going to be there, what they could project here in a couple years, that is great value at pick number 29.
In your mock draft here, Kristen, you've got the Cavs drafting guard Malik Thomas out of Arkansas with that 29th pick, a 6'5" freshman. Is there a world where, despite having Donovan Mitchell and we think James Harden's going to be back in the fold, that the Cavs could have their eye on another small guard?
Absolutely. At that point, Malik Thomas, he was a 5-star recruit. He found a way to harmonize in the backcourt along with other ball-dominant guards, Darius Acuff Jr. and DJ Wagner, and he got better as the year went on. And so he's someone that thrives in a competing environment like that. And if he's there at 29 and the fact that he's electing to stay in the draft, I think you just go for best available prospect at that point. And he's someone that I think can really be, instrumental and have a good NBA career, but he's going to need some development.
Kristen, how much of a discussion really is the number one pick, Bonsa versus Peterson?
You got to give credit to Washington. This time last year, we knew it was going to be Cooper Flagg to the Mavericks, and I love this game of what I call draft chess or draft chicken that Will Dawkins is playing with both Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge. And remember, it was the reverse last year. The Utah Jazz were picking at 5, and the Wizards were at 6, and Ace Bailey, the only team he worked out for all last year was the Washington Wizards. That was his preferred landing spot. And the Jazz were like, you know what? We don't care. We're taking you. We don't care. And kind of, kept things guessing for the Wizards. And now the Wizards were a year later, and they're doing the same thing between A.J. Bonsa, who everybody knows the ties to A.J. and the Utah Jazz, and first at Utah Prep and then played at BYU. That is their guy, and Washington's just saying, this is your guy? What are you going to give us? All right, if we take AJ, DP, Darren Peterson, he canceled his workout to go to Salt Lake City. That doesn't mean that the Jazz at one point flew to Los Angeles and saw him work out. I think that's more probably what happened. But, there's a lot of smoke being thrown out. You want the best stories. Agents are trying to push things, but yeah, I do think there's still conversations being had as who's going to go number one.
Kristen, on the periphery of the NBA draft and all the craziness that's getting ready to go down tomorrow is the Giannis Antetokounmpo situation. What's the latest that you're hearing on Giannis? It feels like Boston and Miami are like the known teams that are in on this thing, but obviously there's a lot of intrigue here locally on what that means for the Cavs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I keep hearing those two teams. I think either one of those teams is going to have to bring a third team in order for Milwaukee to get what they want. Listen, they are trying, they're hunting for another top 10 pick in this year's draft. That would be, and then plus another asset. So, you know, for a player like Giannis, I know, Giannis, what did he say? He said, I don't want to leave Milwaukee. I just want to leave the Bucks. Like little, so the line has been drawn in the sand. I think they're absolutely going to try to move him, whether that's going to be tomorrow night for the draft or a little bit later. We'll still see. We always talk about this sort of thing. And then, you know what ends up happening? The entire draft is chalk and boring, and we all got worked up for nothing.
All right, so I want to throw this idea by you because I wouldn't trade Evan Mobley for Giannis. Giannis is 31. The calf injuries scare me. And also just I feel like it's too heavily on one timeline, and I'm not willing to give up on Evan Mobley just yet. But if Milwaukee looked at this and said, well, we like Jaylen Brown, but he doesn't fit our timeline, I would be willing to give up Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown. That obviously would have to happen after a Giannis trade. What would you think about a Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown kind of trade?
I don't like it, especially you think about Wemby and what's happening in the West, and you need that rim protection. I know you guys also have Jarrett Allen, but I love Evan Mobley, and he's still so young, and so I don't know. I wouldn't do it, but also I'm not around. I don't watch every Cavs game, but just what I know Evan Mobley to be, and especially as a rim protector, I would not do that trade.
Kristen, back to the Cavs with the draft for just a second. I'm curious about the number 29th pick because we have heard some stuff that maybe they don't draft 29. Maybe they try to move on from that to get a bunch of second-round picks. Again, what would be the benefit of doing that, of moving off of 29 overall for a bunch of second-round picks?
I don't know if this is the draft to do that because what ended up happening is we saw the second round really thin out this year, just with the NIL opportunities and knowing that next year's draft class is a little weaker and it's not as deep. So you saw a lot of really good players elect to return to college. And so it's thinned out. So I don't know if maybe they're targeting a couple players in the second and they find value. But in this draft specifically, especially with the three players that we just spoke about, I would much rather have either one of those players than any pair of second round picks in this draft.
All right, Kristen, I know that everybody who covers a draft, be it any sport, you always end up having a soft spot for a player. So we've talked about Cavs options. We've talked about 1 and 2. Is there a player in this draft that you think is maybe being a little undervalued, or maybe you just have a soft spot for the style they play or the person?
Oh, my gosh. Well, that is a loaded question. I've been covering probably 90% of these kids, these players, since the time they were 14 and 15 years old. So I am like bonus auntie to, 52 of these players that are going to be drafted in the next couple of days. But, I have a soft spot for a lot of them. I think Christian Anderson is a player that's kind of getting overlooked, the Texas Tech point guard. And he said it today when we spoke to him. He just said, listen, I've always been underrated, and I'm never going to take that chip off my shoulder. That's the best version of myself, and I'm going to continue once I enter the league to play that way. And so I think he's going to be a player that surprises a lot of people. I think Michael Brown's back injury and not being able to see what he can fully do at Louisville, except for that NC State game where he had 10 threes and 45 points. That was a glimpse of that. I think he's going to surprise a lot of people. And listen, the four at the top, AJ Devonta, Darren Peterson, Cameron Boozer, and Caleb Wilson, there's a reason why so many teams targeted this draft. And it's because they know what the potential is for those four players alone. So this is a special group, one collectively, maybe my favorite draft class in the last 10 years, and I'm just excited for them.
Kristen, any guess on who might have the best outfit tomorrow? My mom will be watching the red carpet coverage for the outfits that the players and their families are wearing. Any insight onto who's going to be best dressed?
Oh my gosh, best dressed? I don't know. See, I'm not about like the crazy Miami Vice suits because I think these kids are going to look back 15 years from now and be like, what was I thinking? I like the classic fits. I like when the players have personal things inside the jacket, whether that's pictures or different sayings or different anything. I really like that, but I don't know. They're all. I don't think we're going to be seeing diamond-studded, bright purple suits like we did when Paolo Banchero was the number one pick, or. I think this group is going to keep it classy. I would say the person that is probably going to be the flashiest is maybe Caleb Wilson. He's got a little bit of an edge to him. Maybe Darius Acuff and Kingston Flemings. He's pretty fashionable. So those would be three. Now watch, they just all roll up in like dark black on gray suits, and they're boring.
Kristen, I do want to get your thoughts, big picture on the Cavs here. Right after they got, I would say, embarrassed in the Eastern Conference Finals, the names were out there, right? They're going to make a run at Giannis. They're going to make a run at LeBron. If it was a big name out there at that point, the Cavs were connected to it. Since then, Giannis doesn't look like he's coming here. LeBron sure looks like he's staying in L.A., at least as of right now. What's the right way for the Cavs to get just a little bit better so maybe next year in the Eastern Conference Finals they don't get gentlemen swept?
Yeah, I'm so draft deep focused right now. I couldn't even tell you who's like a free agent or who would be on their radar in terms of bringing that superstar potential power to the Cavs. Listen, sometimes it's all about team fit. It's all about peaking at the right time. We saw that with the Knicks. I don't think anybody at the start of the season would have said, hey, you know what? You know who's going to win the NBA title this year? I think the New York Knicks. I think it's all about chemistry. And remember, like they brought in a new coach, and everybody thought that they were crazy when the Karl Anthony Towns trade happened. And so I don't know. I don't have the right answer for you. I'm sorry, Cavs fans, Cavs Nation. But, I do think that it's a possibility, especially in the East, because the West feels like it's now become a two-man race every single year from here on out. Between the San Antonio Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Kristen, great stuff with you. We appreciate you, and can't wait to see where the Cavs go tomorrow at 29.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so much there. Kristen Peak there of NBA.com and Hoops HQ on the Wise Heart Right. We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what she had to say in the biggest story coming out of the World Cup. You guys know, not a big soccer guy. I found the story that we have to talk about in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. And listen, I've seen the Ram side by side with the alleged competition, and I drove the Ram. Why? Because once upon a time, I pulled into my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer and I started one up. And what I felt the power, right? And I felt the comfort and easy-to-use technology. And just to keep it on power for 1 second there, you can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7-liter.
Weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Could Giannis or LeBron end up in Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Nick Padone with you. Good stuff with Kristen Peak here. I didn't hear the names I wanted. All right, like Koa Pete sounds like a fine young potential NBA player. The Quantinen's kid, fine, whatever. I really like the Estonian big man that played at North Carolina. And give me a guy that's like 7'1" and can shoot 40% from three. That feels like something I want. Basically, at 29, I either want a Herb Jones-esque developmental two-way wing, right? Or I want a future big that can develop into like a third playable power forward center.
You know, I like that she said that it feels like they are going to draft at 29, or at least that's what they should do because of how talented that this year's first round is, but the second round tapers off a good bit because of NIL and all that stuff. Because yesterday when Daryl and I were doing the show, Michael Markosh came in between pretty much every break, and he was just informing us incessantly that the Cavs were probably not drafting at 29. So I'm glad that Kristen Peak, wants the Cavs drafting at 29. I want the Cavs drafting at 29. To hell with all of these second round drafts.
So I understand the cap implications, right? Especially like basically do two-way players if you got like the 35th pick and the 44th pick in return. And like it looks like the Nets are trying to move up. The Spurs might try to move up at the end of the first round. Like there are plenty of teams trying to move up into that range, but they're trying to move up because those are the better players. Like there's still going to be quality, maybe year one quality players, or even a guy like a Jalen Tyson type player who, even if it's not year one, maybe year two, can become a rotational piece. Maybe I'm crazy, but where the Cavs are, I need you taking swings at that. Because quite frankly, if you're not going to have a first-round pick every other year, or in like the case of this where, hey, you're going to have the 29th pick most years because of the way pick swaps have gone for the picks that went to Utah, I need you to be able to find guys who can be good rotational players, because that's a way to, over time, actually get better with your roster with guys like Tyson, and if you can find a nice backup big or another kind of big wing in this year's draft.
For sure. And to Kobe's credit, like he has consistently found these guys, even if he's like not the one drafting them. Like Sam Merrill is a guy that was just a journeyman NBA player that got brought into the Cavs organization and developed up. Dean Wade, obviously another guy that the Cavs, brought in and then developed up. Craig Porter Jr. kind of fits that bill too. Like they've had success bringing in young guys and drafting them and developing them up, even if they're not lottery picks. It's just that a lot of those guys haven't been at the positions of like apparent need, which are wing and a backup center.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking Agbaji being like your highest drafted wing outside of Okoro. I can't say Okoro and look at Mac because he gets very upset even to this day.
What's wrong, Mac? What's wrong about Isaac?
Oh, that's his boy. That's his guy.
That's my guy.
Yeah. I don't know why.
You might be able to get him back. You go to many Charge games, you might be able to get him back, and you might be able to go watch him for a lot less.
You want to go to a Charge game this year? Watch a little Okoro?
I've gone to Charge games before. I'll go watch Okoro.
Yeah, I'll go to a Charge game. I'm not going to watch Isaac Okoro.
I've actually gotten an Okoro bobblehead from the Charge games.
Yeah, so that's probably an indictment on Kobe's record, though, if the best wings that he's drafted are Isaac Okoro and Ochai Agbaji, because he's not doing much of anything either.
No, he's getting traded every season to another team. I think this year it was Toronto or maybe Dallas. I don't know. He's somewhere else, but good for him.
He's currently on the Brooklyn Nets.
Ugh. Okay, I could not have told you that.
That's a badge of honor.
That's rough. So we started, obviously, with the Cavs, traded him in the Donovan Mitchell deal to Utah, spent some time in their G League with Salt Lake Stars in 2022. 2024, 2026, he was in Toronto, and then he wound up in Brooklyn.
Look at that. The more you know. I feel like I'm learned today because I knew where Agbaji ended up.
Also, how about this, though? Is a wing really somebody who's 6'5"?
You better hope so, because I think Jalen Tyson's 6'5".
And that's like what Okoro's size was too, was 6'5".
I didn't realize we had a size queen on the show today.
I just, when I think of my wings, I think of them a little bit larger.
You like big wings?
I do. I like, the LeBron James sized wings.
Oh, well, who doesn't love that? But they're not available, for a reason. I get it. Listen, you're of a younger generation. You people think differently than we think. 216-474-0092. Do you also like big wings? Now, I think I've made it clear I'm not the biggest World Cup fan. As I relayed the information earlier, I was at a bar on Friday during the U.S.-Australia soccer match, and anytime the crowd would be like, oh, because it was packed. In the middle of Medina, Ohio, it was packed bar. In the very middle of the day, it was kind of like late lunch hours. I was blown away at how many people were actually there. But anytime, I made sure to go, oh, as well. I made sure to exclaim. And when people are upset about the offside, I was just as upset as they were, despite not really paying attention to what was happening. I might have found the World Cup story that's got me all the way in here.
All right.
So, are you familiar with Samir Zod?
Can't say that I'm familiar with him.
So he is the Brazilian Football Confederation president. He's 42 years old, and he's at the center of a sex scandal because, according to a Brazilian newspaper, he has allegedly used Federation funds to fly a mistress to New York before later meeting up with his wife in Mexico City for the World Cup opening ceremony, a travel itinerary ambitious enough to make even season flyers a little crazy here. So some of the details that have come out is she is a fitness entrepreneur. Does that mean she's just attractive online?
That probably means that she does fitness on social media and probably makes money off it.
Okay. Isn't that, are we just not calling them IG models anymore?
Yeah, so what's it say? She's a fitness
entrepreneur.
What
is she preneuring?
An entrepreneur would be like, if you're a fitness entrepreneur, like you've like reinvented the bench press. You've developed something.
Okay.
She has her own yoga mats.
Well, I think she has developed something. I think she's developed young Samir's interest. I think that's what she's developed. I've heard she's got a lot of assets, guys. Now, so apparently, did you read the price on the hotel?
I did. He paid for
so they spent 8 days at Manhattan's Hyatt Regency in Grand Central, apparently booked under Zod's name, and it came with a price tag of $11,500. Good for him. You know what? Like, if you're gonna commit fraud, especially something that's gonna land you in legal Dutch, make sure it's worth it. And I will say, 8 days with a fitness entrepreneur in a $11,500 hotel, that sounds like you're racking up the, okay, this might be worth it kind of thing. Oh, I stole $20,000 so I could buy a beater, right? It could be like a 2005 Ford Explorer. Not really interested.
No, not worth it.
Spent 8 days with an IG thought in New York, and they just never left the room. That's not even up for debate. I see where the guy's coming from. Immoral, yes.
The travel is what's crazy. Like, they were in New York City, and then he went back to Mexico City to watch the opening ceremony with his wife.
Yes. So which part of that's crazy to you?
The travel required to pull something like this off.
Not the going from your mistress to your wife and using with Federation funds?
It feels like it's a lot of legwork in order to pull something like this
Well, he
off.
didn't walk it.
Right, he flew it, but still, that's a long time in an airplane. Mexico City and New York City is not necessarily like a...
You're missing the key element here. Sex. It was involved. I don't know if you know this.
But he's the football confederation president.
Yes.
He's down that bad?
I think he's up that good. I think if you asked him, I think he's doing quite well. I think he would look at this and go, oh, you mean I went from Brazil to New York City, back to Brazil, then to Mexico City, and juggled these two women. I'm not at the same time. I don't think that's possible. I don't think even Andre the Giant's that strong. But he juggled these two women. I'm gonna say he had his fun worth whatever. You think he's jet lagged?
No, it comes right up when you Google him.
What comes right up?
This entire scandal.
Why are you disappointed for him?
I thought that. Well, it's a bummer for him.
I don't know. I mean, listen, he might do jail time for this. That's not great.
Yeah, that's not great.
But he's going to get a lot of high fives in jail.
Especially,
right? They're going to see the fitness entrepreneur. They're going to see his beautiful wife. They're going to be like, yeah, I get it.
The hardworking journalists over at the New York Post did also publish an image of the alleged fitness entrepreneur.
Yeah. Does she look fit to you?
She looks fit.
Yeah. Does she look like a pounding? Does she look like an entrepreneur to you?
I'd say, sure.
Okay.
Who's to say?
That's
Enjoy
fair.
the bulge.
That's fair. That's the only way to answer that, by the way. All right, so here was the question that I had. It was like the third thing that came up while watching this or while reading this ridiculous story. You think he's in bigger trouble at home, or do you think he's bigger trouble legally?
See, the thing is, like, in the like a government setting, is $11,500 that much to the Brazilian government?
So it's not the Brazilian government; it's the Brazilian Football Federation, which is kind of tied to the government.
How much is $11,500 worth to them?
I don't know.
Probably
about $11,500.
And that's probably not that much. I got to imagine they're worth a little bit more
You
than
think
that.
they're going to see the fitness entrepreneur and be like, we get it. You know what?
I'd say
you
probably
pass
more,
go. You
I'd
collect
say in more trouble.
$11,500.
Final answer: in more trouble at home than he is with the Federation.
My first thought was, there's no way this guy has a fitness entrepreneur mistress that he's going, because this isn't the first time they've traveled abroad together. It's not the first time this guy's been away from his wife for 8 days in New York City. There's, I would say, about 25% chance that his wife doesn't know about this woman, or at least have a hint about this woman. I'm going to say that I'm going to say this isn't the first time Samir at 42. They've been together like 20-some years. I'm going to say this isn't the first time he stepped out. I'm going to say if he's embezzling funds or misappropriating funds, I'm going to say that she's not going to be caught surprised by this one.
Okay, so you file this more so under like the open relationship file,
or at the very least, she knows he's stepping out and just looking the other way because some conversations can be too difficult to have.
So you think the $11,500 is the bigger deal?
Well, yeah, because I don't think it'd be the only time he spent money that isn't his to have a dalliance.
Well, they're probably looking over that with a fine-tooth comb. They probably got the magnifying glass out on his corporate card.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you said for his corporate card. Although, again, this is a pricey trip. It's a price for everything. The best part about this is the Brazilian Football Confederation has released a statement denying what the allegations of what the newspapers put out there. And it's like, kind of wish they'd just been like, yeah, it's true, and it's awesome. And then you got like a picture of Samir with a thumbs up there. 216-474-0092. So Samir Zod, kneel before Zod, the Brazilian Football Confederation president, has been caught maybe misappropriating funds to have his fitness entrepreneur mistress flown to New York. Little fun time. Is he more in trouble at home or legally? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
without Kyrie. And neither of them are here right now. Both of them still play in the NBA.
I think those things would happen if LeBron were retired, but he's not. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and Nick. That's Nick Wilson and Nick Padone here with you on a Monday in Northeast Ohio. We got to get back to some of the big storylines going in the NBA. Some Brown stuff as well. Haven't gotten to the Guardians as well, but let's go ahead and start with the lead with the Celtics in Heat. Reportedly the finalist in the Giannis sweepstakes. Brian Windhorst broke down the Bucks and what the Bucks are considering on ESPN.
You acquire Jaylen Brown and the other pieces in this trade. You're trying to be competitive instantly. Next year, Jaylen Brown's 30 years old. You're going to try to compete. You go with the Miami offer. It's a complete retrofit of your team. As Sham said, I am sure that the Boston Celtics looked at what happened with the Cleveland Browns. I know that's a strange sentence, but if you look at what Jimmy Haslam did with the Cleveland Browns, he could have traded his franchise player, Myles Garrett, for draft picks only. He didn't do that deal until he didn't approve a deal until he got a high-quality player, Jared Verse, in return. I am sure that the Celtics saw that and took that into account when they made their offer.
Listen to that clip for the second time. I love how midway through you could tell that Wendy's a Browns fan because he catches himself doing what he's doing, comparing a historically great dominant organization in the Celtics to the Browns, and he stops himself and he's like, I see how that could sound bizarre, and then finishes his point. I just love that point of it. I wonder what Boston, and Miami and Milwaukee end up doing here. If you're the Bucks, do you want to try to contend, or are you good just stripping this thing down to the studs?
Yeah, I don't understand. I understand if we're going to trade Giannis, we might as well be passably good with Jaylen Brown. But you don't have a lot of assets to be good on Jaylen's timeline. So in a year from now, are you just going to have to turn around and then trade Jaylen?
That was my gut instinct too, is just be bad.
Yeah, and usually I don't like that. Like, if you have a path to winning, you should choose that path to winning. But it's not like you're bringing Jaylen Brown into a good roster around him. One of the reasons why Giannis wants out is your inability to build a good roster around Giannis. And I know you will have the 10th pick, but like if you deal with Miami, you'll also have the 12th pick from Miami. With Boston, you're getting Jaylen Brown and maybe a young player, maybe a couple young players. I don't think that makes a tremendous amount of sense. And like I said earlier, I'm not counting the Cavs out until this trade is made. I don't think they're going to make the trade. My greater point is Kobe Altman, the times he's made those huge trades before, didn't come out and say, hey, we're making a big trade. Right? The Cavs were in the back seat on the Donovan talks until they weren't. The Harden Darius Garland thing came up out of nowhere and all of a sudden became a reality. So the other thing I did want to say is I do think it'd be interesting then to see what shakes free, whether it's Jaquez from Miami if he goes to the Bucks, or even Jaylen Brown if he goes to the Bucks as well.
Yeah, there are always fallout from these moves, and dude, I've got this Bucks depth chart pulled up.
Not good.
Take probably the Heat package and just be bad. Just be bad. All right, Chad Ochocinco was on the Nightcap show and said that Deshaun Watson will be the Browns starting quarterback next season.
Cleveland Browns fan or not, Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. The job that Deshaun Watson is going to get, Uncle Joe, it is his job to lose. He has 6 weeks. I guarantee you, listen to me now. I'm calling it right now, Uncle Joe. He has 6 weeks to make sure that team is playing above or better than whatever the expectations may be for that team and that quarterback. If he's not, Shedeur Sanders will fall in line as the backup and be the starter for the remainder of the season.
So there's a lot to get to here. People also uncovered pictures of Jerry Jeudy with Chad Ochocinco a couple days ago hanging out. So people are thinking this is informed speculation. If it comes out that Deshaun wins the job, and then at some point you got to hand it off to Shedeur Sanders, I think that can still be some level of success. If you're going into camp thinking, we're going to give Deshaun 6 weeks, and then it's going to be the Shedeur show, I think what you're doing and how you're presenting this is really disingenuous, because the players think there's a legitimate quarterback competition going on. And the reality is, you can foster a really crappy environment if those players suss out that you've already collectively bargained who's going to start for how many games. And quite frankly, I just think that's a ridiculous thing to do. And that's why I find it hard to believe the Browns are going to do the same thing that they did last year, which led to, well, what a fun season that was.
The whole time, I've just wanted a fair fight. And I'm starting to feel like this might not be that fair of a fight, because a couple of Wednesdays ago, I've got Deshaun Watson on the podium saying that he never doubted that he'd be the starting quarterback of the Browns or have an opportunity to start for the Browns again based on internal conversations. And now a couple days after hanging out with Jerry Jeudy, Ocho Cinco's broadcasting to the world that Watson's QB1. I'm starting to feel like maybe this wasn't as fair of a competition as it was originally billed.
And it should be. It should be a fair competition. All right? If you're trying to do a solid by Deshaun, you've already stopped thinking about the number one thing that matters, which is being as competitive as possible this year. If Deshaun takes the job, he takes the job. If Shedeur takes the job, they take the job. But the number one, and I think because Monken has said it, I think it's critically important that Monken, who has said repeatedly, whoever gives us the best chance to win is going to get that job, then that has to be so. If at any point it looks like, oh, hey, we just kind of decided that the same way in which Joe Flacco got the first 4 weeks of last year and they pivoted quick to Dillon Gabriel. That decision looked like it was made in August or July. It didn't look like it was made in October when they officially went to Dillon Gabriel.
Zach Jackson.
That is mine.
Go for it.
Wait. You come on Afternoon Drive and you try and take number 3 from me?
Number 3 is Nick's. Go for it. Wait.
Whoa!
Is that number? Oh, that is number 3. Go ahead.
That's usually how it goes. You see, you have 1, and then you have 2, and then you have 3. Zach Jackson, The Athletic, joined the Morning Boys earlier today, and he broke down what he saw from Deshaun Watson in practices this spring.
My only spring conclusion, there's not really any conclusions. This was a new offense. This was a new environment. Deshaun's playing for the first time. But I think it's a fair spring conclusion to say he's the same player he's been here, which is an inconsistent player, not accurate, bad decisions. He's just not any good. And there's no point in the Cleveland Browns of 2026 who are playing for the future playing him. I think and I hope that they're starting to come around to that thought. But he's just not ever going to take that next step. Deshaun Watson of 2020 is Deshaun Watson of 2020. The Browns made an incredibly bad trade, and it is absolutely comical that he would still be on the team, let alone still be in the mix. And all spring football did for me was confirm that.
It's hard to disagree with anything Zach said there, Nick. I was out there for every single open OTA session to the media. I was there for all of the mandatory veteran whatever. What Zach described is what I saw too. There were wild inconsistencies, inaccuracies, interceptions. Of course, there were a few highlight throws that the Browns will probably point to and say, see, look, there could still be something in here. But when you sat there and you watched the whole practice, it's what the Deshaun Watson experience has been since he arrived in Cleveland back in 2022. It did not scream to me that this guy has found it again under a new coaching staff and that we're in for something other than what we've seen to this point.
Yeah, I just have never felt the need to see Deshaun this season. And I think when you hear the inconsistencies that you're seeing in practice, I just think that's something you really have to pay attention to because of the shoulder injury he's coming off of. Because I cannot recall too many quarterbacks I've seen. And some of the guys I think of that have had shoulder injuries, and certainly a big shoulder injury, big surgery, and then have never been the same guy, Chad Pennington and Cam Newton being 2 of the guys I think of. Drew Brees is the only guy. And by the way, Drew then went to New Orleans and played in a dome.
Right.
I think if he had signed in Cleveland or if he had signed even in Miami, where that's a pretty fair weather town, I struggle to see that guy having the same amount of success given the state of his shoulder even that early in his career.
I just don't understand why the rest of their moves are to get younger and less expensive. That's how they've sold this Myles Garrett thing is we didn't trade Myles Garrett. We obtained Jared Verse, who fits our timeline. You're going to put a guy on the field, though, the most important position in the sport, that's 30 and hasn't been good in 6 years. I'm good on it. I'm with you. I don't see a reason for Deshaun Watson. Joe DeLeon of A to Z Sports joined us today at 3:20. He explained why the Browns should avoid Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft.
The one team that I keep saying is the worst possible destination for him, for me, is the Cleveland Browns, and I think it's for both sides. The side for the Browns is that you decided to put off entering the quarterback market this past draft, and instead what you did was fantastic. I was excited about the draft class for the Browns this past year. You did the right thing by extremely bolstering the foundation so that in 2027, with a much more talented quarterback class, you take that guy that you really love, depending on where you're picking, and then you start to build around that player. The Browns are going to be one of these teams that are going to be sadly picking in top 5 probably because they don't have a settled quarterback situation, and that's to their benefit. For Sorsby's case, with the negative attention that goes to Deshaun Watson, with the attention that Shedeur Sanders gets because he has somehow the biggest fan base out of any quarterback in the NFL, despite not really being a confirmed starter and probably won't be the Browns starter, I feel like it would just add another distraction.
Yeah, I disagree with everything Joe said there. I love Joe, but they simply decided the quarterbacks that were in this class or in this carousel this offseason weren't upgrades of what they have, or the guys that were, they weren't able to get. That doesn't mean Brendan Sorsby, if he had been in that draft, that they wouldn't have taken a swing at him. 2, the idea that there's too many distractions in that quarterback room, or that you have to one of the thoughts Joe had is, well, those, so you know, the Shedeur's fans, they're loud and aggressive. Who cares? Can Brendan Sorsby ball, and do you think you can get him where he needs to be? That's that simple.
It is. If Andrew Berry thinks that Sorsby would be their long-term option at quarterback, they're going to put in a high bid. I'm pretty convinced of that. I don't think anything about Andrew Berry's track record says that he's afraid of a guy that is in the headlines for off-the-field concerns. It's never once scared him away. He said on this very station that if he believes that this is a good person that just made a bad mistake, it's somebody that they could embrace in that organization that has become a safe haven for second chances over these last couple of years.
The Guardians continue their 9-game road trip tonight against the White Sox, and Travis Bazzana was asked about stepping up recently with guys out of lineup.
Yeah, we just gotta play hard, trust in one another, play for the next guy. It's not trying to do too much, but step up and know that we gotta find ways to win ball games when you get guys out.
Well, he's right, and he's a big piece of the guys that are going to need to step up. I really think it's Travis Bazzana, Kyle Manzardo, the two guys that I need a lot from offensively if I want to keep the boat afloat without Jose, without DeLauder, without Martinez. Like, those are the dudes that I'm looking at just for more offense overall.
I just think what's interesting is, as bad as the Guardians were over the last couple weeks, especially without their guys, they're still 1 game up in the AL Central.
They're the betting favorite to win the AL Central still, Nick. Like, despite all of this, they're still getting that respect that this is their division.
I also think it's very interesting that the Tigers have gone from about 10 games back to 7.5 games in roughly 10 days. Worth kind of watching there to see, because Detroit has always been, Detroit and Kansas City have been the 2 teams with the ponies to truly hang the Guardians, and even then, the Guardians still have a 7.5 game lead over the Tigers and 9 game lead over the Royals. It's an important series for them. It'd be nice to put some distance between yourself and the White Sox, but I think this last week has proven, even as bad as it went for the Gardos, 4-6 in their last 10, still they somehow ended up a game above a game up on the White Sox in all this. All right, guys, when we come back, we've talked a lot about the Cavs offseason. They might be saying the quiet part out loud. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Nick Padone with you. Got to get into the Guardians' June swoon and what can reverse those trends coming up at some point in the next 40 minutes or so. But we've talked a lot about Giannis today. And again, at this point, you want to see it. Let's just get this guy traded, yeah?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
It feels like it could happen like today or tomorrow.
See,
while
like
we're
even
on.
you saying that, I want to throw a stapler at you. Not because of you. Let me hold.
Pew, pew, pew,
What I
pew,
mean
pew,
by
pew.
that is I've just heard so many people say could with Giannis over the last 3 weeks that I want to erase the word could from everybody in the NBA media's lexicon.
No, true, because I genuinely I'm getting to the point where I'm almost getting annoyed with it, and it's going to be disappointing if he's not traded before the draft tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just
the same way it was disappointing at the trade deadline when they held on to him.
Just the whole Giannis thing with the Bucks. It's like two people who don't want to be the bad guy trying to break up, and everybody knows they don't belong together, and everybody's over their crap, and yet you have to sit there because neither of them can just say, hey, let's do the adult thing. Let's part as friends. We had a great run together, and now we're going to have great runs apart, right? Like, it really is that simple. The Bucks do not have the assets to compete with Giannis. It's why it doesn't make sense for them to just then turn around and trade him for Jaylen Brown straight up, or even with Jaylen Brown in parts. And Giannis wants to go win. Now, in fairness, I don't know Giannis to Miami suddenly makes them that much dramatically better. Like, Giannis and Bam is interesting together. You have to have a point guard. You got to have somebody to actually have take the rock and distribute it. But I at least understand in Miami and Boston why Giannis would feel like those are better situations than what they got in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think Boston for sure, because you saw, Tatum come back and at least was okay before the postseason. Miami is weird, though, because isn't that just what Milwaukee was, especially if they're losing Hero?
Yeah, they didn't have a Bam, though, in Milwaukee.
Miles Turner isn't Bam?
No, Bam's better than by like a wide margin.
I agree, but I do want, is that enough for does Giannis really change the Heat's odds above the Cavs, Pistons, and Knicks?
I think they're in with the Cavs, Pistons, and Knicks. But again, those are all flawed rosters with a couple individually great talents.
Very true.
And so I think if you're Miami, you got to sell that you're doing something here. Now, if I'm Miami, the thing I'd turn around is see how cheaply I could get Ja Morant. Because Ja with Giannis and Bam would be, again, you'd still need guys to shoot the ball. But those three guys together, I'm sure there will be shooters around the NBA who will take Vetmans, or if you have the mid-level exception, to go ahead and play next to those guys.
Yeah, you're on to something if you assemble those three. But dude, as you're naming that, it stresses me out a little bit about the state of the Cavs. Just because of how many good but flawed teams there are going to be in the East. And the Cavs are one of those good but flawed teams in the East.
All right, so if we just put it through the prism of if I mandate you've got to win a championship in the next 2 to 3 years, I think you're right. Right? But what I've come around to is, and I don't love that I feel this way, but if this is just going to be a team that echoes kind of like the Mark Price-led Cavaliers, we're going to be a consistently great regular season team, top 4 in the Eastern Conference habitually, and you're going to have a couple runs where it looks like maybe you can make the finals, but then you don't. You never really get that close. I think there are Cavs fans that would take that, especially if there's a chance to pivot 2 years from now into Evan over we're going to chase the championship at all cost and blow this thing up 2 years from now and then stink for the next 5 years, and actually maybe longer because you don't have picks after. So I hear you, but if the worst thing that happens is that not Miracle at Richfield, the Richfield Cavs with Price and Nance and Doherty, I don't really think it's the worst thing to happen.
No, because you're competitive, and I would rather be having these conversations about how to break through and get to a championship than having a conversation about, what are we going to do with the number 3 pick in the draft because we didn't get the number 1 pick and we're, not getting DeBanster or Peterson. We're settling for whatever's third. I don't miss those days. I don't want to go back to those days. So I am on board with you. It just would be nice to get another championship here soon, especially because I thought that was the whole point of the Donovan thing, and that's why we were making fun of the Knicks, because they missed out on the Donovan thing, and they got the consolation prize in Jalen Brunson, who now is an NBA champion and a Finals MVP. So that piece of it makes me a little bit bitter, and it also just makes me bitter that I look at the landscape of this Eastern Conference, and all these teams have flaws. Even the Knicks have some flaws, and they just won the championship. So it's I would like to capitalize on this at some point.
So same here. So I'm going to say this to then make a point kind of rebutting what you're saying.
For sure.
But, I would like the Cavs math to make more sense, meaning they still are a wonkily built basketball team, right? Unless Jalen Tyson takes a huge step forward this next year, unless you were to turn a Jarrett into a Trey Murphy or a kind of ascending big wing, whatever it is, unless one of those moves is out there, most of the moves you're going to make are pretty small potatoes this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I say that to say, what was your initial point?
My initial point was that, in this East, where there is no, elite team.
Oh, okay, now I got it.
There is no LeBron.
Thank you for running that back for me, because my brain skitzed out.
I would like to capitalize on that.
But I think where the Cavs will rebut, and time will tell if they're true, well, it's so wide open, we feel like our best math is currently constructed.
And then eventually we'll break through and improve on the fringes. I sold myself on that last year, and I got duped. And maybe that's where a piece of it is coming from, is Lonzo Ball and Larry Nance Jr., they really sold us on that. And Thomas Bryant, that, we're going to keep this core intact, but we're going to complement it better. Larry Nance Jr. didn't play a minute in the postseason other than mop-up time, and Lonzo Ball was voted off the island because he was so bad.
But look at what the Celtics did after drafting Tatum and Brown, including the Kyrie trade, and look at the different math that they tried along the way. They lost Kyrie. They turned Terry Rozier into Kemba Walker.
Right.
That didn't work out. And then obviously there was Jrue Holiday, and then they made them yes. Yeah, it'd be easy if it could just be hey, we just turned Evan Mobley into Giannis, or hey, we turned Evan Mobley into Jaylen Brown. The math is definitively changed, but there is some semblance for prudence. I'm not trying to say I think that's the best move all the time, but that's what they are going to sell, and I at least understand it if Giannis and LeBron aren't coming here.
It's just a bummer that, as a Cavs fan, I watched the Eastern Conference Finals and they got swept.
Wait, they did?
And this offseason, I don't know what they can do to cure my fear that that's what inevitably awaits them next offseason.
Yeah, I don't think there is something they can do. I think they just have to go out and prove it's different next year.
Oh, I think there's something they could do.
Well, I mean, okay, outside of trading for Giannis or bringing back LeBron, but again, that's a two-way street. And whether it's more on LeBron or whether it's more on the Cavs, as of right now, it doesn't look like both those parties are very serious about getting back together.
Which again, I just can't wrap my head around. Why not?
Ego. Either on LeBron's side or the Cavs side.
Ego. Well, it's probably both.
Yeah, I would guarantee you that we're probably giving the Cavs a bit of a Peterlin pass on
the Peterlin pass
on the LeBron reunion side of things, because we just think, well, LeBron's got all the power. It's LeBron's decision. I bet you there's some reticence to go back to where they were, simply because every time LeBron's been here, he's been given more power than any other NBA player.
Yeah. And there's something to be said, I'm sure, if you're Dan Gilbert and Kobe Altman, you want to prove to yourselves that you can win it without him. There is not always going to be that lifeline that exists, that every decade you could just reunite with LeBron and he saves everything.
And who's going to get credit?
LeBron.
Yeah.
Not Kobe, not Ken.
If you let's say LeBron took the MLE, not even that. Let's say he took the vet min, and he came back. So you're just adding LeBron to this roster, and LeBron could be the third best player on this team next year. if they go out and win a championship a year after being swept in the Eastern Conference Finals by the eventual champion New York Knicks, LeBron not only will retire and walk off into the sunset, he will get all of the credit for that because perceptionally, Donovan, Harden, Evan, Jarrett, they're not on LeBron's level, whether that's true at this point or not.
And the perception would be that he would be that missing piece that could get them to a championship, even if it's not LeBron, even if it's not KD. Like, there is a piece missing on the Cavs, and it's a starting three. And even like now that I've had some time to relax on the Kenny Atkinson thing, I don't love what he did in the postseason, man, with those rotations. The strength of the Cavs all year, what got them to be the 4th seed, was their depth. And then he shrunk the rotation where we didn't get to see Tyson and Ellis, at least not as frequently as we needed to. So, like, my pitch to LeBron is, hey, we've got 2 big needs, and you've helped us with both of them. We need a starting small forward, which you proved at 41 years old you could do above adequately as the third option. He put up 26 and 7 as the third option behind Luka and Reeves out west. And we need a little guidance probably in the coaching department, too. And you've done that here.
Yeah, that's probably another reason why maybe the Cavs would be reticent to do that. Now, while we're on the topic of the Cavs and chasing championships, James Harden made an interesting comment on the Earn Your Leisure podcast about where he's at in his career.
I mean, I'm going against a real dynasty, head up. You know what I mean? And then it's all right, cool. Well, maybe let me just try to, put my pride to well, not even pride. Let me just try to sacrifice the money, the individual, all that. Let me just try to sacrifice and switch it up a little bit and hopefully that'll work in my favor in the sense of trying to, win a championship. So that's when the Brooklyn situation happened. That was tricky. And then the Philly situation to where it's like, same thing. Let me just be a playmaker, switch up my role. So I sacrifice money. I sacrifice being the top scorer that I am, that I still am and will be. Long story short, is for nothing. I lost a lot of money. I lost a lot of swagger on the court. Just from sacrificing, thinking that all that's going to get me to win a championship. I'm not, man, that's what? No. If I win one, I'm win one, which I'm going to try. I work my butt off every day to win one. Yeah. But that's not going to, because I know how good I am, and I know how much of a leader I am.
All right, so there's a few things here. I didn't realize that's how James Harden sounded.
Forget about the fact that he's worried about the money. He lost a little bit of swagger on the court.
No, I think that's called you got fat. That one time. That was, listen, as a fat man, let me tell you, I don't have a lot of swagger when I'm at this weight because actually I do have a little bit of swagger, but it's the weight going back and forth from one foot to another
I think it's also
waddle
hard,
through life.
It's hard to have swagger on the court when you can't bring up the basketball without dribbling it off your foot.
I just like that he said he sacrificed money. He's made $411 million in his career. Like, show me on the doll where you sacrificed money, James. All right? The guy made $41 million with the Nets and Rockets in 2021. That was right around the tops of the league. Where was the sacrificial part of that if you were James Harden?
The discount in Houston, I don't really recall it, where Harden took less money so they could try to take down that dynasty that he was going up against in the Golden State Warriors that I heard him talk about in that answer. There was never a discount there, at least an apparent one, that allowed the Rockets to improve. If there was, I missed it.
Hey, here's the thing. James Harden has made $411 million in his career. He could have made $420 million. Now, don't and all for naught. He sacrificed that $9 million. Now, listen, I think if you pair that audio with Donovan Mitchell's comments that ring or not, I won in life and I'm content with where I am, and watching a Cavs team try to get below the first apron. And JP and I there's the very real reason of you've got to get below the first apron, or you got to get below the second apron so you can make moves. Mm-hmm. I understand that. But if you don't make those moves, the benefit is you save yourself a lot of money, and Dan Gilbert has said, I'll be in the apron. I'll be in the luxury tax if I think you can win. So absent of that other move, that other shoe to drop, until I see that other move, I'm going to think, oh, you wanted to save some money here. So if I've got James Harden saying, hey, I want to win a championship, but I'm done sacrificing trying to win. Donovan Mitchell saying, I'd like a title, but I've really won at life. And a Cavs team that's probably going to go into this season below the second apron. I think it's pretty fair to wonder, all right, are the rich just getting rich and just they're pretty content where they're at? Because I don't think you can put it past them.
It's disappointing, but if you look at it, James Harden's been in the NBA 17 years. He's been in the postseason 17 years. He hasn't won an NBA championship. At some point, you probably got to ask the question as to why. Donovan Mitchell said that he's won in life, whether he wins a ring or not. He's right. He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He is arguably a top 3 player in Cavs franchise history. He's going to have that jersey retired if he stays here a couple more seasons, and he's getting ready to marry Coco Jones. So he's won in life. Like nobody here is really telling any lies per se, but you're right that maybe it does give us the inkling that maybe they know that they're not real contenders if they get out of this second apron without making that big move.
216-474-0092. You heard what James Harden had to say. We obviously had Donovan's comments from Anscape after the Cavs lost in the Eastern Conference Finals. Oh, yeah, we've got the Cavs trying to get under the luxury tax like it's 25 years ago, under the second apron. Are the Cavs still serious about winning a title? And the June swoon continues for the Guardians in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.
for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Back on Afternoon Drive, I will tell you, televised NBA mock drafts. What a time suck that is. And yet here I am. We're watching CBS Sports Network, that's a TV station, I guess. Hasn't been converted to Westwood One or whatever the radio one was called. And this guy, who I've never heard of, has been doing his full 30-pick first-round mock. And I'm just waiting. He's at number 28.
He's at 28. He's beat. Take a look at his face.
He's got nothing left. That could also be his face, by the way. But he's got nothing left.
He's beat. He's beat.
But we are one pick away from the Cavs. And this whole time I've been thinking, good God, I can't imagine this. And now I'm waiting with bated breath to see who he takes with the number 29th pick. Because that is something that I think is uniquely Cleveland. It doesn't matter whether it's a baseball mock draft, a football mock draft, or an NBA mock draft. Guys, I don't even follow the NHL draft enough to get into the NHL draft. And I will look at mock drafts to see who my teams might end up be taking. And I'll be like, oh, I think this is a good one because this guy had 2 lines about it in the piece.
Yeah, we talked to Kristen Peak at 4:20, and before the show, as I'm prepping, the first thing I did was I Googled her mock draft.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sick in the head for mock drafts. And the guy that she mocked to the Cavs, never heard of him before.
Also,
I asked her.
It's the guy that this guy who I've never heard of has mocked to the Cavs as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's 2 mock drafters saying Malik Thomas, the guard out of Arkansas.
Well, you see, when you have a undersized combo guard that's going to take a lot of shots, that's just what the Cavs need.
Uh-oh. And does that say more that, like, these NBA mock drafters think Kobe Altman's got a type?
No, I think it's that who's going to take, and that's what we're going to do.
See, but then at number 30, this guy has a wing going off the board.
What a damn clown.
Joshua Jefferson. I would have taken him at 29.
See, this is why you watch NBA mock drafts live on the TV. You got Nick Padone furious at this. What was this, Schmo? Adam Finkelstein. Total Finkelstein move. Everybody's been saying it. We do have a big 3-game tilt here for the Guardians against the White Sox. One, we have to start here. Do you give the Guardians the Peterlin pass for the June swoon that has been happening?
Yeah.
The Peterlin pass.
They do. They get a Padone pass on a Monday just because, like,
I'm sending that to Peterlin. He's gonna hate that.
There's
the Peterlin pass.
Because there's no manual that exists that teaches you how to survive when you lose your 3 best hitters in one game.
What's the difference between a Padone pass and a Peterlin pass?
I don't know that there is much what I guess, like, I never really got briefed on the textbook definition of a Peterlin pass when I arrived here.
I mean, it's not really that complicated. It's a pass that is given by Jonathan Peterlin.
Okay. So probably not much difference than what a Padone pass would be.
So you could have just said Peterlin pass.
Okay, I'll give it a Peterlin pass.
The Peterlin pass.
Because
texting JP while on his vacation. You'll never believe what Padone just did.
Because I don't think it's like the end of the world if they have a rough June without their 3 best hitters. Like, that's kind of what I anticipated would happen that Saturday a couple weeks ago now when they lost Jose and Angel and Chase DeLauder all in the same game.
Here's the benefit. You do get the Peterlin pass and Padone pass.
The Peterlin pass.
The Padone pass. You do get multiple passes here because the rest of the AL Central isn't doing anything while you're in the midst of this struggle. You want to surge when everyone's struggling. You also don't mind struggling when everyone else is struggling. And so, like, I look at this White Sox series not as something that, like, it's almost as if it's a no-lose situation, because if you if you lose this series, I'm going to say, well, it's kind of how the other series have been going. Maybe we should have expected this. If you win the series, well, it's going to put a little bit of distance between you and the rest of the AL Central. So I kind of think they're sitting pretty here going into a series that I'm not entirely sure. I think they should win, by the way. You've got Gavin going tonight. Gavin. Like, you've got your guys going in this, so you should win it, but I'm not sweating it if you do lose.
No Murakami for Chicago, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that'll help you out in this series as well. You know, you mentioned the AL Central, Nick. Another nice piece of this June swoon, as you've been putting it, the American League is a joke. Outside of the Yankees, there might not just be any good teams in the entire American League.
They're a joke for now. I don't expect that to last. Peterlin's been banking on the fact that this is just what the American League is. I've watched it long enough to know 8 of the 10 times it starts like this, it finishes in a way that there's still 4 or 5 teams that are above everybody else.
That's fine. I just need to be one of those 4 or 5 teams at the end of July into August. Like, I'm good with struggling while everybody else is struggling. It's just when everybody gets back, they're going to need to swing hot bats. Like when Jose gets back, he needs to be hitting better than 240. When DeLauder comes back, he needs to find that home run power that he had early on in the season. Martinez could keep doing what Martinez does. Martinez is perfect. No notes for him.
All right. Is the White Sox series a must-win?
I think by the same thought process, not really. Not really. It'd be nice to win because if you could get a nice lead on them while you guys are both dealing with injuries, they have Murakami out, you've got without your 3 best hitters, that's obviously really nice. But you're going to see these guys again. It's a long season.
I was really hoping you and I could have like a knockdown drag out of you saying, it is a must-win. And I'm like, you're an idiot. They just lost 3 straight. This team is bunk. But we didn't. And that's okay. I'm going to give you the Padone pass for that.
I'll take it. I'll take that. He said it, not me.
All right.
I'm clipping that and sending it to Jonathan.
No, I already clipped it. Already sent it to JP on his vacation. He's coming back tomorrow. That's not real. No, he wouldn't do that for anything. Even I couldn't bait him into that one. When we come back, Daryl Ryder has an interesting theory on Shedeur Sanders. A boomer bust moment, if you will, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The Peterlin Pass. This is an
Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Nick Padone with you here on a beautiful Monday. We got a lot to get to in case you missed it coming up in about 45 minutes there. But as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. We have been on Giannis Watch. The story has become tedious at best, just mind-numbingly boring at because it's the same two teams. Like nothing has really changed, and reporters keep just doing this thing of, oh, I'm gonna change one word in my report, and then it's totally different. Or no, now all of a sudden the Heat are willing to include Pele Larson or whatever that knob's name is. That's not even a real guy.
We've
That's
got
just a
another
finish.
update for you.
Okay, is it a real update?
We've got
or
a
is Shams
Giannis
Charania?
We've got a Giannis Antetokounmpo update from the Giannis X handle.
All right.
Giannis has posted.
One, you can just call him Giannis. You have to say his full name the whole time. That's a lot of work for you. Two, now assuming this is really from Giannis and not maybe just Giannis's handler, what does it say?
This is from the Giannis X handle, so we don't know if it's from Giannis. We don't know if it's from an agent. We don't know if it's from a social media manager. It's a black
Could be
and
from
white,
one of his kids.
It's a black and white photo of Giannis with his back faced to the camera. So it's a photo of the back of his jersey. And it says, God, I trusted you at the beginning, and I will continue to trust you throughout.
Oh, so he's blaming God.
That or he's crediting God.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. I think if he's saying, God, I trust you at the beginning, so I'm going to continue to trust you.
You're
he's
kind
like,
of blaming him?
Yeah.
You're
He's like,
hey, man, we got to get this. Hey, God.
Yeah.
Can we get this Shams Charania tweet out?
Can we get this going? I also like the idea that maybe it's like, hey, guys, don't be mad at me. The big man's been pulling the strings the whole time. A little sacrilegious for my taste. Now, I grew up in the heartland. We love our God here, but I'll allow it this once. You're Giannis. You're the Greek freak.
Yeah. Same here. At St. Monica's, they taught us very early on. You never put the Lord's name in vain. All right. So shouting out God in this social post for Giannis is fascinating, but it feels like maybe something could be on the horizon. Giannis only has 81 posts.
You realize you're part of the problem,
Giannis
right?
is using one of his 81 posts to put this out there.
You realize you're part of the problem, right?
He
tweeted something. It's got to mean something.
It's got to. I'm sick of this continuing to this.
Right,
can't
so
go. I'm to the point now that this can't even go to tomorrow. Now that he tweeted this out, this has to go out tonight.
It literally can't.
I don't want it to though. I'm sick of it going.
And neither
on.
of us wanted to, but you can't
get another team.
No, this is where I'm sorry. I'm being consistent saying the way the NBA machinery works is annoying and this is stupid. And you're saying that too. Well, then also being like, what does this tweet mean? What is Giannis saying? God, translate Giannis for us. Whoa, what?
Well, Giannis is saying, so I trusted you at the beginning and I will continue to trust you throughout. Does that maybe mean that nothing is close? That if I'm going to continue to trust you throughout, did all of this fall through? Is it a team that he wouldn't want to go to? Could it be maybe not one of the teams that are the two teams that are known? I don't know. I'm reading into all of these posts and all of the possible outcomes that could come from it.
Remember earlier when I said I wanted to throw a stapler at you, and then I was like, I'm sorry, I don't mean you. Now I think I do want to throw a stapler at you. I'm not gonna, because I think that's assault.
By the end of this segment,
I'm thinking about it.
I bet you I could come up with like 3 or 4 other theories based off this one tweet alone.
And they'll all be wrong. And even if he gets traded, you'll be like, remember that theory that I had? See?
It was one
of the 5 things that I said in that 606 segment.
I know we dealt with a lot of the drama when he was here of the will he, won't he, or any of this. It feels like this between that and the trade deadline. This just feels like 20 times worse.
Yeah, but
than it was when we had LeBron.
So I don't think it's 20 times. It was probably just as bad. But that being said, at least Giannis would do the thing through reporters LeBron would do things through reporters, and that's how a lot of the drama manifested itself. Giannis is directly 100% the drama. But he's conflicting, it's conflicting statements. It's what is it? Leaders don't chase, or whatever the thing he said after the trade deadline, in the Wolf of Wall Street thing. And then it's saying, well, I don't want to leave Milwaukee. I just don't want to play for the Bucks. It's like, buddy, there's no other NBA team in that market. You're only playing for the Bucks. So if you're leaving the Bucks, you are leaving Milwaukee.
Well, and on top of that, at the deadline, that was when, after the trade deadline had passed, was when it was announced that, he also has this partnership with Kalshi, the odds makers and everything like that, when that was booking his entire trade destination.
People were big mad about that. I'll tell you guys this. I think I've landed on a verdict. Yeah. I actually think that I interpret this in a way that says that Giannis is unhappy with what's going on right now, because if he trusted you at the beginning, because hear me out, he's saying, I trusted you at the beginning and I will continue to trust you throughout. That means that something has occurred, at least as of the recent minutes, that Giannis is continuing to trust God, even though it might not be a plan that's apparent to him.
I'm co-hosting with Twitter today. I feel like, are you just reading off some of the tweets that have been said about this, and that's where you're coming up with this theory?
No, it's too early for that. I'm scrolling underneath it, and it's just everybody doing the Michael Scott, it's happening, stay calm, stay calm.
That's effectively what you've done in this segment, by the way.
No, I'm trying to figure out what this actually means. I'm actually thinking now that it might mean that nothing's happening.
Okay. You've made Daryl Ryder's flip-flops look like commitment with the way you flip-flopped in this segment. You realize there's actually no place you can be wrong from here because you've said everything that could or could not be. That's volume shooting in a way that Allen Iverson would be jealous of you.
As somebody that loves a good old-fashioned cryptic social media post, as somebody that grew up a Cavs fan in both LeBron eras, this Giannis post is getting it done for me.
All right. The first comment. Sorry, old Megan. I'm just reading. A mighty wind reaches for your hand. Prosperity unto you. Boy, what a fun person that is.
That's profound.
What
do you make of that?
Max Loeb, who actually is a relatively known name, I think in the college football community, posts a picture of Brad Stevens in his Celtics pullover. Looking very committed there.
Yeah, because Loeb is a Celtics fan.
Yeah. Mike saying all of this for him to stay a Buck. I am co-hosting with Twitter today. That's what's working.
That's what I think it is. All this for him to stay a Buck is kind of almost how I'm interpreting
Except
this
then a Bucks fan saying, thank you for everything. Always 414. Hashtag Bucks and 6.
What does that Bucks fan know that we don't?
Yeah. No, they don't know anything. Not, by the way, Giannis could just you know what this reminds me of? What was the LeBron thing where LeBron had the cryptic tweet, and then it turns out that was his partnership with a whiskey company?
Yeah, it was about his retirement. He teased a fake retirement, and it was an ad.
Yes.
The Decision 2.0 before this season.
Yes. How do we know this isn't the Decision 3.0?
Is this an ad?
It looks like an ad.
I trusted you at the beginning, and I will continue.
It's another Kalshi.
But see, now I'm even doing the thing I don't want to do, which is trying to decipher what Giannis is trying to say, and I don't like that.
See, it's fun, though. It is fun to live a little. That's what makes NBA. No. NBA Twitter is great because of this.
I'll tell you, when I lived a little, I got day drunk on Saturday with my cousin. That was living a little,
actually
son.
Did, honestly, the story that you told about going to the Mexican restaurant after when we were in the break, I am jealous of your Saturday because my Saturday was nowhere near on par with that.
So basically what happened is my cousin Mikey and his wife Alexis are in from New Mexico where they live because my grandma passed away last week. And so we're a very close family. So then they'd never seen the house. So they come over. And I think Vanessa thought I was frustrated when after they left, I was like, they drank all my beer. Got to go get more. I think she thought I was impressed. Because anytime somebody comes over and says, we'll have a couple beers, they mean they'll have a beer or two.
Right.
And then Nick drinks too many beers while they watch.
But he helped you out in the effort?
Oh, no, we took down all of my Coors Banquet that I had in the house. And so then we went to the corner store there. And so I got more Coors Banquet, and then I celebrated them leaving my house and coming over to my house. And by like 6 o'clock, Vanessa wanted some sort of dinner. And I thought to myself, well, I'm not cooking. This is not going to go well. Yeah, me in front of an open flame. We started hanging out like 11 at noon, something like that. I was 3 hours past usefulness and about 15 beers past usefulness. And so I was like, oh, you love Mexican food. And it took her about 3 seconds of that.
Oh, yeah.
To go ahead and get in on the Mexican food. And I actually forgot to tell you this part. There were 2 moments where I knew that I was day drunk. One is we got curbside pickup at one of the Wadsworth was like 17 Mexican joints. We curbside pickup. And the girl came out and she handed me the slip to sign. And I just looked at Vanessa. So Vanessa's driving. Vanessa's sober. I'm in a position where I could have just grabbed that clipboard and signed. And I was like, you got your card? I had mine in my pocket. And the second time that I realized, I guess there's actually one more time after the second time is we were driving home and I was like, we could stop at Bidinger's along the way. And that's an ice cream joint. And Vanessa was like, oh, I don't want to, I feel bad getting ice cream without the kids. And I was like, we can come back tomorrow. So we got ice cream. And so the third point was when I was ordering ice cream in a secret detente with my wife, without my children, I definitely heard myself slur my words when I was like, I'll take peanut butter and nutter butter. And then it was like, God, I hope she didn't notice. But then the girl looked at me like, did that fat man just slur his words? Is he hammered? And there was like an understanding that fat man did just slur his words. And then she gave me my ice cream, and I forgot about it till this moment when we were talking about it on air.
Dude, I'll be honest. So I worked in the food industry when I was in high school, and you would see people that would come in that were noticeably either drunk or high. I would always try to hook those people up just because I knew that they were in a frame of mind where they'd appreciate it a little bit extra.
Yeah. Also, they tip better.
That's true too.
Yeah, you were trying to act like your Mother Teresa over here.
No. I wasn't waiting. I wasn't in a spot where I could get tips.
Oh, they didn't share tips where you were at?
No.
Oh, yeah.
And this was honestly pre tipping culture being as crazy as it is right now, where you just anything they're just putting that phone in front of you with the options to put a tip on there.
You don't have to just because they put the phone in front of you.
I know, but then I just feel so guilty, and I put the 15%. And I just scribble my name. Forget about it.
Did you just brag about tipping 15%?
Well, and some of the times on those things are so insignificant. A 15% tip is like 93 cents,
Yeah.
So it's like, why did I even click that? I should have just clicked no.
Yeah.
But it's just something about the anxiety.
Like 25%, like a grown up.
Oh, and then what's the difference? That would probably be like $1.25.
Yeah, but then you could tell people you brag about tipping 25%.
Yeah, but on something irrelevant that I don't want to be tipping for in the first place, they should be happy they got my 15%.
Just real quick, is 15 your going rate all around?
No, like at an actual place that you should give a tip, it is way higher than 15.
Like what?
Like a restaurant.
I know that. What I mean is, what's your tipping rate there?
20.
Okay. All right. Those people live on those tips, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's why you're supposed to give that.
And you're supposed to give a little bit more than that. 20, 22 to 25%. That's pretty. It's called gratuity, after all. Not you're welcome.
I'm confused as the difference.
The difference between 20% and 25%?
No, I'm
it's
not 5%. Confused. I've got that covered. The difference between gratuity and you're welcome, or I guess and thank you, because isn't that kind of like what you're thanking them for the service?
Yeah, well, you thank them with a little extra than 15 or 20%.
Well, you're thanking in a little smaller font there.
I feel like Nick is misconstruing what's going on here. I only hit the 15 on the do you get what I'm saying, Mac? On the innocuous things that you should not have to tip for, yet they still ask you for a tip.
But 20% still okay.
But you were the one you just said
better than 20 is what I'm saying.
You said that you could hit no tip on some of those innocuous things.
Yeah, on innocuous things, I will tip no. If there's no, but at a restaurant,
I feel bad doing
25% is, it's a little nicer. That's all I'm saying. 25% is very nice.
That is very nice.
Yeah. 22% is even a little bit nicer. Just a little
It's like
nicer.
it's in like the medium nice.
Yeah, I would say it's nicer than 20%.
Okay.
Yeah. Have we changed you at all, or are you just going to go back to tipping 15%?
Well, on innocuous things that I feel bad hitting no tip on, I'm going to put 15. And then when I go to a place and actually the warrants giving a tip, I will tip an appropriate amount, as I always do. Like,
216.
Confused as to what's going on here.
474-0092. Is Nick Padone a cheapskate? We'll hear from you guys on that. And Daryl Ryder has an interesting, I'm not saying it's a good one, an interesting theory on Shedeur Sanders we'll get to in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Summer is here. And this is one of the worst times of the year that you can find out your old and drafty windows aren't getting the job done. Because not only
comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlock device credit. Ported 90-plus days with device and carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you want the latest on the Guardians, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Happy Father's Day, Dad. I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me. Thanks for being the best dad ever. Love you, Olivia.
Hi, Dad. This is your favorite daughter, a.k.a. Sophia. You want to hear a joke? Say yes. Okay. What do a dog and a phone have in common? They both have a caller ID. Happy Father's Day. Love you. Hi, Dad. It's Izzy. I miss you so much. And it's annoying that you have to work on Father's Day, but I love you so much. Happy Father's Day, and I love you so much. And yeah, it's Izzy, by the way. Okay, that's all I had. Hey, Dad.
That was my girls, my Wilson girls. That was very sweet of them. Mac, did you do this one too?
What? Oh, organize all this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well done, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. You can always tell. It's so funny because all three of my daughters, Nick, are miniature versions of me, but they're different miniature versions of me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they take now. Some might call it the best of my personality. Some might call it the worst of my personality, and each of them has their own little piece. And you get to pick which one you think sounded most like Nick Wilson, though.
The caller ID joke was pretty Nick Wilson-esque.
Oh, all right. What does that mean?
With like the fake giggle at the end where like she knew it wasn't that funny, but she still did the fake giggle. Like that was really Nick Wilson-esque.
My kids do like cheap jokes there. The best part about it is, so they all make their own cards for me. And so Livy's actually had the cheap joke. The dad joke.
That's cool.
And it was a steak dad joke, which got extra points. And then they were like, we can't, because the twins were like, well, we're 12. We can't really afford anything. So they just got me like sweet iced teas and Skittles for Father's Day. And it was like, oh, you got me diabetes for Father's Day. You know me too well.
That's awesome, though. Matt, good job putting those together. JP's were really cute as well.
Mm-hmm.
JP's youngest daughter that cannot really speak yet actually did like mumble along to Happy Father's Day, and that was very like endearing. So
Chloe basically had a monologue at the end of it.
Yeah.
It's been cool to hear. Your
Jonathan
guys.
even said too, like I don't think I've ever heard her say that much at one time.
It's been a lot of wholesome moments in here over the last couple of days.
Now I want to know: did JP come close to cracking?
No, I think just because. JP, like he was caught off guard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so he even started with, were those my kids?
That's not great. Was he asking, are they actually my kids?
Yes.
Or, were those my kids?
I think he was asking, like, was that audio of my children?
Correct.
Yes, I understood, Nick. I was being a little facetious there, but
okay.
We got you there. That being said, thank you, Mac. I see surprise rejoin number 2 is coming in 20 minutes. So if you liked my beautiful children and their messages to me, it'd be great if you got one of my dead dads being like, I'm very disappointed in you. I don't know how you will have gotten that. Maybe there's like a AI thing
voice.
that hooks to a Ouija board.
Instead of everybody trying to seance Browns quarterbacks, having seance saying the dead dad gang.
But both of them, right? I said one of them. I want both of them on the record. Who really loved me and who didn't?
You said with you would want to hear their disappointments, though?
Oh, I think that'd be very funny. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I like to bust balls.
Yeah.
If that from beyond the grave, they were like, put on a little weight, huh? Getting up there, huh? Oh, hey, you forgot to take the trash out this last week. Oh, is it because your grandma died? Something like that.
Okay.
Something really dark and like just hurtful.
Very dark.
But the more dark and more hurtful, the more I would know it was them.
Okay, gotcha. Mac, that's the next assignment.
Yep.
I'm on it.
There's got to be like an AI program you can hook to a Ouija board and figure it the hell out.
I'll find an Etsy witch.
Now, this being said, again, another surprise rejoin coming up in about 10 minutes now, ahead of, in case we missed it. Let's go ahead and get to Daryl Ryder's take on Shedeur. Now, because I didn't hear this in real time. This is my first time hearing it. Mac, this is from today's show?
Correct.
Okay. This is what Daryl had to say filling in for Phelps today about Shedeur Sanders' boom or bust potential this offseason.
I think that there is a scenario in which Shedeur Sanders is not a Cleveland Brown and he gets traded.
How does that happen?
Number one, they draft Brendan Sorsby. So that'd be two quarterbacks that they will have brought in. Taylon Green and Sorsby.
Stop. They're not bringing Sorsby in. Please don't do that to me for the rest of the day.
I think that there's a possibility that Sorsby, I am convinced that Barry's going to put in a bid on Sorsby. And so here's the analogy I used yesterday, Andy, okay? Mm-hmm. If my phone buzzes right now and says, hey, Daryl, we have zero interest in Brendan Sorsby, okay? I will relay that to the audience. Hey, I just got a text that says the Browns are out on Brendan Sorsby, so we can stop talking about it.
You did not get that text.
I've not gotten that, but I'm just saying. And that's kind of what's happening right now. People are being told the Browns are out on Brendan Sorsby, and that's why that's out there. It's factual, right? I don't believe that to be the case. I think they're absolutely in on Brendan Sorsby in the sense that they're doing their homework and they're preparing to decide whether or not they're going to bid a pick.
I really wish somebody would have alerted me to the fact that this conversation was going on, so I could have just burst in like a Kool-Aid man and busted both of their stones for completely different reasons. I guess my thing here is, because I know that there's a lot of scuttlebutt. We're in June, so there's a lot of scuttlebutt about Shedeur's future with the Browns. This is not Kenny Pickett. Because that's the comparison, right? Well, they trade for Kenny Pickett.
That is what Daryl was doing Sunday. He went through that whole thing, that they went out and traded for Kenny Pickett, similarly how they traded up for Shedeur, and then they could, use his value to trade him elsewhere. It was the same.
Yeah,
song.
And so if he loses the starting job, he will have approximately no value. The reason Kenny Pickett had value is he was the 20th pick in the 2022 draft. And that was the whole idea on what his value was. Hey, if you can get a first-round talent for a fifth-rounder, you're going to feel like you won the lottery because you got a fifth-rounder for a fifth-round talent?
Right.
I think it's a bit of a stretch, and I think I understand why we're doing it. I understand all the little nuances we're trying to explore here. If Shedeur isn't here week one, it better be because he's on the IR. Because if the Browns trade him before week one and little legs Dylan Gabriel's still here, I'm going to be frustrated. If the giant Taylon Green beats Shedeur out for a spot, I will have said you probably made the wrong decision there as well.
The one thing, and I hate to give Daryl any credence on
then
this
let's not
at
do
all, but the one thing that I do think that he has maybe figured out is that if Watson is the starting quarterback, do the Browns really want to start the Todd Monken era with a more popular backup quarterback in Shedeur Sanders than Deshaun Watson? Because we know if those first two games in Florida don't go great, the scene week 3 at the home opener, if Watson's the starter, is not going to be pleasant. It's not going to be pretty, and it's going to be a stadium full of people wearing number 12 and number 2 jerseys chanting for Shedeur Sanders.
So, but here's the difference. I do think that this is a thought process that happens in the NFL. You don't want a backup that's more popular than the starter. It's when the starter is a former first-round pick that hasn't quite hit the ground running yet, a la Sam Darnold in New York a couple years ago, or Sam Darnold pretty much anywhere until he got to Minnesota. That makes sense, right? Or if you've got a Josh Allen and he's coming off a bad season, right, and you don't want to put a high-profile backup behind him. All those things make sense. This is Deshaun Watson. Like, if Deshaun Watson can't handle the heat, or if this locker room can't handle the heat about Shedeur being a backup to Deshaun Watson, what effectively you've told me is your head coach wouldn't be able to lead. I would be so surprised if Todd Monken viewed this specific thing of like, I don't want my backup to be a distraction.
Or does Barry view it that way?
I would be very surprised if that's how Andrew Barry
because
views
Andrew Barry, like, the one thing that he absolutely loves more than anything is value. So, and that's the one thing that he's consistently described Shedeur Sanders as from the moment he was drafted through the entire preseason this year. Whenever Andrew Barry talks about Shedeur, he mentions the fact that in the 5th round, he just could not pass pass up on a value like that. So in a world where the Browns were to get, to your point, okay, you get a 4th round for Shedeur. Is that really worth it? You drafted him with a 5th, you get a 4th. What do? You say that you won the maneuver? I do think that's how Andrew Berry is wired.
Yeah,
I don't agree with it at all.
Okay, so here's the thing. One, if he can't beat out Deshaun Watson, who's going to give up a 4th round pick for Shedeur?
But
That's the first
is
one.
maybe that all the fodder that we've been hearing from Jeremy Fowler and others as to how he's really come on strong through the offseason program, and that this is really a true competition now because Shedeur closed the gap on Deshaun? Like, is maybe that the reason why we're starting to hear all of that chatter? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it all out too.
I think I get it. We've talked ourselves into circle with this one. I would be beyond stunned if Shedeur isn't here week 1. I don't see a scenario in which he's not here. If you take Sorsby, then quite frankly, Shedeur, Deshaun starts until Sorsby's ready, whether that's this year or next year. And Gabriel and Taylon Green are the guys that are left out.
Here's the issue. I've identified the issue. You're thinking of this as a rationally thinking human being. You're not thinking of this as the way that the Cleveland Browns operate.
Oh, I actually disagree. I think the Browns have a fair amount of rationale. Sometimes I disagree with the rationale, but I like what. Where's the point that you think they've been irrational?
The Kenny Pickett thing last year, the 4-man quarterback thing last year in its entirety, the fact that they started Flacco and traded him in the division to the Cincinnati Bengals before we even hit the bye week.
I think last year's quarterback room, and I have said something close to this previously, I think that was Kenny Pickett's for Kevin Stefanski, Dylan Gabriel's for Stefanski, and then I think Flacco and Shedeur were for Berry. And then I think it was, let's see how this one plays out. And I think it was the full intention to give the job to Kenny Pickett. And then Kenny got hurt in camp, and there was no way they could sell that to the locker room. And then a comedy of errors happened after that. Although I do think the one thing I will say is irrational, or maybe it's overly confident, hubristic, if you will, was we're going to play multiple quarterbacks next year, and we think that's going to end up well for us.
And they declared that from Jump Street, by the way. They declared that well into the, before the preseason games even started, they declared that that's what they were getting ready to do. I guess I wouldn't be shocked if Shedeur gets traded before week 1, just because Andrew Berry has proven that he doesn't care. He will trade whatever. Remember, we did this with Josh Dobbs a couple of years ago where they traded him.
That was a free agent pickup versus a guy they drafted 2 years ago at a position where they don't.
Huntley. I think, but maybe the way that they view Shedeur is that he's incapable, if you will, of being a backup quarterback, and he's a developmental starting quarterback, whereas if they draft Brendan Storesby, he's the developmental starter, and Dylan Gabriel is just the franchise backup, which is kind of what they said from the start.
I appreciate your ability to try and find a way in which Daryl's thought makes sense. I will say that. 216-474-0092. And when Daryl's on with us on Wednesday, I'll say it to his face if I can remember that far in the future. How likely is it that Shedeur isn't on the roster week 1? In case we missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat the books.
You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Hey, honey, it's me. I just wanted to say Happy Father's Day and to let you know that we all love you and appreciate everything that you do for us, big and small things. Love you.
Aw, that was from my beautiful wife, Vanessa. Now, does the audience like these more or less after Father's Day? Because, I know the morning show talked today about how Father's Day, we don't get the same kind of celebration that maybe Mother's Day gets, which I'm actually okay with. I like Father's Day and my birthday and all that, but I don't, like if Vanessa bought me like a gigantic gift, I would just be concerned how much did we spend. That's the way my brain works. But like, I will tell you, like, I sent a text. I sent somebody a text today because I did forget to text him yesterday. I was like, oh, hey, buddy, forgot to tell you Happy Father's Day. And he was like, yeah, that was yesterday. I was like, okay, we can't do this to our own day as well.
Yeah, you can't do that. Like you get a week, really, I think, to get it in for people that you haven't seen.
Easy there, Padone. Here's the thing I will say. Vanessa and my girls just make me smile a lot. If you ever really, if Mac, because Mac set these all up, if you ever want me to cry, it is Vanessa that has the keys to that kingdom. Because I was telling the story off air that at Mama's funeral, I stood up to say a couple words, and Vanessa was sitting smack dab in the middle of the funeral home. Meaning, as I was looking out and telling nice stories about my grandmother, all I saw were these beautiful big blue eyes, and they had tears in them. And then every time I had to bail and look to it. So she sat where my natural focal point is. And so whether it's saying nice things like she did at the beginning of this segment, or in a public place where I'm giving a talk that might have to be heartfelt, that's the one that all of a sudden those pretty blue eyes make me automatically go straight to I'm the biggest bee on the planet.
That's wholesome, though. That's wholesome.
Finally, we found something wholesome about Nick Wilson. I've talked about being day drunk on Saturday today. I clearly
that's a different type of wholesome.
With day drunkenness? Yeah. That's not a thing. It's a thing.
It was a thing on Saturday.
It was a thing, but just maybe I could use my words in English a little bit better. Me, Nick, words hard. Now, do want to say big thank you once again for Mac. Come on, let's give it a little. Mac, thank you. Right? You know where I'm weak, and I appreciate that. But also, we want to say thank you to our guest today, Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports at 3:20 today, Kristen Peak of NBA.com at 4:20. If you guys missed a moment of the show, as always, you can watch the full 5 hours back. You can see just a couple of Knicks laying around here on YouTube for 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. He's waving at you now. Who doesn't want to be waved at?
I'm in the chat on YouTube. That's what people don't realize is I'm always in the chat on YouTube.
I was until something happened at the station. Now I'm going to say it, and it's going to sound really cryptic.
Go ahead, Giannis.
No. I don't know how I can say it. My point is, I was until I realized that no longer affected my ratings, and then I was out of it. I was like, all right, bleep you guys, I'm gone.
No, I like talking with the people in there. Well, here's the thing. They're usually only arguing with each other about, the Browns, the quarterbacks. So sometimes, it's just counterproductive what's going on in there. Because it's just you guys are just arguing with each other all day about the same thing.
Isn't that what we're doing?
Yeah, but we changed it up.
I don't think we do.
We do.
It's been a long year so far, and we're only to June 22nd. It feels like we got the same 4 topics this year. I'm loving every second of it. Wouldn't change it for anything. But again, like our videos, we like to be liked. Let's get to In Case You Missed It. You're up first there, big dog.
All right. In case we missed it, we're keeping the wholesome Father's Day theme alive with mine. Tom Brady's ex-wife, Giselle, snubbed him from the Father's Day Instagram post. And I think it's kind of personal.
Well, yeah, they did get divorced.
And they do have children together, though, is the thing. She wished a happy Father's Day to the jiu-jitsu instructor that she left
That
Brady
impregnated
for.
her after Tom Brady, yeah.
But no mention of Brady in the Father's Day Instagram post from Giselle, other than at the bottom where she said, Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there.
A lot has been made of this. Not being mentioned sometimes is better than being mentioned. That divorce is still relatively fresh. Tom has acted like a teenage girl since being dumped, which I get it. She left you for a guy who there's no way you can kick his ass. That's a bad beat if there's ever been a bad beat.
Yeah.
It's still fresh for that, right?
But I mean, he's got his shots up. Like, he's been photographed with, like, Alex Cooper and all of these like Brady's out there shooting shots, too.
And with love and respect to all of those women, none of them come close to Giselle Bundchen. Yeah, this is the problem. She left you for somebody tougher than you, and then you can't get anyone more attractive than her.
That is tough.
How are you Tom Brady and you lose a divorce? That should be impossible. Pro athletes that are, 100 millionaires statistically never lose divorces. But this is why you don't get divorced from Giselle, although, again, she had something to say about it.
Yeah, and I definitely do feel like that the least that he could have gotten in all of this is a little shout out in the Father's Day Instagram post. That's all.
I don't think that's happened.
Like, hey, I've got another father in my life. Like I've got more than this one newborn child with the jiu-jitsu instructor.
Doesn't even get tagged. She just puts and Tom.
That's worse. Don't tag me.
If she had tagged him and not mentioned him, that would have been so much worse. That would have been cold-blooded.
It probably would have been.
I also would have respected it, but it would have been cold-blooded as hell.
I also have to say, I don't know that I've ever seen a dual Father's Day Instagram post before.
You never seen gay dads?
Well, I didn't mean it like that. I meant from the woman in the relationship posting a happy Father's Day to both of the fathers of their children, like this situation.
Yeah. Well, I think there's also I don't know if you've been on social media lately. It's a little judgy. You get around to talking about having multiple fathers for your children, and social media takes a left turn pretty quickly here.
But I think by doing this, that is another left turn.
Instead of Tom Brady, this was like Lloyd the accountant. Would you feel like this is a slight, or did she just need to add him because he's Tom Brady?
I feel bad for Lloyd.
I don't think you give a rat's ass about Lloyd.
Come on. Lloyd deserves a little Father's Day love from his ex-baby mama.
No, I don't. And by the way, in that case, I'd actually want him to get one because then he still goes back to being Lloyd. In this case, Tom Brady's still going to go back to being Tom Brady. As long as he stops being such a whiny little baby about it.
Well, I don't think he was whining about this.
Oh, I guarantee you. He put on Boys to Men and cried like a bee.
He should put... Now Brady needs to do a cryptic.
Or he just needs to impregnate a lot of women. So that next year,
he could
on
do
Father's
a multi-Mother's Day post?
Yeah.
Happy Mother's Day to Giselle and all these other hot
You'll get mentioned in one of those posts.
No, you got to go Alex Cooper and the three Instagram thoughts he's been linked to, and then you don't mention Giselle, and she still wouldn't care because she's still Giselle.
He was hanging out with Kim K for a minute there.
Kim K?
Kim Kardashian.
I didn't know you guys were on that basis.
Oh, I'm a Kardashian watcher. I have.
I bet you watch from the corner.
No,
you're not. You're not involved on the bet, fella.
Cam has watched that reality show for all 7 years of my relationship.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board.
Clean that up.
Yes. Big thanks to Jake Marin. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. Nick, that was fun today.
I can't believe we're doing this again tomorrow.
I told you. You were very excited at the beginning of the show. I said, well, let's talk at about 7 o'clock. And so we did. We'll see you guys tomorrow, too.
This is an Odyssey Sports